This story begins with several system windows informing citizens about a series of anomalous events occurring around the world. A giant abalone was reported found by fishermen on the coast, so immense that not even 10 people could surround it, suspected to be a mutation caused by nuclear wastewater. There was also information about an ancient tree in a tourist area growing wildly, spreading its roots for kilometers, and cracks appearing in the ground due to a possible abnormal earth pulse. The notifications continued with giant vines falling from the sky, making fairy tales real, and with news that subway tracks had been destroyed in multiple places, resulting in some casualties. No one paid attention, since they knew all this was nothing more than a bunch of sensationalist headlines, not very different from the false alarm about the zombie bite years ago. Many students were gathered in front of the school, considering that local rumors were much more interesting than the news. Suddenly, their attention was completely diverted to the figure approaching. It was the beauty of the school, Chu Qingli. Immediately, the crowd wondered if she was finally about to break up with her boyfriend. According to them, the relationship was nothing more than an act of charity on her part. Chu Qingli had already been accepted into Qingcheng University, while her boyfriend hadn't even managed to get into a decent university. Because of this, their futures were on completely different levels. Chu Qingli approached Fang Yi and called his attention. Fang Yi turned around somewhat curious. With a cold expression, she explained that she had thought it over and their relationship wasn't realistic. School-time love always reached a point where one wakes up and realizes they are not meant for each other. A life together, according to her, required not only courage but also compatibility. For all this reason, it was best to end things. She thought with disdain that no matter what he tried to win her back, it would be impossible. Fang Yi remained silent, and noticing this, people thought his lack of reaction was because he was so shocked that he had collapsed or lost his mind. After all, she was the beauty of the school. They expected him to be on his knees, begging for another chance. However, upon observing him, they simply concluded that he was no match for a rich and beautiful girl, a toad who coveted a swan. With a calm gaze, Fang Yi agreed to break up with her, leaving Chu Qingli and the others in shock. Seeing that she had nothing more to say, our boy turned his back on her and decided to leave. She panicked and called out to him. With a piercing gaze, Fang Yi turned around and asked what she wanted. While her eyes were shining with rage, she made it clear that she didn't care what he was thinking or what tricks he would use. She wasn't going back with him, and she wanted this to be completely clear. Fang Yi began to stare at her and asked her not to flatter herself, calling her the school beauty. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise, making her blush. The others were in shock at Fang Yi's attitude. Fang Yi was aware that Chu Qingli and the others had no idea what was about to happen. He knew that society's current rules, like money and education, would soon turn to ashes. They were unaware that he had returned from a future disaster, a man reborn in this timeline. Because of this, the Chu Qingli before him was, to him, simply a distant stranger from another life. Fang Yi left the school. He had more important matters to attend to. For him, school beauties and reputation were irrelevant, since everything was about to be completely reconfigured. The real crisis was one looming over all humanity on Blue Star. It all began the night before, when Fang Yi woke up and some strange cracks showed him the future, and then the system informed him that an aura recovery had been detected. Its full activation would take place in 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes, and once this happened, the world would undergo an unprecedented transformation. Fang Yi was somewhat confused. Several figures appeared in front of him, and the system revealed that society's rules would be rewritten. The era of cultivators was about to arrive, and power would become the new standard. Our boy felt somewhat curious, extended his hand and asked who it was. Then a strange light began to appear in front of him. A system window appeared, explaining that it came from the confines of the universe and used top-tier algorithms integrated with cosmic secrets. Its function was to automatically generate cultivation techniques based on spiritual materials touched by the host, showing that current techniques were zero. Fang Yi began to extend his hand, and his eyes widened in surprise as his hand passed through the system window. Then, a powerful monster emerged and began to roar. Fang Yi was paralyzed and his eyes filled with fear. Inside the monster's mouth was a corpse, and the system revealed that this was his end as an ordinary person, as well as the fate of billions on Blue Star. Fang Yi swallowed saliva and could not help but feel afraid. He put his hand over his chest, and his eyes filled with worry. Fang Yi began to ponder and remembered his past life. He had been just an average person, swept along by the tide of events, struggling only to survive with the hope of overcoming the disaster. However, he witnessed the fall of his nation and the suffering of the people, and in the end, he could not escape from the mutated beasts. He remembered dying in despair, full of rage, and with a deep desire for revenge. His eyes began to shine with determination, as he thought that perhaps this was why he had been chosen by the system and brought back 1 year before the recovery of Aura. He began to extend his hand, knowing that at this moment, most people had no idea about the change that was coming. Fang Yi touched the fragments of the system and decided that he would use each anomaly caused by the aura to his advantage. The system began to initialize a new evaluation. The eyes of our boy began to shine as the system informed him that it had been successfully linked. A new path had been unlocked, and now everything in existence could be used as material. His mission was to collect powerful techniques and abilities to become a strong cultivator and save the world. In the city, people were informed that humanity now faced an unprecedented crisis. Answers could not be found in the past. The only option was to adapt with their own strength. Everyone was surprised, except Fang Yi. When he turned on his phone, he saw several notifications. He understood that the government neither confirmed nor denied the strange phenomena, limiting itself to telling people to prepare. This, he knew, was Jia Nation's subtle way of issuing a warning, since reports once considered mythical nonsense would never have gone viral in this way. His eyes filled with sadness as he began to remember the past. He knew that this indirect and silent approach by Jia Nation helped citizens remain calm and trust their country. It was a hard and slow method, but much more effective than the chaos and gunfire of neighboring nations. Then he remembered that the system had told him that he could use anything, which meant that he should go wherever anomalies occurred. His attention was fixed on the phone. It was the #1 trending news. The UV index at Qingcheng University had reached a historic record of the century. Because of this, a heat warning had been issued, urging new students to take safety precautions and use sunscreen. The students were somewhat confused, as they thought that even the best universities now resorted to sensationalist advertising. They considered this false, definitely a paid topic to be trending, since heat of that magnitude could kill people. Fang Yi looked up at the sky and saw that it was full of clouds, then activated the UV meter and saw that it was at 0. He was somewhat confused, as he didn't understand how the weather could be so different, since Qingcheng University was only 15 minutes away by car. Images of a blazing sun above the university were published, and students were informed that new student registration would continue, but they should avoid the north gate due to the high UV index, as all other entrances remained open. Feng Yi couldn't help but smile. He knew that when anomalies occurred for the first time, most people only thought it was a publicity stunt, and only he knew the truth. His eyes began to shine with joy, as his first opportunity had arrived. Fang Yi changed clothes and went to Qingcheng University. Everyone was carrying umbrellas. It was so hot that the leaves of the trees had fallen. Our boy went to the north gate of Qingcheng University, the least crowded of all. He knew that something was definitely wrong in this place. Shiny ashes began to descend from the sky. While students were fleeing to avoid being scorched to death, Fang Yi's attention was fixed on it. He sat down and decided to touch it. Once his finger made contact, an intense glow began to emerge from it, and the system reported that it had detected an intense fluctuation in the Yang attribute, unlocking the data template of it. The energy began to enter Fang Yi's body, causing him terrible pain. An intense glow began to emerge from our boy's body. People covered their eyes to avoid going blind. They didn't know what was happening and thought they were hallucinating. The energy started burning Fang Yi's clothes, making him clench his teeth tightly. He put his hands on top of his head and started going crazy, not knowing if the system had finished compiling. He felt like he was about to die. The compilation was completed, and Fang Yi acquired a Yang attribute technique, the Golden Sun breathing technique. Later, it's the day for new students to register at Qingcheng University. Our main character's ex-girlfriend arrives at the registration area. A guy offers to carry her suitcase for her. Soon, more guys come over to try and get her attention, but she turns them all down, telling them she doesn't need their help. She looks over at a couple nearby with a sneer, but then a bright golden light flashes, surprising her and the other students. A voice on the loudspeaker tells everyone to stay away from the north gate. The girl looks serious and decides to go see what is happening. At the north gate, a huge burst of golden energy lights up the area. A dark figure appears from the smoke, giving off a powerful feeling. He takes a deep breath, and his eyes glow with a strong golden light. A screen pops up, telling him that he has created a new technique and earned 50 points. The guy looks at the screen and wonders what the points are for. He decides it's not important right now, but will probably be useful later. Time passes, and it is now night, with a strange-looking moon in the sky. The young man then starts to practice his new breathing technique. The next day, a bright sun is in the sky, and a new energy spreads through the university. Some students notice the sky get dark and cool for a second as they run to the north gate. A large crowd gathers there to see what is going on. The university's dean is angry and asks why no one listened to the warning to stay away. The group pushes through the crowd, which moves aside for them as they go to the center of it all. A hooded person with a serious look tells the dean to block off the north gate completely. At that moment, a system tells Fang Yi that he has cleaned a polluted area. He learns that the government already knows about these areas and wonders if there are other people like him. Hearing an alert about people not being allowed in the area, the young man knows things have gotten serious. The students see people in uniforms and wonder if they are from the army. From a rooftop, Fang Yi sees that the disturbance is getting a lot of attention. With his red eyes glowing, he decides it's time to leave and jumps off the building. Down below, the mysterious hooded person walks across the ground, which is cracked from the energy. The hooded figure looks carefully at the scene. This person kneels and touches the ground to feel for any remaining energy. Then, she picks up a piece of the ground to get a closer look at what happened. The hooded figure studies it and realizes a person caused the energy. Just then, officials begin moving the students out, while the person in the hood watches from far away. In the crowd, the guy's ex-girlfriend is shocked to hear that only one person did this. At that moment, she sees a figure jumping away and wonders if it was her ex, but she quickly pushes that thought away. With his grades, he could never get into this school. Far away at Fang Yi's house, the sun goes down and night falls. Lying on his bed, the young man complains that his body is still hot, even after a cold shower. Because of the heat, he's afraid he won't get any sleep. He also worries that because of what happened today, someone might have noticed him. He then picks up his phone and sees a popular news story about a cultivation association. The young man remembers that everyone used to think it was just a joke on the internet. Just then, he remembers the hooded people at the university and thinks they must be from the association. Curious, he opens the news story to read the whole article. It explains the different cultivation levels, from ghost acts to total transcendence. In the comments, people think it's a joke, but he wonders if the announcement is real. Fang Yi thinks about how he never knew any of this in his past life as a normal person. Sitting on his bed, he thinks about the cultivation association and decides to try his technique again. He closes his eyes and focuses to start his training. In that moment, he begins to sweat as a strong, golden energy flows around him. He starts to float in his room, surrounded by a bright golden glow. A light shines on him. The first step is to strengthen his body to hold the power of heaven and earth. He successfully controls the energy and shapes it into a divine axe. His eyes glow brightly, and he smiles, feeling full of power. The system tells him he has reached the Dushui level and gives him 50 more points. The guy remembers the points and reads the screen, which says a new path is now open. The system explains that the points can be used to put the compiled data into any object. He thinks about the idea of putting power into an object and looks at his mug on the table. He holds his hand out toward the mug with a golden glow of power. The system asks if he wants to use 1 point to put the Yang attribute on the mug. He realizes this is like enchanting an item to give it a special power. The young man thinks that if he did this to a weapon, it would become his own special item for fighting. He decides that having a powered-up weapon will be very important for what is to come. The guy then finds a small sword on his shelf and decides to try the power on it. He thinks that if the test works, he will buy a real weapon to be ready for the monsters. Suddenly, a strange noise from outside the building gets his attention in the middle of the night. Outside, a dark creature with huge claws is watching Fang Yi's apartment. With glowing red eyes, the strange creature shows its sharp teeth in the darkness. It looks like a giant demonic rabbit and gets ready to attack the building. But inside the apartment, the guy has no idea that danger is coming. Lying in bed, the guy feels uncomfortable from his new cultivation technique. With his red eyes, he wonders where the sound, which was like a rat, came from. He thinks the sound is not from inside or from the pipes, and it might be a neighbor's pet. Walking through the living room, he thinks that with his better hearing, it is normal to hear the neighbors. Then the guy focuses his hearing to listen more carefully to the strange sound, but he soon realizes something is wrong and becomes alert. Fang Yi goes to the door and comes face to face with the scary creature right there in the dark hallway. In the hallway, the strange creature with red eyes appears and glares at him, ready to attack. He is startled and recognizes the mutated beast. A memory from his past life scares him. At the same time, a drone flies over the city at night, showing that others know about the danger. On top of a building, a girl complains that they still have not caught the rabbit that ate a rare fruit. With a lollipop in her mouth, the young woman seems very calm and confident about the mission. She then orders her team to keep sending her updates about the target she is hunting. After that, the mysterious girl jumps from the top of the building to begin the chase. Falling very fast, she moves with ease between the huge city buildings. Suddenly, the young woman feels the mutated beast's power and realizes she is getting closer to it. With her eyes glowing, she finally finds the creature and gets ready for a fight. The mysterious hunter lands hard on a rooftop, moving with amazing skill. Running down the side of a building, she gets the order to chase the target no matter what. With a perfect landing, the young woman continues her chase without stopping. Jumping from building to building, she warns that the creature ate a special fruit and might evolve. Just then, a man working late sees something fast go by his window and is very confused. He wonders if he is seeing things, but his boss yells at him for just standing around. Meanwhile, the hunter stands like a shadow in front of the moon on the 65th floor. Back in the apartment, Fang Yi faces the strange creature, which screams at him. With his golden eyes, he knows his body has changed, and now he can fight it fairly. The creature then attacks with its claws, but the young man dodges with amazing speed. Fang Yi thinks that his body has really changed, and now he can see the attacks in slow motion. With sun energy in his hand, he wonders why a mutated beast is here so soon. He then remembers things from his past life and faces the monster. The guy knows the creature has not fully evolved yet, and the night makes it stronger and angrier. So he rushes forward to attack, because he has to stop it, or everyone in the building will die. Fang Yi manages to grab the creature with his hand full of energy. With surprising strength, the guy bites the strange creature without any fear. He holds the monster tightly, and his golden eyes shine with a cold, focused look. Then the young man spins the creature in the air and realizes its tail is its weak spot. Taking his chance, he grabs the beast's tail with all his strength. Fang Yi throws the monster against the window, and it shatters from the force. With his fist glowing gold, he gets ready to land a powerful punch. The guy shoots a beam of energy that hits the creature right in the air. The monster is then completely covered by the bright golden beam of light, but the strange creature grabs the golden energy with its claws and tries to take its power. Fang Yi then realizes the monster is trying to steal his yang power, and he fights back. He thinks the power of the sun is too strong and that the rabbit is just destroying itself. Soon after, a golden explosion covers the monster, which can't handle that much energy. In the building next door, a couple wakes up from the noise, and the man wonders if it was thunder. He then goes to the window to check, but sees nothing strange outside. Our hero lands on the floor, surrounded by what is left of his golden energy. The young man thinks that the creature was like a starving ghost trying to eat his power. After the fight, the monster's eye falls to the floor, letting out a weird black smoke. With a serious look, he stares at what is left of the creature he just defeated. Without thinking twice, the guy stomps hard on the eye, crushing the rest of the beast. He understands that the creature of the night was desperate for his opposite yang-type power. The young man thinks that if he were normal, the monster would have easily eaten everyone in the building. With that, he knows he needs to learn more techniques to face the dangers ahead. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl jumps through the air in the moonlight, looking like a hunter. With amazing speed, the young woman runs very fast down the side of a building. When she gets to the scene, the mysterious hunter's eyes open wide with shock. Standing there in the middle of the night, she wonders if someone else defeated her target. Kneeling on the ground, she notes that the target has been destroyed, and that she will try to get the night attribute back. But as she touches the monster's remains, she is surprised by a golden energy that is still there. The young woman then feels a strong heat and a burning power that makes her pull back right away. The young woman remembers the energy from the university gate and understands that this is not a coincidence. After this discovery, the girl turns on her communicator with a serious and determined look. She tells her base that the target was taken out by a powerful new forerunner with a special ability. A voice on her communicator asks if the same person cleaned the gate and killed the rabbit. A man confirms they have no information on this person, and that the association must recruit him. The silver-haired girl agrees with the plan. She then carefully puts the small flame of energy into a container on her clothes. Her boss tells her to stop her other missions and focus on finding the new forerunner. At that, the mysterious hunter calmly unwraps the lollipop she was holding. The young woman puts the candy in her mouth and says she understands the new order perfectly. But before she starts the mission, the girl says she first needs to get some milk tea to relax. A voice on the communicator wonders who this mysterious person with so much power could be. The young woman agrees that the president was right and that she needs to meet this powerful master. Feng Yi's day starts with the sunrise. He stretches, ready to train. He knows waking up early is good for his power, so he prepares for another session. The fighter uses his breathing method, taking in the morning's golden energy. As the energy fills him, his eyes glow with golden power. He enters the Ghost Axe realm and feels the technique's power appear. A sudden burst of energy surprises him. He realizes he's getting stronger again. Power flows through his body, and he focuses to control it. He makes a tight fist, feeling the energy now in his hand. He summons his key axe and sees that the weapon feels much lighter. He grips the weapon's handle firmly, ready to try out his new strength. The warrior lifts the golden axe over his head, preparing a powerful hit. He reaches the 2-star Ghost Axe realm, releasing his strength. His eyes now burn with golden flames, showing his new power. Feng Yi's body feels much stronger and tougher after this change. He grew stronger so fast because he used the extra energy from his last power-up. Feng Yi decides that from now on, he will level up slowly and carefully, one step at a time. But his growing power gets a lot of attention, so he needs a more private place. In the association's office, a man feels something strange in the air. He sees the change in the sun's energy and wonders if it's the new guy again. Feng Yi finds a quiet spot by a river to continue his plans. A system screen appears, and he confirms he will add a special quality to his weapon. He remembers trying this with another item, but it couldn't handle the power. This time, the new blade works with his energy, making a strong connection. A system message confirms the item encoding worked. Excited by his new weapon, he gets ready to test its amazing power right away. The test result shocks him with the incredible power the sword let out. A huge golden beam of light shoots from the blade into the sky. The warrior lands with his sword in flames, feeling the power flow through him. He almost starts a fire with that swing and sees how dangerous his strength is. The smoke from the attack is big, so he knows he was seen and needs to leave. A girl is running fast toward the smoke he left. She complains that she stepped away for a moment and missed everything. Suddenly, the young woman stops. She sees that the river is actually boiling. The agent flies over the damaged area, wondering what the new guy did to the place. She can already imagine being told off, since everything has gone wrong since he appeared. Just then, a golden flash in the distance catches her eye, and she becomes curious. The hunter is shocked by what she senses. This shouldn't be possible. His power level jumped from 1 star to 2 stars, and he even made a spirit weapon. The association only has 2 of those weapons, and the way to make them isn't fully known. The girl gets suspicious, wondering how he got this kind of power by himself. But she thinks she must be wrong and decides to start cleaning up the mess he made. Far away, Feng Yi thinks about how his weapon now has the Yang attribute, but he wants more. The system can encode anything, so he plans to add more qualities to the blade. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. He has a message from someone he doesn't know. He completely forgot about being private, and now a stranger is inviting him to a pioneers group. He's shocked to learn that official members must be at least Ghost Axe realm level. The stranger talks about a new pollution zone and invites him to a group hunt. He asks for the location, and the stranger sends a file about the lava dragon of the Shadow River. The zone has lava, and the same Yang attribute he has, so Feng Yi decides to accept the invitation. Far away in the Binmu district, a group is waiting for old Li's friend to arrive. One member says the girl's map was so good, he got there easily. The blonde girl thanks everyone for coming and tells them they need to work together. She is from the Cultivation Association and is disappointed that the pioneers here aren't very strong. What many don't know is that the Cultivation Association is a government group. Getting into the group was hard and required her family to ask for favors, so she hates to fail. Just then, one of the explorers sees the newbie arriving and calls him by his name, Fang. Feng Yi makes a strong entrance with his new sword and introduces himself to the group. The agent is startled by his power, but sees his aura isn't scary, but warm. Since the team is all there, the leader gives the signal, and they go toward the cave entrance. Feng Yi decides to go first and asks the blonde agent to take care of the light. The group walks through the cave, and one of them warns Fang about the loose rocks. They think it's strange that the place isn't very hot yet. Feng Yi reflects on how quickly the team accepted him and feels that their friendship is real in these hard times. Feng Yi keeps moving forward, and the ground under his feet starts to change color, showing that danger is near. Suddenly, they get to a huge opening and are amazed to see a river of boiling lava right in front of them. Without hesitating, Fang rushes toward the danger, and the blonde agent yells at him not to be so reckless. To everyone's surprise, the warrior pushes his sword right into the lava. The explorers panic and scream for help. A fiery explosion throws the team back, and Fang Yi's system detects a worldwide problem and starts to analyze the information. As he plunged his sword into the lava, Fang Yi's system analyzed the anomaly, revealing a new power, the inner flame, with an extremely high internal temperature and explosive properties, and the scarlet flame sword technique, which unleashed its power when the blade was drawn, coating it in fire and lightning. Resolved, Fang Yi gripped his sword. His eyes and the blade glowed with fiery power, a perfect technique for his Tang sword. Below, the other explorers, thrown back by a previous explosion, watched in amazement as Fang Yi stood unharmed in a vortex of fire. Realizing his weapon was absorbing the lava's power, Fang Yi then used his script points to permanently embed the scarlet flame attribute into his sword, which now burned with energy. When the flames subsided, his teammates concluded he had suffered a small cultivation accident and had recovered. The group was euphoric, noticing the cave's spiritual energy had stabilized. One of them celebrated being able to absorb it smoothly, while another, on the verge of beginning his cultivation path, excitedly shouted Xiaoya's name. The blonde agent, Xiaoya, encouraged them to train while she kept watch, and the team thanked her for the opportunity. The peace was interrupted when Xiaoya detected figures approaching the entrance, warning that other pioneers were arriving. 3 muscular men entered, led by one with an eye patch and glowing red eyes who arrogantly declared the resource-rich land was now theirs. Xiaoya grew worried, recognizing all 3 newcomers were at the 1-star Ghost Axe realm, a level her team couldn't challenge. Despite the danger, Xiaoya tried to reason with them, politely stating they had arrived first and even offering to let them join. Her diplomacy was met with contempt. The eye-patch-wearing leader mocked her low level and ordered them to get lost or face the consequences. Xiaoya's expression hardened. She reflected on the harsh reality of survival of the fittest in this new era, but as a member of the Xia Nations Association, she decided she couldn't allow this injustice. Just as the confrontation was about to escalate, Fang Yi stepped between Xiaoya and the hostile leader. With his sword ignited, he coldly asked the large man if he had nothing better to do than bully a young woman. The eye-patch-wearing leader was left stunned and speechless. Without hesitation, Fang Yi unleashed a single, devastating swing that created a fiery explosion, sending the 3 aggressors flying. The force of the attack startled Fang Yi's own teammates from their meditation. He remembered the tragedies caused by those who followed the survival of the fittest principle, knowing only overwhelming force would work on such people. To make his point, Fang Yi drove his blade into the ground in front of the rival leader. Surrounded by an immense golden aura, he coldly ordered them to scram. Terrified by this second display of power, the leader called Fang Yi a monster and screamed for his men to run as Fang Yi watched them flee. His teammates rushed over, buzzing with excitement over his incredible power. Fang Yi smiled, brushing it off and suggesting it was time to leave. As they left, Xiaoya contemplated the immense power Fang Yi had shown, realizing he had held back. Convinced he was a top-tier pioneer, she knew she had to report this major discovery to her organization immediately. The scene shifts to the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office, where a woman on the phone with Xiaoya repeated in surprise that another high-attribute pioneer had appeared. The office worker grew flustered, realizing she had said too much, especially with an imposing man standing behind her. She awkwardly hung up after confirming the report. The young woman cheerfully asked her gray-haired superior if they were lucky enough to have 2 high-attribute pioneers in a row. He, however, grimly corrected her that luck had nothing to do with it, explaining that every high-attribute individual is destined to become a new center of power, a responsibility that stressed him immensely. Under a sunny sky, Fang Yi returned to the city. He tried to disguise himself as a cosplayer, but his powerful presence and authentic sword only drew more attention. His walk was interrupted when he saw on his phone that news of the cave incident had already gone viral. He chided himself for his carelessness, knowing the eruption of his internal flame was too noticeable. Dismissing the idea that his teammates would betray him, he focused on a more urgent matter. The massive yang energy he had absorbed was pushing him toward a new breakthrough. He needed to find a secluded place immediately and headed for the back mountain. 5 minutes later, on that same mountain, a silver-haired young woman named Su Qingying, a garden restoration expert, felt a sudden, powerful presence. She saw an intense burst of light, like a miniature sun, and recognized the signs of a cultivator breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. The scale of the energy astounded her. She'd never imagined a breakthrough of that realm could be so monstrous. Driven by a sense of duty and a flash of recognition, she raced toward the disturbance, vowing to catch the mysterious individual this time. High on the mountain, Fang Yi was focused on his breakthrough. He pulled in huge amounts of golden energy, which spun around him before forming a bright, sun-like ball above his head. As he meditated in the air, the power behind him formed a complex, star-shaped divine shape. Golden energy sparked across his skin, and his eyes glowed with great power as he tried to control the wild energy. Finally, the power came together, taking the shape of a giant divine axe made of pure golden and light blue energy, crackling with power. Meanwhile, Su Jingying arrived and stopped suddenly when she saw the amazing sight. She watched in total disbelief, seeing that the mysterious person was about to swing the divine axe he had just created. His level of control was incredible. She wondered how anyone could command so much spiritual energy with such perfect skill and steadiness, asking herself if this man had secretly been training for centuries. The sight brought back a painful memory. Su Qingying remembered her own attempt to break through to the Ghost Axe 2-star level. The pressure from her own divine axe had been too much for her, pushing back and making her cough up blood. It left her stuck in bed for a full week. She was naturally strong, but she had still failed badly. She couldn't understand how this monster could handle a breakthrough that was so much more powerful than hers. As she ran closer, she was even more amazed. The huge amount of spiritual energy, the perfect control in every move of the axe, and the way every bit of power seemed to have been purified thousands of times. It was all beyond anything she had ever seen. She decided that this person wasn't just an amazing monster. He was like a god who had come down from the sky. She also noticed his calm and steady way of doing things. Most pioneers, when they felt a breakthrough was about to happen, would rush to get it done. This person, however, moved with a deep sense of experience and a strong mind, like a master from old times. Her thoughts were stopped when the giant, fiery divine axe began to move. She watched the awesome sight as it swung with a purpose, heading east. At the peak of his power, Fang Yi's eyes burned with pure golden light as cracks of raw energy spread across his face. He floated inside a blinding storm of golden power, successfully controlling the huge amount of energy he had gathered to evolve. A system window then appeared, officially confirming he had succeeded. He had reached the Ghost Axe realm, 2-star. The new divine axe slammed down into the earth, releasing all of its power in one huge shockwave that tore across the mountain. Su Qingying was caught in the powerful blast and had to hold herself steady against the wave of golden energy. The leftover force cut a huge path through the forest before fading away, but when she looked up, the mysterious man had completely disappeared. Breathing hard from the effort and her frustration, Su Qingying couldn't believe she had missed him again, especially since she had arrived in only 30 seconds. A worrying thought came to her. He must have known that she was tracking him. She worried that if he stayed this hard to find, her mission to recruit him would be impossible. Just as she was about to give up, she paused. A sudden idea hit her. She looked away from the path of destruction and toward a giant old tree that was now glowing with a soft, leftover golden light. With a new feeling of certainty, she called out into the woods that seemed empty, calling him Senior and asking if he was still in the area. From the shadows of the forest, Fang Yi appeared, his hooded body giving off a cool confidence. His glowing red eyes were on Su Qingying. He immediately knew she was the person who had been looking into him for the past few days. Seeing she had been found, Su Qingying stood her ground and properly introduced herself. She said she was the captain of the Firefly Squad, a part of the Spiritual Practitioners Association of Xia Nation, and also one of the nation's first pioneers. On behalf of the association, she sincerely invited him to join them. She admitted she had been following him for 2 days and hoped her methods hadn't made him think badly of her. As she spoke, Fang Yi stayed quiet, and his face was hard to read under his hood. Su Qingying added that while the public didn't know yet, all the official papers for the association were ready. Inside, however, she was very nervous, choosing her words carefully, and worrying if she was bothering him or making the powerful man angry. She knew she had to sound soft and respectful. Her carefully planned speech was cut short by Fang Yi's simple, direct question. "Why should I join?" The direct question surprised her completely. She stuttered for a moment, panicking over what to say. She quickly saw that empty, nice words would be useless against someone so smart. The truth was her only choice. Pulling herself together, she explained what the association was for. She told him that the Xia nation wanted to gather and unite all the early pioneers, to guide them on an organized path and also give them extra protection. She knew that growth was messy right now, and that an association might feel like a cage to a free spirit like him. But she asked him to look at the bigger picture. A great return of spiritual energy was coming, and they would all need to stand together to face the unknown enemies of the future. After listening to her passionate speech, Fang Yi leaned casually against a tree, looking tired and uninterested. He told her plainly that he was not willing to join. He explained that, for now, he still couldn't bring himself to fully trust her or the association she represented. Su Qingying was left completely stunned and speechless by his direct refusal, her eyes wide with shock. Facing his refusal, Su Qingying grew desperate. She quickly pulled out her identification card from her jacket. Holding it up for him to see, she quickly introduced herself again as Su Qingying and mentioned she used to be a well-known athlete before the spiritual energy returned. She begged him to believe her, hoping her public identity would give him a reason to trust her. Fang Yi paused and thought about her words. He touched his chin thoughtfully, saying that he now vaguely remembered her. His mind remembered a framed picture of her celebrating a victory as the runner-up in the Xia Nation's long-distance championship. He realized her natural athletic skill was what made her such a fast and good pioneer. However, his face then became hard. A dark memory from his previous life came to mind, showing a vision of a ruined city. He knew that in his original timeline, the Xia Nation's work, including the association, had failed in the end, leading to the end of humanity. Now that he had returned with his system, he knew he had to be part of the solution, but joining the association at this point was not the right move. Putting on a more thoughtful look, he looked back at a hopeful Su Qingying and confirmed that he did remember her. He told her he would think about her offer, and before she could answer, he jumped into the air and sped away from the spot. Just as quickly, he reappeared right behind a startled Su Qingying. He gave her a firm condition. She must keep his location a secret from everyone for now. In his mind, he studied her respectful behavior and guessed that the association was careful about upsetting powerful pioneers who weren't with them. He saw this as a weakness he could use. Su Qingying suggested a deal. She explained that the association had detected the energy from his breakthrough and that she had to file a report. She suggested sending a report that was a mix of truth and lies to protect his identity while keeping her bosses happy. After a moment of thought, Fang Yi agreed to her plan. Su Qingying tried to call out to Fang Yi as he agreed to her plan, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. She ran down the mountain slope after him, but it was no use. Tired and annoyed, she walked alone on a forest path, muttering in frustration about how many times she had failed to catch him and how he was now trying to avoid her. She sighed, complaining about the tiring work of erasing the powerful energy signs he left behind after every incident. Her thoughts were cut short by a voice in her earpiece, telling her to stop worrying about the hard-to-find pioneer and remember the mission she was on. The voice seriously told her that the strange creatures had appeared again. Su Qingying froze, her eyes wide with shock as she asked if they were really back. A scary memory flooded her mind, showing her surrounded by a crowd of terrifying wolf-like creatures with bloody mouths and glowing red eyes. She thought to herself that she would never forget those strange, bloody beasts. The story explained what they were. Cold, evil, and bloodthirsty monsters born from the pollution zones made by the spiritual energy's return. They got power from these zones, turning into monsters that ate humans. Some could even hide as natural disasters, killing anyone as they split up lands and made new pollution zones. If they weren't stopped, their very destructive nature would let them keep eating the human world until nothing was left. A heavy storm suddenly hit the city. The night sky wasn't lit by streetlights, but by constant, violent flashes of lightning. Rain poured down, and red alerts lit up people's phones, warning of the severe thunderstorm and telling everyone to stay inside. Another alert announced that the Yuhuang Mountain area was closed because of flooding risks. From their windows, people commented they hadn't seen a storm this bad in years, with some joking that a powerful being might be facing a lightning trial nearby. Hidden in a rainy alley, Fang Yi watched the storm grimly, his red eye glowing. He could feel the huge amount of lightning energy in the air, recognizing its wild power. He knew this was no ordinary storm but another anomaly, with its power focused on a single point. His eyes scanned past the city buildings and locked onto a distant mountain peak that was being hit by lightning again and again. He had found the center of the storm. Without hesitating, Fang Yi raced into the downpour, leaping across rooftops as he sped toward the mountain. When Fang Yi reached the base of Yuhuang Mountain, his system immediately confirmed a pollution zone was detected. He looked up at the peak, but instead of its usual beauty, he saw a grim scene with skeletal remains scattered among twisted trees. Another system notice added to the danger, stating the pollution level was unknown. Still, Fang Yi moved forward without hesitating, walking into the dark, stormy woods with a determined look. As he got closer to the center of the storm, he saw a massive bolt of blue lightning strike the mountain's summit, lighting up the whole area. He had found his target. Inside the Spiritual Practitioners Association's command center, officials held a tense meeting. A large screen showed a vortex of blue energy over a mountain peak. An official reported that the danger on Mount Yuhuang was rising quickly, so they had to close it off and call it a new contamination zone. The grim-faced association leader said the situation was so critical, he had to pull Su Qingying from another important mission. He asked her to report on what was happening. Su Qingying told the officials that it was currently impossible to climb the mountain, as the unstable thunder energy was about to explode. Because of this, the area was officially classified as an A-level contamination zone. She continued with more worrying news. Based on how fast the energy was growing, the mountain would soon be an S-level threat, which would start their highest emergency plan. But she pointed out a major problem. Based on their data, no explorer they had could safely get near the area, admitting that not even she could handle it. A wave of shock went through the room, as calculations showed the mission would mean certain death even for highly advanced explorers. Facing this impossible situation, a man in a security uniform ordered the foot of Mount Yuhuang to be completely sealed off, with patrols sent out 24/7 to stop anyone from trying to climb it. The association leader firmly agreed. He declared they had to stop the threat by sealing the mountain and that no one could go near it until the energy concentration dropped. While the association thought Mount Yuhuang was too dangerous, Fang Yi was already deep inside the zone. Huge bolts of blue lightning crashed down around him. As the storm raged, Fang Yi stood firm, protected by a golden aura from his breathing technique. He knew, however, that just surviving the storm wasn't enough. To get the purest thunder energy, he had to climb to the center of the storm at the mountain's peak. His decision was fueled by dark memories of the past. He knew that the creatures they faced now were just the beginning, and even more terrifying monsters would appear in the future. He realized that his current fire-based powers were not enough for the challenges to come. He had to become stronger himself, not just rely on his weapon. Surrounded by the lightning, Fang Yi saw a rare and perfect opportunity to use the thunder energy to strengthen his own body. Fang Yi knew if he didn't take this chance to get stronger, he would face certain death from the disasters to come. His eyes glowing gold, he drew his flaming sword and, with a defiant roar, plunged it directly into a massive bolt of blue lightning. The wild energy surged through him, causing terrible pain, but his face remained determined. His body shook violently as the electricity coursed through him. He realized this thunder power was like a divine punishment, actively fighting against him. The storm was furious that he had entered its territory and seemed to demand that he give up. Staring at the chaotic sky, he wondered how he could possibly make such a raw force obey him. Then, he had an idea. He calmed himself and remembered his system's rule. To get a power, he had to touch the energy source. A golden aura exploded from him as he unleashed his golden sun breathing technique, determined to fight through the storm. With a loud roar, Fang Yi pushed forward, using his flaming sword to cut a path through the storm of blue lightning. The clash of his golden energy against the raw storm created a huge, chaotic explosion. Blood trickled from his mouth from the strain, but his eyes burned with determination. He knew this was a desperate gamble where he had to push himself to his limit, facing death in order to live. Finally, after a hard struggle, he reached the peak. He plunged his sword into the ground, cracking the rock as he arrived at the center of the storm. Here, the power was even more terrifying, a violent flood of thunder energy that made it hard to even breathe. He felt the storm's full attention on him and realized it no longer just wanted to push him away, it wanted to kill him. As if to prove it, the storm gathered its full power and shot a single, massive beam of white-hot lightning directly at him, an attack meant to completely destroy him. As Fang Yi faced the storm's final attack, his system activated, detecting a powerful thunder attribute and starting to process it. Far below in the city, people watched from a tall building, amazed. One man taking a photo had never seen lightning so big. Another wondered if a god was going through a trial, even thinking he saw a person in the sky. At the mountain's peak, the fight ended in a brilliant explosion. Feng Yi had won. A system message confirmed it, announcing he had obtained refined divine thunder power and could now summon heavenly lightning to make his body godlike. He was rewarded with 5 writing points. Feng Yi now floated in the air, surrounded by blue lightning and his golden aura. He understood his new power. The thunder attribute was a top-tier force for both attack and defense. Unlike his sun power, which was mostly for defense, the thunder could refine his body and turn it into intense energy. He decided that the thunder was now his spear and his shield. He also realized the power wasn't just about destruction, it was also about purification and rebirth. He could feel the energy strengthening his bones and muscles without any pain. The system then offered him an upgrade to punish evil, which would grant him double critical damage, asking if he wanted to use writing points to get it. Landing softly, Feng Yi thought about what to do next. His first thought was to put this new thunder power into his Tang sword. He considered it carefully. While it would make the blade stronger, he worried it might mess with the purity of the sun attribute already in it. He also knew that putting too many different powers into one item could damage or even destroy it. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Looking at his hand, he decided to do something different. He would implant the thunder attribute directly into his right hand. The system immediately responded, asking if he wanted to put the thunder attribute into the chosen item. A confident smirk appeared on his face as he gave the command. Instantly, all the wild blue lightning in the air rushed into his right hand as he claimed the storm's power for himself. The next day on the storm-damaged peak of Mount Yuhuang, the immediate danger was gone. Below a cliff, Su Qingying and an army officer named Major Han Li stood over numerous figures in body bags. Su Qingying reported that the contamination zone's energy had strangely dropped from its most dangerous level to a mild level in just 3 hours, though some electricity was still in the air. Major Han Li listened and immediately figured out what had happened. Someone had been there. It was a seeker, a person who actively looks for these dangerous events. Su Qingying was shocked, wondering if another seeker was involved and if they could have survived. She knelt and looked for clues but couldn't sense anything, guessing that the heavy rain had washed away any evidence. She concluded that the seeker must have left the mountain safely around 8 p.m. the night before. Major Han Li agreed with her timeline. The strange event began around 6 p.m., and the army sealed the mountain at 7 p.m., so the seeker must have climbed the mountain before it was closed. He noted that their instruments predicted the danger would reach grade S, but after 8 p.m., the energy suddenly dropped. Standing where the lightning had been strongest, the major added his own theory. He believed the seeker not only survived the lightning, but probably had a thunder-related power, turning the disaster into a great opportunity. He concluded this person was the direct cause of the sudden change. The major then shared his biggest worry. People like this were the most dangerous because they didn't know whose side they were on. Su Qingying agreed, adding that if such a powerful person was a threat, the disaster they could cause would be huge. They had to be found quickly. Miles away, sitting on his couch and unaware of the military operation now focused on him, Feng Yi let out a sudden, loud sneeze. Back on the mountain, Major Han Li made his decision. He gave a firm order to his troops. Find this person immediately, at any cost. As his command was given, he assigned the mysterious target his temporary codename, the Tyrant. The investigation on Yuhuang Mountain started right away. The army hoped the Spiritual Practitioners Association could recruit the mysterious person codenamed Tyrant soon. In the meantime, they would keep all information about the event secret and start their own investigation. On the rainy peak, the association leader told Major Han Li that they already had a high-level pioneer trying to make contact. He then turned to Su Qingying and ordered her to give her report to the major. Su Qingying was caught off guard by the order and gasped in panic. Forced to think fast, she began her half-true report. She connected the current incident to the pioneer who had recently cleared the pollution zone at a local university. Inside, she was panicking, terrified she would say something wrong and reveal her deal with Feng Yi. She explained that she had been trying to contact him, but he was hard to find. She mentioned finding the body of a mutated rabbit he had killed and correctly identified his Yang Flame attribute from the evidence. She finished by promising to do her best to get close to him and find out how he had cleared the university's gate. She silently prayed for help, knowing that mixing truth with lies was her only way to make her story sound real. Major Han Li listened closely, thinking about what a pioneer with a Yang Flame attribute meant. He seemed happy with her report and thanked her for her hard work, calling her a talented young pioneer. Su Qingying gave a sharp salute and replied that it was her duty. With the meeting over, Major Han Li mentioned they would release fake news about natural disasters to hide the event from the public. He also said he disagreed with posting spiritual energy information online where bad people could use it. As the officials talked, Su Qingying quietly sighed, relieved that the tough questioning was finally over. Back at his home, Fang Yi used his golden sun breathing technique to easily dry his white hoodie, making it glow with a warm light before holding it up, perfectly clean and dry. After putting it on, he checked the changes in his body. Even after adding the powerful thunder attribute, he could still feel a clear difference. He looked down at his right hand, which now sparked with blue lightning. It had completely changed, becoming the strongest part of his body and getting a huge boost. As he flexed his fingers, making small balls of lightning appear, he could feel that he was close to another upgrade. What surprised him most was how the once wild thunder attribute had become as calm as a kitten after being added to his body, letting him control it freely. He compared this to the terrible pain he felt when he first unlocked the Yang attribute, and wondered if the energies got weaker during the process. Remembering the system told him this new power dealt double damage to strange and evil creatures, he was eager to test it. His thoughts were broken by a sudden alert from his phone on a nearby table. He picked it up, wondering what was happening now. He had set up special news alerts after the last incident, knowing that in these crazy times, the government would issue warnings to protect people. For a pioneer like him, however, these warnings were more than just notices of danger. In every crisis, there was a chance to grow stronger, even if it meant risking his life. As Fang Yi thought about what to do next, he looked at the major news alert on his phone. The report said a huge explosion had just happened inside a chemical plant, causing a lot of pollution in the city. The official story said no one was hurt and told people to stay calm, but Fang Yi was suspicious of an event this big. He checked online forums, where people who saw it happen gave a much scarier story. People who lived nearby described a super creepy feeling they couldn't explain. One person asked if it was a cold, evil aura, and another quickly agreed. While many were doubtful, the overall feeling was one of dread and fear. The words cold and evil aura felt familiar to Fang Yi. Suddenly, a terrifying memory from his past life came back. A bloody hand and a horrible monster. He remembered hiding in fear from a giant, red, demonic beast as it destroyed everything around it. The creature, a gross, multi-eyed rat-like monster, was a threat he knew too well. Back in the present, he looked serious. He remembered the nature of these creatures. They were plants or animals that changed in a strange way after becoming self-aware, their power going wild and giving them terrifying hunting and killing abilities. They loved to appear in the dark of night. Realizing this new threat was 100 times more dangerous than the mutated rabbit he had fought before, Fang Yi knew he had to do something. Clenching his fist, which sparked with his new blue lightning, he decided he would go out that night to stop these creatures from surviving and getting stronger. Standing up, he was surrounded by blue electrical energy. It was time, he decided, to test his new 200% critical hit ability in a real fight. On a dark and stormy night, rain fell on the empty city streets. As a traffic light changed, a blur of motion sped across the wet road, a squad of cloaked figures moving with amazing speed. These were the members of the Destroyer Squad, and they were hunting. One member reported to their headquarters that they were tracking Anomaly File Number 7, codenamed Candle Knight, but had lost the target. The creature's known ability was to blend into the darkness, making it very hard to follow. The squad member added new, scary details to the file. The anomaly made a faint sizzling sound when it was close and liked to eat humans. As lightning lit up the sky, the squad landed on a rooftop to look over the city. Their leader, a determined man with light hair and a scar on his face, knew the stormy weather was perfect for the creature's hunt. He said with grim certainty that they could not let that happen. Miles away, in a busy command center, an operator got the updated information. He confirmed the new data for File 7. Candle Knight had been submitted. The situation was serious. An extermination request was filed as a high priority, with a goal to solve it in 12 hours. The order came back from headquarters. The Destroyer Squad was to keep chasing the target, but their own safety was most important. The team immediately started the chase again, leaping from building to building through the rainy city. The squad leader paused, looking at a glowing holographic map of the city full of red markers showing active anomalies. He knew that a 12-hour response time wasn't fast, but it was the best headquarters could do. The country was large, and with anomalies appearing everywhere, even their advanced resources were stretched thin. Just as the destroyer squad got close to their target's last known location, a warning came from their headquarters. The operator told them that the area they were entering was currently occupied by Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association agents. A photo of Su Qingying appeared on the screen as the operator explained that her team was watching pioneers there and could be asked to help. The destroyer squad's leader acknowledged the message and asked headquarters to have her come help, saying he had heard of her good work. Elsewhere, Su Qingying was surprised to learn she had become so famous. The destroyer squad waited grimly in the rain. Soon, Su Qingying and her own cloaked team arrived, taking a spot on a higher rooftop. With a hand on her hip, she looked down at the squad below and casually asked if they were the ones calling her for overtime. The destroyer squad's leader was not happy with her casual tone. He sternly told her that the Candle Night anomaly eats people and that this was much more serious than a simple overtime request. One of Su Qingying's team members shot back, asking if that was the right way to ask for help. Su Qingying then turned to leave, saying that the destroyer squad seemed so good, they probably didn't need help after all. She announced that her team, the Ying squad, would be leaving. As they started to go, her team members muttered among themselves, one worrying about their boss's savage attitude and another defending her, saying their own missions were just as dangerous. The leader of the destroyer squad immediately panicked and called for her to wait. He apologized for his harsh tone and begged for her help. He explained just how dangerous Candle Night was, and that without her famous tracking skills, they would be at a great disadvantage. He stressed that if his team failed, the people of the city would be the ones to suffer, as the monster would kill them all. After agreeing to work together, the two teams stood on a rainy rooftop, ready to hunt. Su Qingying concentrated, and a glowing blue ball of energy appeared in her hand. She announced she had found the creature. The orb's energy expanded, showing the monster's location. Hidden in the dark, wet ruins of a chemical plant, the monstrous, multi-eyed rat-like creature called Candle Night was eating something. Its file noted that it liked darkness, dampness, and eating people. With the target found, Su Qingying gave the command for the joint operation to start. The creature's senses were sharp, and it instantly looked up, aware of their presence. It jumped away, just as an attack hit the ground where it had been. A member of the destroyer squad said the target had spotted them and ordered the team to form up. The squad members moved with incredible speed, their cloaks blurring as they chased it. They surrounded the creature from all sides, and with their prey trapped, they shouted together, ready to attack. One of the destroyer squad members lunged forward, shouting the order to attack. He hit the creature hard, sending it crashing into a pile of rubble. But instead of being weaker, the monster's body began to change, its back erupting with red sores and black spikes. With a furious shriek, the enraged Candle Knight fought back, creating a vortex of dark energy. Su Qingying desperately shouted for the teams to watch out for the sound wave and dodge. Her warning was a moment too late. A powerful sonic blast erupted from the creature, sending the squad members flying back. The destroyer squad's leader was thrown from the rooftop, crashing onto the street below. One of his team members rushed to his side. The leader pushed himself up, bruised but alive. He admitted that if he hadn't moved back at the last second, his bones would have been broken. He knew they were in grave danger. If the creature stayed in the city any longer, it would cause a huge disaster. The battle took another turn as Candle Night continued to change. It grew large, bat-like wings and let out a roar, its throat glowing with green energy. It then spewed a corrosive, dark substance that filled the air with toxic green smoke. The creature aimed this blast at the ground, trying to melt the street to burrow underground and escape. One of Su Qingying's team members warned her that the monster had a corrosive dark power and that anything it touched would be destroyed. She explained that their team didn't have a power strong enough to fight it. Su Qingying, however, stayed calm. She ordered her team to stay alert and not to mess up the destroyer squad's formation, reminding them their main job was to gather information and help with strategy. Meanwhile, a destroyer squad member with a dagger prepared to strike the escaping creature. Suddenly, a pair of menacing red eyes glowed from the darkness. The winged Candle Knight lunged forward, narrowly dodging an attack from a leaping squad member. Enraged, the destroyer squad leader yelled at his team not to let the monster escape. The winged creature flew through the city streets, chased by the cloaked members of the Ying squad. From a high rooftop, Su Qingying and two of her team members watched. Suddenly, she sensed a sharp increase in spiritual energy from the creature's direction. Realizing something important was about to happen, she ordered her team to stay outside while she followed it in by herself. The chase led them to a large, dark, abandoned factory. Inside, Su Qingying said she would scan the area's spiritual energy. The destroyer squad's leader noticed the advanced watch on her wrist. She confirmed it was a new device from the association, explaining that the watch showed the energy level a squad could safely handle was 50. Candle Knight's reading had been just 48. Suddenly, the device on her wrist began to flash wildly, the reading shooting past 80. Su Qingying shouted that the energy levels were going crazy. At that moment, a massive, shadowy form with glowing green eyes appeared in the rafters above. They had been led into a trap. Su Qingying realized with horror that there was more than one creature in the factory. The shadowy, monstrous face of a new creature loomed behind them. The destroyer squad's leader panicked, yelling that they needed to retreat immediately. Taking charge, Su Jingying suggested a tactical retreat toward the main door to force the hidden enemy to show itself. She fired a blast of energy to clear a path, shouting for her team to follow. But before they could escape, she cried out in pain and collapsed, her senses overwhelmed by an invisible poison gas. Su Jingying suddenly found herself alone in the vast green darkness of the factory. She called out to her team, but no one answered. She knew they were nearby, but the poison had made them unable to sense her. Putting the pieces together, she realized the full trap. Candle Knight had led them to this factory, which was the territory of a much more powerful creature, a giant serpent she had only faintly sensed earlier. As if summoned by her thoughts, the huge, armored head of a shadowy serpent with glowing green eyes loomed over her. She now understood that unlike Candle Knight's simple dark power, this creature's black mist was a strong poison, and they had been breathing it in since they arrived. The gas worked silently, paralyzing its victims while draining their spiritual energy. Fighting back would only use up their power faster, leading to certain death. She could feel her own spiritual energy was almost gone, and without it, she knew she would soon be another victim. As she collapsed to the floor, her strength gone, she despaired at the terrifying intelligence of a creature that was just playing with them. She closed her eyes, wondering if this was the end. Lying defeated on the factory floor, Su Qingying saw a single ray of light cut through the green darkness above. A flicker of hope appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, the factory ceiling exploded inward, and a blinding light filled the room. Her eyes widened as a figure came down from the blast. It was Fang Yi. He landed gracefully in the rubble, his hooded figure standing out against the glowing hole in the ceiling. He stood before the giant serpent, immediately identifying it as a dark attribute creature. Without warning, the serpent lunged, its massive fangs aimed at him. At the same time, the Candle Knight monster burst from the shadows, attacking from behind. Fang Yi dodged the serpent's attack and came face to face with the growling rat-like beast. As the two creatures closed in, he finally understood the full trap he had walked into. In a shocking move, Fang Yi let the Candle Knight monster bite his shoulder. As blood splattered, he noted their surprisingly smart tactics, one creature for luring prey, the other for killing them. He taunted the beast latched onto him, asking if it enjoyed biting people so much. In response, he unleashed his new power. Bright blue lightning erupted from his body as he challenged the monster to taste his thunder property. At the same time, he fired a massive beam of golden solar energy from his free hand, which hit the lunging serpent head-on. Now, covered in crackling electricity and free from the stunned rat creature, Fang Yi turned his full attention to the serpent, unleashing a flood of golden flames as he challenged it to see how well it could handle fire. The giant serpent lunged with a furious roar, its huge mouth open to eat its prey. With amazing agility, Fang Yi dodged the attack, flipping through the air while swinging his glowing golden sword. As he landed, he coolly told the monster to look at his blade, a clear challenge to the giant beast. The serpent seemed to pull back, cautious of the glowing weapon. Seeing his chance, Fang Yi counterattacked. Leaping through the air, he delivered a powerful slash to the serpent's face, his sword covered in the crackling blue energy of his thunder power. The force of the blow was huge, but the result wasn't what he expected. Instead of crushing its skull, the creature's head split down the middle, revealing a second identical head underneath as if it were shedding its skin. Fang Yi landed on his feet, his eyes wide with surprise at this strange development. The creature's split head then pulled apart completely, shedding its outer layer to reveal its true, healed form. As green energy pulsed in its neck, Fang Yi knew the fight was far from over. The serpent reacted with shock and pain as the leftover thunder energy from Fang Yi's sword ran through its body. It roared in fury as the electrical energy grew stronger, overwhelming its dark power. Watching the creature twist in pain, Fang Yi gave a small, confident smirk. He knew he had the advantage, as he had already sensed this serpent's dark aura was stronger than Candle Knight's. He then revealed his clever plan. When he attacked with his sword, he had held back the full force of his fire. Instead, he had used the blade to carry and channel the thunder power from his hand directly into the snake's body. He compared the two creatures, realizing this serpent was a far more dangerous and evolved monster than Candle Knight. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder where the rat creature had bitten him. He hissed, looking down to see strange purple snake scales growing from the wound. He understood immediately. Just as he'd thought, this was a smart, mutated species. Its poison, delivered by its partner's bite, had a paralyzing effect that let it kill silently. He could feel a sharp pain from the wound, but he also felt his Golden Sun breathing technique working to fight the venom. With a determined look, he knew he had the perfect counter. The Yang Flame power could dissolve the poison, the Golden Sun technique would protect and heal his body, and the Thunder power would purify anything left. As the energy from his powers pulsed through him, Fang Yi recognized the benefit of his combined abilities. The mix of his Yang Flame and Thunder powers now gave him a clear pain signal to any poison, acting as an early warning system. He knew he was lucky. For others, the serpent's sneaky poison would have been impossible to cure. He guessed that for the serpent to have grown so large, it must have relied on surprise attacks. He thought of the monster's den, filled with the skulls of its victims. With Candle Knight acting as the perfect bait, the two creatures had become a deadly trap even for top pioneers, which explained why so many had disappeared. But in the end, it didn't matter. As he watched the creature's huge skeleton burn to ash in his holy fire, he knew its reign of terror was over. Standing before the fire, Fang Yi felt satisfied. His inner flame was powerful, but the triple critical hit from his new thunder power had sealed his victory. He felt confident that his fighting skills were now pretty good, even compared to other high-level pioneers. He stood silently for a moment, watching the flames burn the last of the monster. Just as he was about to leave, he paused, reaching out his hand as if he sensed something. His eyes narrowed. He wasn't alone. Someone was still there. He turned just in time to see a figure stumbling out from the smoke, coughing from the ash. It was Su Qingying. She stood silently, covered in soot and clearly tired, but she was alive. As the smoke cleared, Fang Yi found himself looking at the unconscious members of the other squad, with Su Qingying sitting among them. He recognized her as the agent from the association and coolly told her that there was no need to pretend. He added that her playing dead act needed work, which surprised her. Embarrassed, Su Qingying covered her face. Realizing this was the same powerful pioneer she had been tracking, she tried to make an excuse, claiming she woke up from the smell. Fang Yi, however, wasn't fooled. He complimented her, pointing out that while her teammates were out of energy, she was strong enough to keep a small reserve to protect herself. If she had really been unconscious, he explained, she wouldn't have been able to smell anything. Flustered, Su Qingying could only offer an awkward thank you. In her mind, she was amazed. He had seen right through her. She had indeed kept a bit of spiritual energy for protection. She had no idea how he had beaten both Candle Knight and the giant serpent all by himself. Noticing her embarrassment, Fang Yi's tone softened. He told her she didn't need to cover her eyes and that he only asked her to be honest with him and keep his identity secret. Seeing she and her team were safe, he said it was getting late and he would be leaving. Su Qingying tried to call out to him, but it was too late. Saying that explaining things would spoil the surprise, he jumped effortlessly through the hole he had made in the factory ceiling and disappeared into the night. As he traveled across the rooftops, Fang Yi thought about the battle. He was glad Su Qingying hadn't tried to absorb the dark power from the monsters, remembering its disgusting coldness. He wondered why he couldn't absorb it himself. He guessed maybe the dark energy was already gone, or his body had instinctively rejected it. He decided to think about it later, at home. Left alone in the huge, abandoned factory, Su Qingying looked up at the moonlit hole in the ceiling where Fang Yi had disappeared. She sighed, disappointed that she hadn't gotten a good look at his face, and realizing he still didn't trust her, or the association. Her quiet moment was short. Acting like a squad leader again, she walked over to the unconscious captain of the destroyer squad and gave him a few slaps, telling him to wake up. The man groaned and slowly opened his eyes, bruised and confused. His first thought was panic, and he shot up, shouting that they had been ambushed. Su Qingying just watched him with a calm look. The leader and his squad members then saw why she was so calm: the massive, smoking skeleton of the giant serpent. They stared in total disbelief, confused by the scene. The leader demanded to know what happened and where the powerful Yang energy came from. Su Qingying calmly explained that a powerful pioneer had rescued them. She continued her carefully planned report, explaining that the pioneer was likely the person from her original mission, a very high-level individual with a Yang attribute. She let her voice trail off, suggesting his appearance was a lucky coincidence. The other squad members were in complete awe, with one saying it was unbelievable that one person could defeat both monsters. Su Qingying added that she hadn't managed to recruit him yet, and that he had even managed to track her back, which only made him more mysterious. Getting back to their grim job, the destroyer squad leader asked where Candle Knight's body was. As he began using a green energy technique to clean the scene, he said they needed to collect the remains for the association. As the squads began the cleanup, the destroyer squad's leader used a green orb of energy to gather the strange, dark remains left from the battle. As he stepped forward, he accidentally crushed a piece of debris on the floor, which suddenly exploded in a blast of bright blue electrical energy. He jumped back in pain, yelling at the force of the shock as Su Qingying looked on in surprise. This new discovery only made things more mysterious. The remains, which they now realized belonged to Candle Knight, were crackling with leftover electricity. The squad leader turned to Su Qingying, questioning her report. He reminded her she had said the pioneer had a yang attribute, yet this incredibly strong electrical power told a different story. The two leaders knelt to look at the electrically charged body. Su Qingying was stunned by the pure strength of the thunder power left behind, confirming it was a high-tier power. This led the destroyer squad's leader to a new idea. Maybe two high-level pioneers had appeared, one to kill the serpent and another to kill Candle Knight, before leaving together. Su Qingying knew that wasn't right. She struggled with how to explain the unbelievable truth, remembering the image of the lone pioneer holding both crackling blue lightning and roaring golden fire. She knew no one would believe that a single person could have two different top-level powers. Having just one made you a genius. Having two was almost unheard of. The impossible proof was right in front of them. The burning skeleton of the giant serpent was the work of a Yang Flame Walker, while the electrified body of Candle Knight was the clear mark of a Thunder Tyrant. The combined squads could only look on in complete disbelief, wondering what kind of monster this mysterious pioneer really was. As reinforcements from the association arrived, Su Qingying was glad she had left team members outside. If she had been inside too long without checking in, they would have reported her missing. She grimly realized the rescue team now at the scene had originally been sent to collect their bodies. Her two subordinates, who were knocked out by the serpent's poison, finally woke up. They scrambled to her side, crying with relief that their captain was still alive. With the threat gone, the association's team began their work. Their job had changed from a rescue to a forensic investigation. Using advanced scanning tech, they carefully analyzed the leftover spiritual energy and the battle signs, trying to piece together what happened for their report back to headquarters. Soon, one of the specialists approached Su Qingying and the destroyer squad's leader with his findings. He reported that after comparing all the data, from fighting habits to the way both monsters were killed, there was a 99% probability that one person was responsible for killing both of them. The two squad leaders stared at each other, their faces showing both shock and serious concern. The other squad members murmured to each other in disbelief. They were processing the fact that they had been saved by a pioneer with two different high-tier powers, something they never thought was possible. They knew either monster could have easily killed them all, yet this powerhouse had finished them both off, seeming to use single strikes. The power difference between them and this mysterious person was just ridiculous. Understanding the huge importance of this discovery, Su Qingying contacted her superior. She reported that the information on her target had been significantly updated. Looking up at the hole in the ceiling, she confirmed that the mysterious pioneer from the university and the powerful individual codenamed Tyrant were, in fact, the same person. Back in his office, the association superior listened calmly to her report. After thinking about the information, he gave a new command, telling Xiao Su to pause her mission for now. He explained that the pioneer had saved her team, killed the monsters, and secured the area. These were not the actions of an enemy. He added that he and Old Han, Major Han Li, didn't agree on the matter, and for her own safety and to avoid leaving a bad impression on their powerful potential ally, she was to stop all contact with the tyrant for the time being. While on the phone with her boss, Su Qingying, though she had agreed to pause her mission, couldn't help but add one more piece of information. She told him she had one more theory, based on what happened when she had tracked Tyrant to the back mountain where he was advancing his power. Her boss, interested, asked her to explain. She explained that during that encounter, she had sensed an incredibly strong aura where he was active. At the time, she suspected he might have a spiritual weapon but thought it was unlikely. However, now that it was confirmed he had two high-tier powers, the possibility seemed much more real. The association superior was surprised by this new information, questioning if the pioneer really had a spiritual weapon. He quickly became skeptical, leaning back and saying it was highly unlikely. He argued that no matter how talented, a solo pioneer couldn't possibly have such a rare item without outside help. Furthermore, he added, the team had found no traces of a third spiritual energy, which would usually come from a separately made spiritual weapon. Su Jingying quickly corrected him, clarifying an important detail. The spiritual weapon aura she had sensed during her first encounter with him was clearly a yang attribute. This new information completely changed things. The superior's eyes widened as he understood what this meant. If the weapon's attribute came directly from the user's own yang energy, it meant he wasn't just using a weapon, he was creating it. This led to an amazing conclusion. If he could create his own spiritual weapons, then he had to be a spirit creation realm cultivator. Such a being could theoretically do this alone, but that level of power was almost mythical. Su Qingying was floored by this idea, knowing that cultivators at that level were extremely rare, with barely more than 2 in the entire world. The superior then thought of an even more terrifying possibility. If this person did have a third, separate attribute, it would shift the balance of power and shake the entire pioneer community. He explained that according to all known research, different attributes clash inside the human body, making it nearly impossible for them to exist together. So far, no pioneer had ever been confirmed to have 3 different spiritual attributes. Therefore, if the pioneer truly had a spiritual weapon, the fact that they didn't detect a third energy signature from it might actually be a good thing. As the call ended, the superior was left with a single worrying thought. He could only hope that such a powerful pioneer would never become an enemy of humanity. Back at his apartment, Fang Yi stood thoughtfully under a hot shower, washing away the dirt and tiredness from his recent battle. As he dried off, he thought about the current state of the world. He knew there was less than a year until the official spiritual energy revival, but dangerous monsters and strange events were already happening more and more often. He used his yang attribute to easily dry his clothes, his hand glowing with golden energy as he thought about how many pioneers, like himself, had already started cultivating on their own. He thought back to the aggressive men he had met at the lava river, realizing that once the connection between the body and the spiritual world was opened, people naturally became more sensitive to the world's changes. He recognized that even without the country's official approval, many self-trained pioneers had already reached the 1-star Ghost Axe realm. The fact that the government, through agents like Su Qingying, was now reaching out to wild pioneers like him showed that both sides were in a relatively peaceful phase of mutual exploration. Standing in his room, thinking about Major Han Li and Su Qingying, he concluded that for now, the monsters were still under control, and there was no serious conflict yet among the different pioneer groups. However, as he finished getting dressed, he knew this peace was fragile. The government had already created the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, but it still hadn't told the public about it. He understood their strategy perfectly. While people were talking more about local problems and strange events, the government was walking a fine line, trying to both protect humanity and give subtle early warnings without causing mass panic. Despite his recent victories, Fang Yi's analysis of the world situation was still grim. He knew the problem was the government's lack of confidence to officially start a full-scale cultivation era. With such a huge population, he understood that once the full truth was revealed, society would likely collapse into chaos and death. In the current state, even official pioneers couldn't stop the inevitable chaos, and the mix of internal problems and external threats from monsters would only make things worse. He admitted that the government's gentle, careful approach wasn't wrong, knowing that human fear and panic could be more destructive than any monster. However, what truly worried him was how fast the monsters were developing, which was far exceeding his expectations. He reviewed the information on the creatures he had just fought. They were a typical product of dark attribute contamination, specifically the shadow attribute, a sub-branch of dark energy that his system identified as a natural enemy to pioneers, and currently something he couldn't absorb. He realized these monsters were far smarter than typical beasts, working together to trap and kill pioneers, whom they saw as a good food source. He knew, however, that these creatures were still much weaker than the true dark-type monsters he remembered from his previous life. Monsters that could destroy entire countries on their own. Still, the close call was a serious reminder of the growing danger. He was certain that if he hadn't been there, Su Qingying and her entire squad would have been wiped out. A bit of hope sparked inside him as he thought about the system's wording. The fact that the dark attribute was only temporarily unabsorbable suggested that once certain conditions were met, he might be able to use its power himself. a possibility that could be key to winning in the future. He reviewed his current abilities. He now possessed the golden sun breathing technique of the yang attribute, the divine thunder tempering of the thunder attribute, and the crimson flame blade technique. With these perfectly suited, high-tier techniques and his current strength as a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm pioneer, he knew very few could match him. Yet, as he stood surrounded by his own great power, he knew with absolute certainty that it was still not enough. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his phone ringing. He picked it up, surprised to see a call from his auntie. On the other end of the line, his aunt asked about his health before explaining the real reason for her call. She told him that his cousin was coming to study in the city and, worried for her safety, asked if she could stay at his place for a few days instead of a hotel. Feng Yi was taken aback, his memory of his cousin extremely fuzzy. All he could recall was a quiet, straight-A student who was obsessed with her studies. He couldn't even remember what she looked like. Despite this, he agreed, telling his aunt that there was a spare room. When he asked when she would be arriving, his aunt simply replied that she would give the cousin his address and let her come over by herself. Elsewhere, in a dark room lit only by a computer monitor, a person with long, almost claw-like fingers typed quickly on a keyboard. The person, wearing a big hoodie with bare ears, was finishing a phone call with her mother. Her mother, who was Feng Yi's aunt, told her that she should arrive at her cousin's place by tomorrow afternoon and that she would bring some specialty snacks. The person politely ended the call, saying it was no trouble and that she had something else to do. On her screen was a chat window for a group called Spiritual Energy Revival, Martial Arts Vanguard Team. The user, Feng Heiju, had just announced her arrival in the city and her plans to stay at her cousin's place. After ending the call, she clicked her mouse, pulling up a new window. It was a rumor alert about an internet-famous town, now nicknamed Death Town, where 3 more people had vanished in relation to a pork beast challenge. A gruesome, blood-splattered image of the town was with the article. With glowing glasses reflecting the screen, Feng Heiju identified the location as Yanghuo Town. Her interest clearly sparked. Her browsing was interrupted when her mother entered the room, asking if she had finished packing. Feng Heiju told her mother that she was packed, but that she'd rather stay in a hotel than bother her cousin. Her mother insisted, saying it was much safer than staying alone and that she trusted the cousin completely. Gently pushing her daughter out the door, her mother gave her some final advice. Be sure not to cause trouble and help out around the house when she could. Feng Heiju reassured her mother that she understood. Once the door was closed, Feng Heiju let out a small sigh, preparing herself for the visit. She thought of it as just one more hurdle to overcome. Adjusting her glasses with a flash of determination, she resolved that no matter what her cousin was like, he couldn't possibly be more difficult to handle than a monster. The next day, under a bright blue sky, a young woman with long dark hair and glasses pulled a suitcase toward an apartment building. She checked her phone, confirming that the map had led her to the correct destination. Looking up at the building, she murmured to herself that this must be the place, ready to finally meet the cousin she barely remembered. As Lin Yi stood outside the apartment building, Fang Yi came out, carrying a bag. She called out, asking if he was her cousin. He stopped, surprised, and asked if she was Lin Yi to confirm, though he admitted to himself that he didn't recognize her at all. An awkward silence hung between them for a moment. Later, inside the apartment, they sat on the couch, making polite conversation. Fang Yi asked if she was in the city for a summer camp, which she confirmed. He told her to let him know if she needed anything, and she thanked him. After their brief chat, he gave her the key to her room, which was across from his, before going to his own room. As she watched him leave, she felt relieved, thinking her cousin seemed easy to get along with and wouldn't get in her business. However, Fang Yi was not clueless. From the moment she sat down, he had sensed a faint but strange spiritual aura from her. He wondered if his senses were off, or if she just wasn't good enough to hide her power. He immediately suspected that she was also a pioneer. The aura he felt was faint but clear, and he realized her story about a summer camp was probably a cover for her real reason for being in the city. Meanwhile, in her room, Lin Yi was on her phone, confirming Fang Yi's suspicions. She messaged her pioneer group, the Martial Arts Vanguard Team, saying her cousin seemed nice and wouldn't interfere. The chat turned to recent events, with members talking about the powerful pioneer at the lava river. Lin Yi warned her team to be careful, as many powerful people were still hiding. After agreeing to wait for her signal, she logged off. She decided it was best not to do any cultivation for now, worried her cousin might discover her secret. 3 days passed. Fang Yi soon found that living with his cousin was making his cultivation difficult. His meditations could be interrupted at any time, like when she came out of the bathroom wrapped only in a towel. He also worried that the bright golden aura from his breathing technique was too obvious and would be impossible to hide. But the hardest part was her overwhelming kindness. One evening, she proudly gave him a delicious-looking dinner she had made. He tried to insist on doing the dishes, but she refused, saying it was the least she could do. He found her perfect politeness and extreme cleanliness almost strange. Despite the trouble, Fang Yi decided to go along with it. He thought that by letting her be overly helpful, he might get her to let her guard down. He knew this was the only way he could find out what she was really up to. Their quiet dinner was interrupted when her phone on the table began to vibrate. Both cousins glanced at the message, their expressions surprised for a moment. Fang Yi used the chance to excuse himself, saying he would go back to his room while she chatted. His cousin could only quietly reply as he left. Left alone, she stared thoughtfully after him for a moment before turning to her phone. Sitting on her bed, she took the call, her expression turning serious. She repeated the information she was getting, confirming that the great change of heaven and earth would happen again the next day at 3 in the afternoon, and she promised she would be there. Fang Yi easily overheard his cousin's phone conversation. She agreed to meet at the entrance of Yanghuo Town. He recognized the name as an internet-famous town in the suburbs, about an hour's drive away. With his suspicions confirmed, he watched her through the wall, his own spiritual energy flaring. He was now certain his cousin was also a pioneer. He was confident, however, that with her current strength, she wouldn't be able to sense him spying. He was impressed by her power. She was still just a middle school student, but she had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm and was close to another breakthrough. He wondered if her high natural talent was the reason for her somewhat strange personality. He now understood her real purpose in the city. The summer camp was just an excuse. She had learned about the coming great change of heaven and earth, and had come to be at the center of it. He knew that every one of these great changes was a chance to get a new technique to increase his own strength. He wondered what kind of power would appear this time. In the end, it didn't matter. With a determined look, he decided that whatever power appeared, he would take it for himself. In her room, his cousin suddenly paused, feeling a strange sensation. She looked around, wondering if it was just her imagination or if someone had been watching her. Seeing nothing but the moonlit mountains outside, she dismissed the feeling and continued her preparations. The next day, the town of Yanghuo was buzzing with activity, with its mountains in the background. At the town's entrance, Lin Yiyi met a friend from her pioneer group. The friend playfully teased Yiyi about her cousin, asking if he was handsome. Yiyi replied that he was a good person, but just an ordinary-looking guy. Her friend sighed in disappointment. Just then, another woman from their group arrived, a redhead in a purple dress. She reminded the first friend that Yiyi herself had always said she was just an ordinary person. With the rest of their team there, the redhead announced it was time to get to business. One of the male members asked if a certain she was not coming. The redhead confirmed it would just be the 6 of them, adding that the missing member was always mysterious. Unknown to them, Fang Yi was watching from a nearby cafe balcony, his sword beside him. He noted that his cousin's little squad seemed to be pretty low-key. From where he was, he could sense their strength. The weakest was at the 2-star Ghost Axe level, and the man who had spoken was even a 3-star. He also overheard them say their team was usually stronger, with one powerful member often absent. As he sat watching, his attention was drawn to the mountains overlooking the town. His eyes narrowed with anticipation, sensing this was where the real event was about to happen. High in the mountains, the great change of heaven and earth finally happened. A giant green vine came down from the clouds, looking like the beanstalk from the fairy tale. This strange event would appear randomly and wasn't destructive, but for pioneers, it was an important key to understanding the changes in their world. Deep in the misty mountains, Lin Yi and her squad finally saw the incredible sight. The red-haired leader looked up in awe, confirming this was what they were looking for. The group stood in disbelief before the massive, pulsing vine. However, the awe quickly turned to fear. The group's adventurous friend suddenly grew pale and urged the others to stop, saying they shouldn't go any further. She was trembling with dread. She explained that seeing the vine in person gave her a terrible feeling. The leader then asked if they had seen the rumors on their internal pioneer forums. The friend's fear came from a dark story. She said she knew some of the pioneers from a team that had tried to touch the vine the last time it appeared. They were powerful, much stronger than she was, yet they all met a horrible end. She explained that after they came here, they were all buried, their skeletons now twisted within the roots of a dark version of the vine. Overcome with terror, she clutched her head in panic. She confessed she had a feeling they would all suffer the same fate. As she spoke, the reality around the group changed, and they were no longer on a mountain path. Instead, they were trapped inside a terrifying, pulsating, fleshy red cavern, the ground itself a gross mass of organic tendrils. The vision of their death was just a scary premonition. Back on the misty mountain path, the squad's adventurous friend, scammed in an online romance, was still shaken by the feeling of dread. She admitted that while she was originally ready to take the pioneer's risk, to either come back rich or die, the moment she saw the vine, she felt an overwhelming fear. Her gut told her this was a new, unknown, and powerful high-level monster, a mutation she couldn't handle. Tears filled her eyes as she said she wasn't ready to die here and wanted to back out. The red-haired leader and Lin Yi looked at their upset teammate with understanding. They confirmed they had all felt the same heavy feeling from the vine. Lin Yi explained it further, describing it as a feeling of complete emptiness within the wood-type vine. It was a strange feeling, as if all life had been swallowed by time, leaving only an empty shell. This, she explained, was why they all felt so scared. The group came to a scary conclusion. The vine was trying to eat their life force. Just as the fearful friend was about to panic, Lin Yi grabbed her hand, her face showing fierce determination. She declared that this was the path of the martial pioneer, a path that required them to face such dangers directly. Unseen by the group, Fang Yi watched from a nearby cliff. He, too, could sense the heavy, suffocating death energy coming from the giant vine. He noted that out of all the world monsters he had faced, besides the pure dark attribute, this vine gave him the worst feeling. He had to admit, the small squad had serious guts to even think about cultivating in such a dangerous place. He analyzed the monster more closely. While it was clearly a plant, a symbol of life, it felt completely lifeless. It wasn't really alive, but a dead thing pretending to be living, with no spiritual energy of its own. He could see it was stained with the blood and bodies of its past victims. Back with the squad, Lin Yi took charge. She stood on a cliff edge, speaking to her team with new purpose. She told them they didn't have much time to waste. Knowing the danger, she suggested a new plan. They would carefully sense the energy around the area, checking out the monster without getting too close. Confident in her plan, Lin Yi believed that by sensing the monster's energy from a distance, her team would be safe enough. She found a spot high in a tree and began to meditate, surrounding herself in a protective bubble of blue spiritual energy. From a clifftop far away, Fang Yi watched them. He was impressed by their caution, noting they had chosen a distance that was both safe and good for cultivating. He gave credit to his top student cousin for correctly figuring out the best range, a position that was neither too reckless nor too timid. As Yi's cultivation grew stronger, the spiritual energy around her began to surge. Fang Yi watched in surprise, realizing she was about to have a breakthrough to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. He was genuinely impressed. His cousin was truly talented. In a bright flash of blue light, she successfully broke through. Her teammates watched in awe, amazed that she had already reached such a high level of power. However, the huge energy disturbance from her breakthrough did not go unnoticed. Deep in the forest, the sleeping roots of the giant vine began to twist and glow with a scary green light. The pioneers felt the ground shake, and one of the men looked back in alarm. The whole group panicked as the monstrous vine began moving directly toward them, its tendrils bursting from the earth. The team's leader was shocked that the creature could have possibly sensed them from so far away. The vine's attack was fast and brutal. Vicious green tendrils shot up from the ground, trapping 2 of the male pioneers. The rest of the squad scattered in fear as their friend screamed for them to run, warning that if they didn't escape now, they would all die there. The team's leader quickly realized what caused the disaster. Yi's breakthrough had created too much of a disturbance, getting the monster's attention. As she shouted a warning, dark green tendrils began to wrap around Yi's protective bubble, which was still shielding her while she was weak after her breakthrough. The leader knew they couldn't get caught. Once the vine wrapped around them, its deathly aura would eat them instantly. Under the immense pressure, Yi's energy shield began to crack. Chaos broke out as the red-haired leader tried to pull her panicked friend to safety. The friend screamed that they couldn't leave Yi behind, but the leader replied desperately, asking what she was supposed to do. She furiously asked if she should use her own precious spiritual energy to protect Yi, basically dying so her teammate could level up. As chaos erupted around them, the red-haired leader tried to calm one of her male teammates, who was arguing that they should leave Lin Yi to save themselves. He coldly said that life and death were up to fate, and if they didn't leave right away, they would all die with her. He reminded her that they were all just people who had met by chance, and that she was being too emotional. This cold, practical view, however, only made the leader angrier. She shoved him aside, shouting that she would not leave her teammate, even if it meant going against the rest of them. From his clifftop spot, Fang Yi watched the scene. He knew his cousin, still just a student, was probably unaware of how much danger she was in as she remained weak in her meditative state. The vine's power was overwhelming, and he wasn't sure if even he could save her with his current strength. But he knew he had to act fast, as the tendrils were already starting to crush her protective barrier. He clenched his fist, a golden aura flaring around him. He had made a promise to his aunt to take care of her, and a promise made must be kept. The red-haired leader jumped into action, leaping through the grabbing vines to reach Yi Yi. She landed a powerful kick against one of the tendrils, breaking it with the force of the hit. But her victory didn't last long. Dozens more vines shot out, wrapping around her and trapping her completely. Just as the vines were about to crush her, Yi Yi's protective shield finally broke. But before the monstrous plant could grab its new victims, Fang Yi stepped in. Leaping through the air, he sent out 2 arcs of bright golden energy from his sword. The rest of Yi Yi's squad could only watch in horror, screaming her name as they saw her shield break. A massive, fiery, phoenix-shaped blast of energy shot down from the sky, hitting the mass of vines with explosive force. Fang Yi landed gracefully in the now cleared area, a small pillar of golden flame rising from the ground where he stood, having saved both his cousin and her brave leader just in time. As Fang Yi floated in a bright aura of golden light, just his presence was enough to overwhelm the deathly vine. The surviving members of the pioneer squad watched in stunned silence as the monstrous plant, which had just been moments from killing them all, stopped its attack and began to pull back from the overwhelming yang energy. The tendrils pulled back from the intense light, hissing and dissolving as they retreated. As Fang Yi came down, surrounded in a radiant glow, the pioneers could only cover their eyes from the blinding light, barely able to understand what was happening. The practical male pioneer who had suggested leaving Yi Yi was completely shocked, questioning if this newcomer was another pioneer. The red-haired leader, just as stunned, recognized the power for what it was, the purest form of the yang attribute. She knew that only a high-tier power of this level could possibly push back such a powerful, life-draining monster. The male pioneer had a crisis of confidence. He had always thought of himself as extremely talented, having reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in a very short time, a feat few in the country could match. He knew that even the talented Lin Yi Yi's skill barely matched his own, and yet this mysterious stranger was on a completely different level. He looked down at his own hands, then up at the glowing figure on the clifftop, feeling completely insignificant. If pioneers like that existed, he wondered, then what were they? The newcomer hadn't just beaten him, he had beaten all of them with his pure, overwhelming power. As Fang Yi stood bathed in the golden light of his power, his system activated. It had detected the extreme wood attribute from the deathly vine and had started the auto-writing process, quickly finishing a new technique. The system window then showed the details of his new ability. Endless Vitality, a technique that could instantly absorb all nearby life force to quickly heal injuries. As the power of the vine flowed into him, he was surrounded in a surge of green, life-giving energy. He was amazed at the incredible wood attribute technique he had just gotten, realizing that as long as there was life nearby, he now had what was basically a non-stop energy-absorbing engine. As Fang Yi absorbed the last of the anomaly's power, his system successfully extracted the vine's main attribute. A notification confirmed it. Extracted attribute, Desolation. The system described its scary power, the ability to instantly create a desolate aura that would destroy all surrounding life. Fang Yi stood calmly in the swirling green energy, fully taking in the new power. When he opened his eyes, they glowed with the same vibrant green as the desolate vine. He stood in the now lifeless clearing, a faint green aura around him. He now understood why the vine could only grow in such a dangerous, remote place. If it grew anywhere else, it would drain every bit of life for miles around. He thought about the ruthless nature of the desolation attribute, a powerful force that forcibly stole the life force of others. His thoughts were interrupted by a grateful voice. The red-haired leader of the pioneer group approached, her clothes torn and her body bruised, but she was alive. She thanked him greatly, saying that without him, they would all be dead. She then asked how they could possibly repay him for saving their lives. Fang Yi simply waved her off, coolly telling her there was no need and that they would meet again someday. He then turned and walked away. In his mind, however, he didn't feel like a hero. He knew that he had only found this opportunity because of their information. In his mind, he was the one who had benefited from the situation. As for the conflict he had seen among the pioneers, he wasn't concerned. With a final leap, he launched himself into the air, leaving the stunned squad behind. He knew that people's true characters are easily shown in a crisis, and a disorganized team like theirs would not be safe in the dangerous new era. Left in the empty clearing, the adventurous girl and the shaggy-haired man watched him go. The girl, still in shock, wondered aloud what they should do now. The man, however, answered her with a bitter, blaming tone, asking if she now regretted her earlier hesitation to save their teammates. With the immediate threat gone, and Lin Yi now at the third tier, the red-haired leader knew their best option was to stick together. Sometime later, Yi's eyes opened, glowing a brilliant blue as she came out of her meditation. Her teammates rushed to her side, relieved she was finally awake. The male pioneer who had suggested leaving her now said that their fate depended on their leader's wisdom, but another teammate said their focus should be on the mysterious stranger who had saved them. Still confused, Yi asked what had happened. Noticing her other teammates lying unconscious on the ground, she stood up and was immediately hit by the powerful burning warmth of a leftover yang attribute on a nearby tree. She could feel its intense heat even from a distance. The shaggy-haired man then stepped forward, offering to explain what had happened while she was unconscious. Later that day, back in front of her cousin's apartment, Yi was still trying to understand the incredible events. She couldn't believe that someone so powerful actually existed. Her teammates' words echoed in her mind. He had called the mysterious pioneer a monster. He had described how the vines they couldn't even scratch had been easily pushed back by his power, and how the massive beanstalk had retreated far into the sky, no longer daring to come near them. Such was the overwhelming presence of the man who had saved them. She knew that even though he was long gone, the vine was still calm, a sign of his lingering power. She opened the door to the apartment and was surprised to find Fang Yi there to greet her. He looked at her with concern, noticing that she looked a little pale. Yi quickly pulled herself together, forcing a smile as she brushed off his concern, blaming her tiredness on a long day of studying. Fang Yi accepted her excuse, telling her she had worked hard and should go rest. He offered to order takeout for dinner, and she agreed before heading to her room. Once inside, she collapsed onto her bed, completely exhausted. She knew that breakthroughs were mentally draining, requiring a lot of concentration. She felt more tired than if she had stayed up for a month straight. Lying on her bed and scrolling through her phone, she felt a sense of relief. She was no longer an ordinary person. She wouldn't die from a few all-nighters. She accepted that this constant, life-threatening struggle was the fate of a pioneer in a world where things had begun to change. She thought of her cousin's seemingly normal, peaceful life and knew that such a life was no longer possible for her. Her quiet thoughts were interrupted by a new message in her Pioneer group chat. It was from a user named Jiaolan, the mysterious, powerful member who was usually absent. Jiaolan had sent a simple, direct message. "If there are any more traces of that strong man, please inform me." This was the first time Jiaolan had ever spoken in the group, and it immediately got Yi's attention. She replied, agreeing to the request, before asking her own question to the group. She asked if they thought the man who had saved them could be the same one from the Dark River Lava Dragon incident, and if so, why he would have helped them. The group chat immediately lit up with a post about the mysterious high-tier Yang attribute master. The post described his sun-splitting slash in great detail, telling how the witness had been forced out of the cave by a blast of white-hot light. The author of the post declared with total certainty that no other pioneer in the Xia country could match his power, and warned everyone to stay away if they ever met him. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was heading out for the evening on his bicycle. He was confident that after the day's events, his cousin would have let her guard down around him, letting him come and go without making her suspicious. With his new freedom, he had a new mission in mind. It was time to find a suitable carrier for his new desolation attribute. He knew that this power was most compatible with plants, and he pedaled off into the night to begin his search. As he rode through the night, Fang Yi thought about the best way to use his newly acquired desolation attribute. He knew that despite its power, it was still a bad attribute at its core, based on destruction and decay. He worried that putting it on his own body could lead to bad reactions. Furthermore, he was concerned that its evil nature might conflict with the good, purifying power of his thunder attribute. He decided that the best solution would be to find a carrier for the attribute, something like the strange vine itself. He guessed that the original vine monster had been born when a regular plant sensed the return of rich spiritual energy and chose to evolve, creating the desolation attribute as a way to gather more power. With this in mind, a plan began to form in his mind. With a confident smirk, he knew exactly where he needed to go. He followed a moonlit road, guided by a sign pointing toward the forest park. He arrived at the large urban park and left his bike, going into the woods. Under the bright full moon, he walked through a field of vibrant, glowing flowers. He knew he needed to find the perfect lucky one, a plant that could create the greatest connection with his own spiritual energy and show a sense of closeness to him. Closing his eyes, he focused, reaching out with his own spiritual energy. A vibrant green aura flowed from him, spreading throughout the forest and covering the plants. He could feel a response from the plants, a wave of their own spiritual energy rising up to meet his. He noted that while their response was a lot, it still wasn't strong enough for what he needed. As Fang Yi continued to send out his spiritual energy, he realized he needed a much stronger response from the plants around him. Suddenly, he stopped, his attention drawn to a specific spot in the forest. There, in the tall grass, a single white flower with a glowing center gently swayed, as if calling to him. He wondered if this was the one he had been searching for. He approached it carefully and reached out his finger. As his fingertip touched it, the flower's petals closed around it, and he could feel it absorbing the spiritual energy he was giving off. The flower then bloomed again, seemingly happy, as if it had just had a good meal. Fang Yi knelt beside the flower, a small smile on his face. He noted its strong spirituality. Though it was just a plant, it had reacted to his touch like a greedy puppy, eagerly eating his spiritual energy and then rubbing against his fingers for more. He knew he had found his carrier. Out of the entire forest, this small flower had the strongest reaction to his aura, making it the perfect container for the desolation attribute. He told the flower that it was the chosen one and asked if it was ready. Without waiting for an answer, he unleashed a vortex of green spiritual energy, focusing it entirely on the small white flower. A system window appeared, asking for confirmation. Do you want to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this plant? With his eyes glowing a vibrant green, he gave his consent. A brilliant light erupted from his hand as the flower began to transform, its petals opening into a much larger, more complex, and powerful form. The implantation process was finished in a bright flash of green light. Fang Yi was surprised for a moment by the sudden burst of power. The small, simple white flower had been completely changed. Its petals had opened into a beautiful, lotus-like flower, and its leaves had grown thick and bright, all of it glowing with a powerful green aura. The newly powered flower immediately began to show its influence. It released a massive wave of desolation energy, its roots digging into the ground as it drew power. The effect was instant and destructive. The green, healthy forest around Fang Yi was drained of its life in seconds, the trees dying and the ground turning to dust. He was amazed at the pure, evil power of the desolation attribute. In just a few moments, the energy had eaten the entire section of the forest and was still spreading quickly. As the flower's light began to fade and its form shrank to a smaller size, Fang Yi knew he had to leave. If he let the process go on any longer, the huge energy disturbance would surely get the attention of the Spiritual Energy Association. He reached down and plucked the glowing flower from the ground, roots and all. He knew this park was a risky place for such an experiment. Being so close to the city center, it was certainly watched by the association, who were worried about how the spiritual energy revival could turn even normal plants into dangerous threats. He had noticed the increased number of security cameras and the lack of any other people in the park when he arrived. As he walked away, holding his new prize, he noticed something incredible. The flower was still absorbing energy from the air, surviving and even doing well without its roots connected to the earth. He looked at it more closely, a smile of wonder on his face. He found it magical that its spirituality hadn't weakened at all since being pulled up, especially since it had been just an ordinary wildflower moments before he chose it. This led him to a deep conclusion. By giving the desolation attribute to the plant, he had unlocked its evolutionary potential, setting it on a path to becoming something far greater than it was ever meant to be. Just as Fang Yi was about to leave the park, a loud alarm blared through the forest, its red light flashing. A loud robotic voice gave a serious warning. Abnormal value exceeded. Fang Yi immediately realized that even though he tried to be quick, he had still set off the park's monitoring system. With no time to waste, he grabbed his newly acquired desolation flower and quickly left. Miles away, in a high-tech control room labeled Spiritual Energy Revival Plant Research Department, the same alarms blared. Technicians scrambled, shouting that the anomaly value was going crazy and demanding to know what was happening. An order was quickly given. All staff were to put on their protective bracelets, enter the park, and immediately block off the area, stopping anyone from entering or leaving. A team in full protective gear entered the now lifeless section of the forest. One member checked the reading on his wrist device, which showed a dangerously high value of 30. He noted that this was terrifyingly high. For comparison, the incident at Qingcheng University had only ranged between 8 and 10, and even the powerful Dark River lava dragon had peaked at 25. Another team member added that the park's original spiritual energy level had never even gone above 10. As one of the researchers took a soil sample, another reported his strange findings. The air humidity, surface temperature, and sunlight were all completely normal. Yet, all the plants in the area looked as if they had been drained of their life in a matter of seconds. The team leader decided they needed to get closer to the center to figure out what kind of spiritual attribute could have caused such an event. However, as one of the members stepped forward, another researcher with glasses, who seemed to be a senior member, shouted at him to stop and not get any closer. He warned them with serious authority not to touch anything, identifying the leftover energy as the desolation attribute. He then asked if any of them knew about the vine that had recently come down from the sky. The younger researchers were stunned into silence. One of them finally found his voice, realizing with growing horror that the senior researcher was talking about the infamous devil-like vine that had already been classified as an A-level mutation. The senior researcher confirmed their fears. Standing before a ghostly image of the vine with the souls of its victims trapped at its base, he explained the source of its terrifying power. The reason it was so deadly, the reason it had killed so many pioneers, was its natural desolation attribute. A powerful parasitic ability that drained the life force from all surrounding creatures, making everything it touched its own. The young researcher, who had been about to step into the dead area, clutched his chest, sweating and gasping in terror. He thanked his superior, realizing that he had just been saved from certain death. The senior researcher explained that the area around any plant that had awakened the desolation attribute was a dead zone, where anyone who entered would have their life force eaten. He remembered seeing data on another such plant in the Xia country, a rotting ancient tree in a forbidden zone in Wan City that instantly destroyed any life that came near it. He looked around at the lifeless clearing with serious concern, noting that the mutation of plants in this new era could not be ignored. From what they knew, the desolation attribute was the strongest a plant could awaken, and now, in addition to the ancient tree and the celestial vine, a third had been born. His lecture was interrupted by a hand clapping him on the shoulder. The research team turned in surprise to see the stern face of Major Han Li, who had arrived with his own group of soldiers. The major had already been told about the situation. He ordered all the researchers on site to change into the advanced protective suits his men had brought, and to follow him into the contaminated area. With Major Han Li leading the way, the newly equipped team, now joined by Su Qingying, stepped firmly into the dead zone. As they moved forward with their scanners, they made a series of confusing discoveries. They couldn't find a source for the desolation energy, and the aura itself was quickly fading, the level having dropped to 25 in the few minutes since they arrived. This went against what they knew about the celestial vine, which was supposed to be able to move. Major Han Li turned to Su Qingying, suggesting they investigate the area more closely. She agreed, her expression serious. As Major Han Li and Su Qingying began their investigation, two members of the team with glowing blue auras started tracing the flow of the leftover spiritual energy. The energy trails led them from the outer edges of the dead zone back to a single starting point. As they got closer, they stopped, their faces filled with shock. The Major and Su Qingying realized the horrifying truth at the same time. The source of the desolation energy had been dug up and taken away. A researcher in a protective suit couldn't believe what he was hearing, questioning how such a thing was even possible. Major Han Li knew that if someone truly had the power to enter a desolation dead zone and steal its source, their identity was extremely important. Su Jingying, however, had another theory. She showed a glowing data pad to the Major, explaining that after running a big data analysis, they had found a person whose movements matched both this incident and another recent mutation. The file on the screen showed a picture of Fang Yi, his name clearly visible. Just then, Major Li told Su Qingying that he would send her all of Fang Yi's information, confirming that he was highly likely the same pioneer she had been in contact with. With that, he tipped his hat, saying the rest was up to her association to handle. Left alone in the desolate woods, Su Qingying held the datapad, her expression one of grim understanding. 2 hours later, back in his apartment, Fang Yi carefully placed his new desolation flower into a small pot. He smiled, thinking that this was his first time raising a flower. He affectionately named it the obedient little white flower, and told it that since it now had the desolation attribute, it would cultivate on its own and become a powerful helper for him. He knew its special, life-draining powers would be a great help in battle, and its simple appearance would be the perfect camouflage, easily hidden from his cousin. As he gently touched a petal, he thought that in the dangerous new world, raw power was only part of the equation. The real key to victory was having more secret weapons. Fang Yi's quiet evening was interrupted by his phone buzzing on the table. He picked it up, surprised to see the caller ID, Old Wang. He immediately recognized the name as his childhood friend, Wang Liang, whom he hadn't seen in the 3 years since he'd left to join the army. A brief flashback showed the two as close friends in their school days, a bond that was broken when Wang Liang suddenly announced his decision to enlist. Fang Yi answered the call. On the other end, Wang Liang's cheerful voice greeted him, asking if he was back in town and inviting him out for a drink at their old spot. Fang Yi was taken aback by how sudden it all was. Wang Liang just laughed, adding that he had a big secret to tell him and that he shouldn't be shocked when he heard it. However, the seemingly friendly reunion was a carefully planned setup. After hanging up the phone, it was revealed that Wang Liang was not alone. He was in a dimly lit room, reporting to a tough and heavily scarred woman with long red hair and a high-ranking military uniform. Su Jingying was also at the table. Wang Liang confirmed to the officer that he had done as instructed. He then made a special request, asking that if Fang Yi was not the person they were looking for, they would guarantee his safety. The red-haired officer tapped her finger impatiently on the table. She coldly dismissed his concern, ordering him to simply do his mission and not do anything unnecessary. With a chilling lack of feeling, she added that if Fang Yi turned out to be the wrong person, Wang Liang should just consider it a punishment for his friend. At a quiet bar, Fang Yi and Wang Liang toasted with their beer glasses. They sat and drank, catching up after being apart for 3 years. Fang Yi noticed his old friend seemed much more mature and guessed that his time in the army must have been hard. Wang Liang talked about his experiences in the military before asking Fang Yi how he had been. Fang Yi gave a simple reply, saying he was doing well and had gone to college. As he drank his beer, he thought back to his past life. In that chaotic time, he never had the chance to see Wang Liang again. He remembered that his friend, as a soldier, had probably died in some forgotten battle. He wondered if this time, in this new life, he could change his old friend's fate. Wang Liang then changed the subject, his tone becoming more serious. He asked Fang Yi if he had seen anything strange lately, like zombies or monsters from movies. Fang Yi was immediately on guard. He knew it wasn't surprising for someone in the army to know about the spiritual energy revival, but the direct question felt like a test to see what he knew. Playing dumb, Fang Yi asked what he was trying to say. Wang Liang sighed and explained that he wasn't trying to comfort him, but to warn him. He told Fang Yi that in the near future, everything they valued, education, wealth, status, would become worthless. The entire world order was about to change. Fang Yi listened closely, his face showing no emotion as he stared at his empty glass. He knew that ordinary soldiers were sworn to secrecy and couldn't leak any details about the spiritual energy revival. This confirmed his suspicion. The military had identified him as a target, and Wang Liang, his childhood friend, had been sent to test him. Wang Liang, seeing his friend's silence, tried to reassure him. He told him not to worry, that as long as he didn't reveal anything, he would be fine. But Fang Yi understood the situation. Despite his pretended ignorance, his friend was still trying to help him. Even at the risk of breaking military rules, Wang Liang was kindly warning him to be careful of the coming changes. Their conversation was suddenly cut short when Wang Liang's phone began to vibrate urgently. He answered the call, and a furious voice on the other end ordered him to return to his team immediately and report to the target location within 10 minutes. Wang Liang snapped to attention, accepting the order as Fang Yi watched in silence. He immediately jumped up, apologizing to Fang Yi and explaining that he had an urgent mission and couldn't see him home. As his friend was about to leave, Fang Yi dropped his act. He asked if the mission was related to the spiritual energy revival and told his friend to take him along. Wang Liang stopped, turning back to look at Fang Yi with a mix of shock and confusion. Fang Yi stood up and grabbed his friend by the collar. He told Wang Liang to take him to see his superiors, letting him know that he was aware of the real reason for their meeting. He reassured his friend, telling him that while he didn't know exactly what his superiors knew, he knew Wang Liang would never hurt him. He explained that he was more interested in what the military was dealing with, knowing it had to be related to the great changes happening in the world. Since the Spiritual Energy Association was already handling the monsters, he was curious what the military's role was, and he wanted to see it for himself. Wang Liang agreed, and the two of them walked toward a massive, heavily guarded military base in a mountain valley, labeled Military Number 19 Spiritual Forbidden Zone. As they got closer, Fang Yi was struck by the incredibly dense spiritual energy in the area. He noted that the concentration level was so high it had likely surpassed a standard pollution zone. As they were met by a squad of soldiers, one of them ordered Wang Liang to return to his team. After a quick check, the soldiers allowed Fang Yi to enter the base, leading him through a brightly lit corridor. Inside the military base, Fang Yi and Wang Liang were led into a massive, cavern-like training ground. There, a large group of soldiers was in a desperate battle, using crackling blue energy to hold back a monstrous, spiky black creature with a single glowing red eye. The beast fought back with fierce power, shooting a devastating beam of red energy that tore through the soldiers' ranks, causing cries of pain and fear. Standing on a raised platform, the tough, red-haired officer watched the scene with a critical eye. Fang Yi, who had been brought before her, immediately recognized the creature's power as a mix of two different attributes. The officer confirmed his thought, saying the monster was a perfect mix of the dark and flame attributes, making it exceptionally fierce and cruel. She added that it had already seriously injured several of her soldiers. A caption identified her as a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm officer named Ji Royan. Spotting Wang Liang, she barked his name, and he immediately stood at attention. She furiously asked why he had brought an unauthorized person into a restricted area, but before he could explain, she cut him off. Her expression softened a little as she told him to forget it, explaining that the situation was urgent and they needed him to join the formation immediately. She then turned her attention to Fang Yi. She saw nothing special about him, noting that his spiritual energy was only slightly active. She briefly wondered if he was the powerful pioneer they were looking for, but dismissed the thought, knowing she had to focus on the battle. She gave him a stern warning. Since he was Wang Liang's friend, she wouldn't say much, but he was in a restricted area, and his life was now his own responsibility. He was also sworn to secrecy about anything he saw. Fang Yi simply replied that he understood. With that done, Ji Royan took command. She picked up a massive energy cannon and shouted the names of two of her soldiers. The two men immediately jumped into action, their bodies covered in blue energy as they fought the monster up close. Ji Royan then aimed her cannon and fired a massive blast of pure energy at the creature. The attack hit the monster head-on, creating a huge explosion, but the creature was far from beaten. It let out an angry roar as its shadowy form began to pulse with a terrifying red light, its fanged mouth growing larger and more threatening. It was clear that the attack had only made it angrier, causing its mutation to get worse. The enraged monster lashed out with its massive claws, and one soldier shouted a warning to his comrade. The other soldier managed to block the attack, but the force of the blow sent him flying backward. Ji Royan immediately took charge, ordering her team not to be careless and to keep their distance. She knew they had to finish the creature off before it could complete its evolution. Watching from the side, Fang Yi was impressed by the soldiers' performance. He saw a well-trained team of comrades who trusted each other completely, with incredible discipline and coordination. He knew that every person was essential, and that when they worked together, they could unleash a power far greater than their individual strengths. This thought, however, was immediately broken when he realized the monster's power was increasing at a scary rate. He shouted at them to run, warning them that they were no match for the creature in its current state. But his warning was lost in the chaos. The monster shot out a massive blast of dark purple energy, sending the soldiers flying. Ji Royan refused to back down. She ordered her team to raise their alert level and upgrade the restricted area's mutation level. With a furious roar, she commanded that no one was to retreat. It was too late. The monster's transformation was complete. It now stood as a huge, demonic beast, covered in black and red flames, its eyes glowing with pure evil. One of the soldiers shouted a terrified warning. The evil dog had fully mixed with the dark attribute and completed its mutation. The creature's single eye, now a burning red orb, focused on a new target. It fixed its gaze on Wang Liang, who could only stare back, frozen in terror. As the monster prepared to strike, Ji Royan and Fang Yi both reacted in horror, realizing with a jolt that Wang Liang was in mortal danger. Just as the monster completed its evolution, lunging forward in a blast of power, a soldier was violently thrown backward by a surge of energy. Ji Royan immediately shouted for her team's attention, announcing that the C-level evil dog had fully mutated and was now reclassified as a B-level threat, requiring an immediate change in their battle plan. The soldier who had been thrown to the ground coughed up a spray of blood. Fang Yi rushed to his side, catching him and asking if he was all right. The injured soldier explained that he had been trying to send spiritual energy to the monster's restraining collar, but the creature's evolution had caused the device to violently explode. Despite coughing up a black, thick liquid, the soldier tried to be brave, telling Fang Yi not to worry about the officers of Restricted Area 19. Fang Yi could only look on with a grim, angry expression. Realizing her normal weapons were now useless, Ji Royan dropped her heavy energy cannon to the ground. She stood before her remaining troops, her determination unshaken. She gave a final, desperate order. No matter what they had to do, even if it cost them their very lives, they could not let this B-level mutation escape the restricted zone. But just as she and her team were about to make their last stand, Fang Yi stepped directly in front of her, blocking her path. Ji Royan demanded to know what he thought he was doing, but he ignored her. His eyes and hand began to glow with a brilliant blue light as arcs of raw lightning crackled around him, a clear sign that he was about to join the battle himself. Surrounded by crackling blue lightning, Fang Yi mocked the monstrous creature, his eyes glowing with power as he questioned how tough it was. He then charged toward the mutated beast, his arm a bolt of bright blue energy aimed right at the creature's head. The impact was huge, as a massive explosion of divine thunder erupted when he hit it, completely overwhelming the monster. The sheer force of the attack created a powerful shockwave that sent the nearby soldiers flying backward. One of the soldiers, stunned, said he couldn't believe it, realizing this was the same B-level monster that even their commander, Ji Royan, couldn't beat alone. Wang Liang, just as shocked, turned to Ji Royan and asked if his friend was really who they thought he was. With a serious look, she confirmed that none of them were wrong. She declared that he was, without a doubt, the pioneer known as the Tyrant. Fang Yi stood calmly before the beast, which was still on fire but clearly hurt by the lightning. Seeing it wasn't completely beaten, he noted that he would have to finish the job. He then told Ji Royan and Wang Liang to stand back for their own safety. Ji Royan watched him, thinking about how her whole squad needed a complex formation just to face a B-level threat, yet he was getting ready to handle it all by himself. She wondered what kind of power he had. She had to admit that his was the most extreme form of the thunder attribute she had ever seen. She knew that even now, he was a top-tier pioneer in the entire country, and she began to wonder about his potential once the spiritual energy revival was fully underway. As Fang Yi raised his hand, gathering even more electrical energy, a shocked look appeared on Ji Royan's face. She looked up to see a massive storm of thunder energy forming in the sky above him, and she couldn't help but wonder just how scary his power would become as he continued to evolve. With a final step forward, Fang Yi unleashed the full power of his thunder attribute. A massive pillar of bright blue lightning erupted from the ground where the monster stood, a display of power that truly matched his codename, the Tyrant. His eyes, still crackling with leftover electricity, showed a calm determination as the blinding light from his attack began to fade. The surviving soldiers watched in terror. One commented to another that the sight made his whole body shake. While he could handle the monster's corrosive dark power, the pure, destructive force of the thunder was on a completely different level. Once the dust settled, Fang Yi casually gave a thumbs up to his friend, announcing that the threat was gone. Wang Liang rushed over, shouting with relief that Fang Yi had scared him to death. Overjoyed, Wang Liang playfully punched his friend on the shoulder, laughing that he never expected his old buddy to be so powerful. The mood then shifted as Wang Liang apologized, admitting he had suspected Fang Yi was a pioneer but had to follow orders. Fang Yi brushed it off, asking why his friend was being so formal after 3 years apart and telling him he understood. Their reunion was interrupted as Ji Royan approached them. She formally thanked Fang Yi for his help, extending her hand as a sign of respect. With a slight smile, Fang Yi accepted her thanks. He shook her hand, replying that it was no trouble and that he had mainly acted to save his friend. She then formally introduced herself as Ji Royan, the warden in charge of Forbidden Area 019. She explained that since he had saved the entire base, she needed to file a proper report and asked if he would be willing to leave his contact information. Fang Yi agreed without hesitation, while Wang Liang watched from the side, silently amazed at the strange experience of seeing his tough commanding officer act so respectfully toward his childhood friend. With the formalities done, Ji Ruoyan made a direct and serious offer. She said that Fang Yi's strength was greater than many of the military's own special pioneers and formally invited him to join the army. However, she admitted that an invitation from a single base warden like herself was probably not enough to convince him. Inwardly, she was still trying to grasp the sheer scale of his power. What shocked her most was the realization that he was also a 3-star Ghost Axe realm cultivator, the same as her. Yet, his abilities had reached a level far beyond the known limits of that realm, making him a monster of incredible power. Fang Yi calmly asked Ji Ruoyan if she truly meant that she felt she was not worthy of inviting him. With the weight of her superior's authority on her, she confirmed his words, saying there was nothing to deny. She explained that the order to involve him had come from high command, and she was certain that they would come to invite him personally in the future. Fang Yi let out a small laugh, telling her it wasn't necessary to be so formal. He placed a hand on his chest and explained that he genuinely respected all of them, knowing that not everyone had the courage to sacrifice themselves for others. He admitted that he had never seen soldiers in combat before, and what he had just seen had truly moved him. Touched by his sincerity, Ji Ruoyan could only offer a quiet thank you. He then made an offer of his own. He told her that if they ever ran into trouble in the future, they could call on him for help, just as they had always done for ordinary people like him in the past. However, he added one important condition. They could not interfere with his personal cultivation or restrict his freedom. His unexpected proposal left Ji Ruoyan momentarily stunned. With their business concluded, Fang Yi announced that it was getting late and he should be leaving. Ji Ruoyan agreed, saying that she and Wang Liang still had to get rid of the mutated creature's body and that she would arrange for someone to take him back. As he stood before the soldiers, Fang Yi finally understood the military's true purpose in this new era. He realized they stationed themselves in these dangerous, spiritually rich zones for 2 reasons: to use the energy for their own training, and more importantly, to act as a crucial line of defense between the ordinary world and the strange monsters that now threatened it. After he was gone, Ji Ruoyan turned to Wang Liang and said that his friend could no longer be described with a simple word, like impressive. She knew that what they had seen that day was just a small part of his true strength. The fact that a pioneer could reach such a high level of power so quickly showed that he had an amazing level of insight. She concluded that he was a rare mix of luck, courage, and raw ability, all the things needed for greatness. Seeing his commander's deep respect for his friend, Wang Liang eagerly suggested that if she felt she wasn't the right person to recruit him, she should let him, as his childhood friend, take on the job. Ji Ruoyan, however, quickly brought him back to reality with a sharp tap on the head, ordering him to stop talking and help her clean up. He could only agree as he was dragged off to work. Later that night, back at his apartment building, Fang Yi meditated on the roof, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura. He thought about his meeting with the military. He knew that while the trip had revealed his identity, he had only shown them his thunder attribute, keeping his other powers a secret. Based on their respectful attitude, he concluded that this was likely a good thing. He now understood that his rare thunder attribute was a perfect counter to the dark monsters the military was fighting, making him a very valuable asset. He knew they would try to recruit him, not threaten him, which would give him access to the fastest ways to get stronger and the most advanced information. The day's events had also made clear the different roles of the nation's 2 main pioneer forces. The military, represented by Ji Ruoyan, were the Night Watchers, the hidden protectors of the nation. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, with agents like Su Qingying, was in charge of handling the threats that slipped into the cities, protecting civilian life as much as possible. He understood the government's 2-part strategy, using the forbidden zones to contain the biggest dangers while slowly releasing information to the public about the coming changes. This careful approach was buying valuable time, preventing society from collapsing into chaos. As he continued his meditation, a bright orb of golden energy pulsed in his core. He noted that despite absorbing the rich energy of the forbidden zone, he hadn't felt an immediate need to level up. However, the feeling quickly changed. Golden energy surged through him, and cracks of power spread across his face. Having spent even a short time in such a spiritually rich place had filled him to the brim. He recognized the signs immediately. He was on the verge of another breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the streets below, his cousin Lin Yi was walking home with groceries, wondering if he had returned yet. She thought that if he was home, she could have him try her cooking. Her casual thoughts were suddenly shattered when she looked up and saw a massive pillar of golden light erupting into the night sky from the direction of her apartment building. Her eyes widened in shock and alarm. A reflection of a flaming divine axe appeared in her eye as she recognized the powerful energy of a ghost axe realm advancement. But she immediately knew she was wrong. The sheer scale of the power, showing up as a massive, fiery divine axe in the sky, was far too terrifying for an ordinary breakthrough. She could only stare in disbelief, wondering if another powerful pioneer was making their move in the city. On the street below, Lin Yi stared at the sky in complete disbelief. She recognized the immense power of the Ghost Axe realm, but this was something else, a force so powerful it was changing reality itself. As a giant, divine hand made of pure golden energy formed in the clouds above, she realized the terrifying truth. This was the power of the legendary spirit creation realm. The realization that a pioneer of such incredible strength was living right next to her sent a wave of shock and fear through her. The massive energy surge did not go unnoticed. Miles away, in a high-tech command center, red alarms blared as technicians scrambled. An urgent warning flashed across their screens. The anomaly value had reached a catastrophic level of 99, its location pinpointed to the southeast of the city. An official and Su Qingying reacted with alarm. The official demanded to know what was happening, ordering all units to the target area. Su Qingying wondered how such a powerful anomaly could have gone undetected, noting that an energy reading of this size was powerful enough to destroy an entire city. Before a holographic map of the city, military leaders held a tense emergency meeting. They debated the two terrifying possibilities. Either a new, godlike spirit creation pioneer had just appeared, or the city was on the brink of a massive disaster. One grim-faced officer suggested it could very well be both. The situation escalated as the senior official frantically called headquarters, demanding they send all advanced equipment, short of large-scale weapons. His panic was cut short, however, when a subordinate burst into the room, breathlessly announcing that the alert had been cancelled. The anomaly had been identified not as a monster, but as a pioneer undergoing a promotion. Back on the rooftop, the blinding golden light faded as Fang Yi let out a quiet breath of relief. The breakthrough was complete. He casually noted that he had successfully reached the one-star spirit creation realm. Aside from his body feeling lighter and more agile, he didn't feel a significant difference in his raw power. His quiet moment was interrupted when his phone buzzed with a new message. It was from his friend, Wang Liang. The message was a warning. A new anomaly had appeared at Qingcheng University's playground. Internal military sources had confirmed it was a pollution zone, and more worryingly, it was the second time this specific anomaly had occurred. Fang Yi texted back, saying he knew about the previous heat anomaly. Wang Liang confirmed it was the same one, back again, and playfully warned Fang Yi not to tell anyone he was the source of the intel. After Fang Yi jokingly threatened to report him, Wang Liang's tone turned serious. He told Fang Yi that he was genuinely worried for his safety and urged him to be careful. Fang Yi put down his phone, his expression thoughtful. His friend's warning only confirmed his own strategy. This was exactly why he was so cautious in his dealings with both the military and the association. He knew that being too well known could bring unwanted trouble, which was why he had deliberately chosen to keep his powerful Yang Flame attribute and his Crimson Flame Blade technique a secret. They were his hidden aces. He typed a final reply to his friend, reassuring him not to worry. He would be careful, and he still had trump cards left to play. Lin Yi opened the apartment door, announcing that she was back. Seeing Fang Yi on the couch, she asked if he had eaten yet, offering him the bag of takeout she had brought. Distracted by his phone, he simply told her to leave it on the table and that he would get to it later. As she watched him, a worried and slightly frustrated expression crossed her face. In her mind, she thought about her cousin's character. She saw him as a perfectly good person, but with one major flaw, his laziness. He seemed content to just stay at home all day playing on his phone, not even bothering to go to college. She found it ironic that while she and her fellow pioneers were constantly busy, seeking opportunities and hiding their true identities, her cousin lived such a carefree, seemingly aimless life. Exhausted, she went to her room and collapsed onto her bed. She knew that news of the incredible spirit creation pioneer who had just appeared in their district would spread like wildfire. Feeling a sense of duty, she resolved that when the time came, she would protect her seemingly clueless cousin as a way of repaying him. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was not just playing on his phone. He was analyzing the news report from Wang Liang, which showed a massive, raging fire at the university playground. He noted that the first anomaly had been intense heat, and now it was a fire. He wondered if this was another form of the Yang attribute. The video showed the fire had started incredibly fast and was burning with terrifying intensity. Online comments from witnesses expressed shock, with some wondering if special forces were now being called in for simple fires. The report also mentioned that all the surrounding trees and flower beds had been burned and the area was now completely locked down. Fang Yi observed that the video was short and ended suddenly, but it was clear this situation was far more serious than the previous incident at the university. He wondered what would be different about this new Yang attribute. Realizing he had to investigate in person, he knew that to get into the sealed-off area, he would have to contact his new military acquaintance, Ji Royan. The next day, a crowd of reporters had gathered outside the sealed gates of Chingcheng University, blocked by a line of soldiers. They shouted questions, asking for confirmation about the rumors of a fire that couldn't be put out, and demanding to know why an incident of this size was not being reported in the news. As the reporters pressed for answers, Ji Ruoyan and Fang Yi arrived. The crowd watched, wondering who these two imposing figures were as the soldiers immediately opened the gates, allowing them to pass without question. The reporters were left outside, confused as to how they had gotten in so easily when they had been completely blocked. Inside the cordoned-off area, they looked out over the smoldering ruins of the university playground. Fang Yi remarked on the sheer destructive power, questioning if this was the sky fire he had heard about. Ji Ruoyan confirmed that was its official name. She explained its terrifying nature. It appeared without warning, was impossible to put out, and could only be left to burn itself out until everything it wanted was turned to ash. The name, she suggested, was quite fitting. With the initial look done, Ji Ruoyan told Fang Yi she needed to head to the principal's office and asked if he would wait for her. He told her to go on ahead, saying he would be fine there. Alone, Fang Yi walked along the edge of the destroyed area, which was now blocked off with yellow tape. He knelt and touched the scorched earth, analyzing the scene. He noted that the ground was already cold, and more importantly, there was no leftover spiritual power left from the sky fire. He realized with some disappointment that this meant he couldn't collect its attribute. His plan had been too simple. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a familiar voice called his name. He looked up to see his ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, standing on the steps nearby with a friend. She asked in surprise what he was doing there. Her friend with glasses immediately recognized his name, asking Chu Qingli if this was the ex-boyfriend she had mentioned, the one who had only gotten into a vocational college. Chu Qingli simply confirmed it was him. The friend then patted Chu Qingli's shoulder with a smug, condescending look. She told Fang Yi that she understood he was likely there because he was still hung up on his ex, but now that the gap between their lives was so big, he should just give up. Fang Yi could only stare back, genuinely confused by her assumption, questioning the very idea that he would be hung up on her. From a distance, other students began to gossip about the scene. They wondered who the guy with the school beauty Chu Qingli was, guessing he must be another sad suitor. They noted he didn't look like a student from their university and complained about how security could have let an outsider in. Chu Qingli's friend with glasses stepped forward, aggressively confronting Fang Yi. She told him that Chu Qingli was now the university's campus belle and that he should think clearly about his actions. She warned him that countless guys far better than him were pursuing her and that he didn't even rank. She ordered him to leave, telling him this was not a place he belonged. She then threatened to report him to the disciplinary office if he didn't explain how he got in. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli watched him with a complicated expression. She remembered him claiming he wouldn't regret their breakup, yet here he was. She concluded that his previous lack of interest must have been an act, and that he was just putting on a brave face. Their confrontation was interrupted when Ji Royan returned, asking Fang Yi if the girl was his friend. Chu Qingli was surprised by the sudden appearance of the imposing red-haired woman. Fang Yi coolly dismissed the idea, clarifying that they were merely high school classmates and couldn't be considered friends. Ji Royan accepted his explanation, simply saying they were just classmates. Ji Royan then put on a pair of sunglasses, her already intimidating presence growing even stronger. Both Chu Qingli and her friend were visibly nervous by the woman's powerful aura, wondering who she was and how she could possibly know someone like Fang Yi. Ji Ruoyan then turned to Fang Yi with an update. She explained that she had spoken with the principal, and the matter of the Skyfire was more complicated than they had thought. She told him that the principal was coming to take them to the fire's starting point, and since Fang Yi was now a special military consultant, his presence was required. Fang Yi agreed without any issue. Just then, a group of stern-looking officials in suits arrived, ordering everyone to scatter and announcing that the playground was to remain sealed off. Chu Qingli gasped in shock, recognizing the man leading the group as the university's principal. The other students were equally stunned. The principal was known to be an incredibly busy and hard-to-find figure, someone who was rarely seen on campus. They realized with awe that he had come personally to meet with Fang Yi and the mysterious red-haired woman. Chu Qingli's friend, however, completely misread the situation. She smirked, thinking that the principal had finally arrived to deal with the two people who weren't supposed to be there. Chu Qingli, however, remained silent, a look of uncertainty on her face. To the absolute shock of Chu Qingli and her friend, the principal and his group did not approach Fang Yi and Ji Ruoyan as trespassers. Instead, the elderly principal walked directly up to Fang Yi and greeted him with a warm, respectful handshake. He addressed Fang Yi as the consultant introduced by Ji Ruoyan, explaining how worried he had been about the school's recent anomalies and the safety of the students. He expressed his immense relief that they had come to solve the situation. In an even more stunning display, the principal then bowed slightly to Fang Yi, formally putting him in charge of the entire playground matter. From where she stood, Chu Qingli could only watch, her eyes wide with total disbelief as her entire view of her ex-boyfriend was shattered in an instant. The principal's security then moved to secure the area, forming a human barrier and ordering all unrelated people to step back. As the crowd of students, including Chu Qingli, was pushed away, they buzzed with confusion, unable to understand why their respected principal was bowing to such a young man. Lost in the crowd, Chu Qingli listened as the students' opinions changed around her. They now guessed that Fang Yi must have some extraordinary special identity to deserve such treatment. Someone recalled that just moments ago, he had been dismissed as Chu Qingli's suitor or ex-boyfriend. Another person remarked on the complete reversal of status, suggesting that now, even if she were to pursue him, she might not even be able to get his attention. The final cutting realization settled in as the crowd noticed that throughout the entire exchange, the young man had not once looked at or acknowledged the campus belle, leaving her to stand alone and completely ignored. At Qingcheng University's North District, the principal led Fang Yi and Ji Ruoyan to the site of the anomaly. He explained the series of events, starting with the Golden Sun incident, which he had hoped was the end of their problems. However, a few nights ago, a fire had started on a playground. A fire so intense that even the fire department couldn't put it out. He was thankful it happened at night when no students were around, allowing them to quickly seal off the area. The principal continued, his face growing more serious. While a single fire might have been a fluke, it was followed by fires on 2 more playgrounds. He said he had personally seen a crimson flame come down from the sky and float in mid-air, a clear sign of a supernatural event. He told them that while the other fires were eventually put out, one still remained. As they got closer to the final location, Fang Yi noted the sharp, choking smell of something burning. They arrived at a basketball court where a single hoop was on fire with a raging eternal flame. The principal confirmed this was the starting point, the one fire that simply could not be put out. As they watched the anomaly, Ji Ruoyan checked a device on her wrist, which showed a reading of 11. She explained to Fang Yi that it was a basic spiritual anomaly detector. She clarified that any reading over 10 was considered a disaster for ordinary people, requiring a complete lockdown. Suddenly, the device began to flash and beep wildly, the reading shooting up to 60. Ji Ruoyan cried out in alarm at how high the value had become. Panicked, she warned the principal that if the energy kept rising, it wouldn't just affect the university, but the entire city. She declared they needed to immediately send an elite squad of pioneers to contain the threat. Before they could act on the plan, however, Fang Yi took matters into his own hands. Without a word, he leaped over the chain-link fence, ignoring the no-entry sign and heading directly into the fire. He was instantly covered by the intense flames, as Ji Ruoyan and the principal watched in shock. At that exact moment, the reading on Ji Ruoyan's device jumped again, now showing an incredible 110. She shouted that the anomaly had just been upgraded to S level. The principal, panicked, asked what they were supposed to do now that Fang Yi was inside. Ji Ruoyan could only stare into the fire, questioning his recklessness and muttering that even the strongest soldier from the Forbidden Zone wouldn't dare to enter such a dangerous area alone. Inside the fire, however, Fang Yi stood completely unharmed, his silhouette calm against the raging flames. He knew that just as his Yang attribute had protected him from the divine thunder, it could also shield him from this sky fire. But he quickly found a major problem. While his power was protecting him, it also stopped him from touching the source flame itself, which meant he couldn't activate his system's ability to create a new technique. Realizing his protective aura was both a help and a hindrance, Fang Yi knew he had to get to the source flame. He watched as the fire wrapped around the basketball hoop like a great fiery dragon, understanding that he needed to get to its heart. Without hesitation, he prepared to face the fire head-on as the fiery dragon lunged toward him with a ferocious roar. In an incredibly risky move, he deliberately turned off his Golden Sun protective aura, leaving himself completely vulnerable. The sky fire instantly rushed in, covering his body in a storm of raw, burning energy. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain as the flames burned him, but he forced his hand forward, determined to touch the anomaly's core. His gamble worked. The moment his hand touched the source, his system activated, confirming it had detected the strong fluctuation of the Skyfire attribute. Despite the pain, a determined grin spread across his face. He was amazed at the Skyfire's power, noting its will was even stronger than the Desolation attribute he had recently gotten. With fierce determination, he declared that he would absorb this power no matter the cost. The system began its final calculation, successfully compiling the new data. With a triumphant smirk, he knew he had succeeded. A new system window appeared, announcing his reward. He had obtained the Skyfire attribute technique, the Nine Dragons Skyfire Sealing Art, a power designed to eliminate evil and seal all demons. As he mastered the new ability, the once wild flames became extensions of his will, wrapping around his arm like a tame dragon. The system confirmed that the compiled technique was now unlocked and ready for immediate use. As he focused his will, he began the final process of extracting the Skyfire attribute itself, absorbing its essence directly into his being. His eyes began to glow with a burning red light as fiery markings appeared on his face, a physical sign of his new power. With his hands clasped in a seal and his eyes burning with red energy, he prepared to unleash his newfound ability, calling out the name of the Nine Dragons Skyfire Sealing Art. As Fang Yi unleashed his new power, massive, glowing red chains erupted from his back, lashing out into the fire. Outside the fence, Ji Ruoyan and the principal watched in awe. Ji Ruoyan immediately recognized the energy signature, identifying it as a sealing aura. She remembered seeing a high-level military pioneer seal a forbidden land once before. While their methods were different, the powerful sealing aura was unmistakably similar. With a single command to shrink, Fang Yi commanded the chains to pull back. They pulled inward with immense force, gathering all of the wild sky fire and squeezing it into a single, tightly bound orb of pure energy. Floating in the air, Fang Yi held the chained ball of fire, the sealing process now complete. The sealed orb of fire then gently floated back down towards the basketball hoop. Fang Yi landed gracefully and explained the situation to the principal and Ji Ruoyan. He stated that he had temporarily sealed the Skyfire and told them not to unseal the playground or allow anyone near it for repairs. This, he explained, would at least stop the fire from spreading any further. The principal readily agreed, assuring him that the playground would remain sealed, adding that it wasn't a problem since the university had 7 or 8 others. Ji Ruoyan, however, watched Fang Yi with a silent, intense look, her expression hard to read. The principal, very impressed, remarked on how humorous Fang Yi was and offered any further help he might need. Ji Ruoyan, however, interrupted, telling the principal she needed to speak with Fang Yi about some things. The principal happily excused himself, leaving the two of them alone. Once he was gone, Ji Ruoyan turned to Fang Yi, her tone direct and serious. She told him that he had been hiding his true depths very well. Fang Yi tried to play it off casually, saying that the Skyfire was indeed powerful and hard to deal with, but she saw right through his act. With a sharp look, she told him to stop pretending, making it clear that she wasn't talking about the fire, but about his own incredible talent and level of power. Ji Ruoyan dropped her intense questioning, admitting that it was normal for pioneers to have secrets, especially for one as powerful as him. Fang Yi simply listened with a calm expression. Her tone then shifted, becoming more serious and sincere. She explained that although she had no right to ask anything of him, she hoped he would listen carefully. She painted a dark picture of a future world in chaos, a time of great change where the Zio nation would desperately need top-tier talents like him. She put his potential into clear perspective, telling him that once the spiritual energy fully revived, a person of his power would be as important as a modern-day nuclear weapon. Because of this, she warned, every major power, from the various military forbidden zones to the Spiritual Energy Association, would rush to recruit him. She told him to be prepared for high-level officials to personally give him invitations with incredibly generous offers. She admitted she had her own reasons for telling him this. If he were to join her military unit, it would be a great asset, and they would gain a powerful friend. Therefore, she advised him to start thinking about his options now, so he wouldn't be caught off guard when the time came. Fang Yi, however, was silent for a moment before asking a curious question. He asked why both she and Wang Liang seemed so hesitant to recruit him for their own forbidden zone, even acting as if they weren't worthy. Ji Royan explained that it was because of another legendary military region, a group so insanely powerful that she felt he would be far more interested in joining them instead. A small smirk appeared on Fang Yi's face as he confirmed if she meant a top-level unit. She confirmed that was the case, though she admitted she hadn't seen them much herself. She had heard they were extremely busy lately, so much so that even officers from other military regions were feeling the pressure of their activities. Changing the subject, she suggested they stop talking and go, as the principal had invited them to eat at the university cafeteria. As they walked, Fang Yi silently concluded that even the nation's most powerful forces were facing their own big troubles. His mind raced with the implications. Ji Royan's words meant that terrifying anomalies, with power far beyond the capabilities of current pioneers, had already begun to appear. He realized that the pioneers fighting these threats must include spirit creation realm cultivators like himself, and perhaps some who were even stronger. A new sense of urgency washed over him. He felt that the day of the full spiritual energy revival was fast approaching, and his preparations were still far from enough. His thoughts then shifted back to the immediate task at hand, how to best use the Skyfire attribute he had just collected. He analyzed its nature, an irregular, wild, and all-consuming flame that left nothing in its wake. He realized it would be the perfect weapon against anomalies that could reproduce or regenerate endlessly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The wild and powerful nature of the Skyfire was a perfect match for his Crimson Flame Blade technique. He imagined enchanting his sword with this new power, realizing it would be an incredible enhancement to his fighting style. To test his new powers, Fang Yi heads to the back mountain, a place he often uses for training. When he arrives, he is surprised to find the path blocked by a large sign warning that the mountain is dangerous and entry is forbidden. He wonders who could have done this. He knows there haven't been any monsters in the area, and he doubts the military would have found his training spot so quickly. He concludes that the only group that would know his habits and do him such a favor would be the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. He realizes the association has gifted him this place as a private training ground, a way to win his favor. With a smile, he decides to accept their gesture. However, his thoughts are interrupted when his sharp senses detect an unwanted presence. He realizes an intruder has managed to sneak onto the mountain. Fang Yi senses a familiar aura, similar to the one he felt at the factory, though not as strong. Hidden among the trees, a monstrous, monkey-like creature with glowing red eyes watches him. Fang Yi notices the beast seems smart, as it hesitates and checks his strength instead of attacking blindly. With his sword already glowing with energy, he decides it's the perfect time for a show of power. A system window appears before him, asking if he wants to put the newly acquired Skyfire attribute into his Tang sword. The system describes Skyfire as a powerful light attribute, perfect for destroying evil. With a fiery determination in his eyes, Fang Yi accepts. Immediately, his sword erupts in a column of endless, crackling flames. With an excited smirk, he looks forward to combining the endless power of Skyfire with his Crimson Flame Blade technique. He decides the mutant creature will be his first test subject. Fang Yi unleashes a massive firestorm on the monster. The creature is taken by surprise, its eyes widening in terror before it is completely covered by the storm of flames, screeching in pain. Standing in the middle of the flames he created, Fang Yi checks his new ability. He realizes the energy of his attack is now double, or even triple, what it was before, and most importantly, the flames do not harm him. He touches the blade of his sword, still covered in fire, and notes that it feels cool. Suddenly, he senses that the creature has survived the attack and is trying to escape. With a determined look, he decides to chase the intruder to see what it's capable of. Meanwhile, deep in the same forest, a young woman with curly red hair is doing a live stream from her phone, mounted on a selfie stick. She tells her viewers that she isn't a liar, but that she has always been incredibly lucky, and that amazing content just seems to find her. Her viewers are doubtful, with one commenter daring her to prove her luck by going to Chingcheng University to film the mysterious sky fire that everyone is talking about. Her confident broadcast is suddenly interrupted as her expression changes to one of pure shock. The monkey-like monster that escaped from Fang Yi leaps out of the woods and attacks her viciously. The force of the attack sends her phone flying, its screen cracking as it hits the ground, but the live stream continues. Through the cracked screen, her viewers see the monster pinning her to the ground, but they think it's just a fake fight with bad special effects. The streamer, however, is in real danger. She cries in terror as the monster holds her down, its paw covering her mouth. The creature opens its massive, fanged mouth, ready to deliver a deadly bite. Before it can strike, a massive blast of fiery energy shaped like a dragon's head hits the monster, sending it flying back. The streamer looks up in shock, saved at the last second. Her viewers are now blown away, not by the realism of the danger, but by what they believe are incredible fire dragon special effects. The sudden, dramatic turn of events causes her viewership to shoot up to over 13,000 people. Still terrified, the streamer looks over her shoulder, asking who is there. She scrambles to grab her phone from the ground. Getting to her feet, she aims the camera at the source of the attack. She stands before a raging fire and shouts to her audience that she has captured it on film, that there is a person standing inside the fire. Her camera captures the silhouette of Fang Yi standing completely unharmed within the flames. In her terrified and amazed mind, she concludes that she has just been rescued by a true immortal. The video of Fang Yi's rescue of the live streamer, Malala, instantly goes viral. It becomes the top trending topic online, with over 13.5 million views. The headlines are dramatic, calling him a mysterious man of skyfire, the king of flames, and an immortal come down to earth to save the world. In an office, Chu Qingli's friend excitedly calls her over to look at the video on her computer screen. She is thrilled, telling Chu Qingli that this proves powerful cultivators are real and that the skyfire at the university was no fake. Chu Qingli, however, is dismissive, telling her friend not to believe such things and that it's all just acting and special effects. But as she looks closer at the screen, her doubtful expression freezes into one of shock and recognition. Her friend, not noticing her reaction, points excitedly at the screen, triumphantly saying she was right and commenting on how handsome the man in the video is, before noticing her friend's stunned silence. Internally, Chu Qingli is in turmoil. She desperately tells herself the video must be fake and that the figure only looks like Fang Yi. She reasons that if it were really him, he would have been burned to ash by such intense flames. Her denial then shifts to fear as she considers the possibility that it truly is him. She worries that he might use his new power to get revenge on her for their breakup, but she stubbornly resolves that she will never bow her head to him, no matter what. Elsewhere, the red-haired leader of Lin Yiyi's pioneer squad shows the same video to Yiyi on her phone. The leader asks if the man looks familiar, suggesting he's the same person who saved them from the monstrous vine. Yiyi agrees that he does, and then adds a stunning piece of information. She recently learned that a powerful master who broke through to the spirit creation realm lives in her neighborhood. She begins to wonder if her quiet cousin and this incredible pioneer could possibly be the same person. In yet another location, Zhang Xiaoya and a male pioneer from the lava cave incident also watch the video. The man recognizes Fang Yi's fighting stance and points out how much stronger he has become, while his companion notes that the way he wields his blade is identical, realizing they were incredibly lucky to have had such a powerful figure on their side. The news of Fang Yi's public display of power reaches the highest levels of the nation's two main organizations. Inside a sleek, modern skyscraper, likely the association headquarters, the city's crisis seems to be getting worse, with the current pioneers struggling to keep up. In a high-level meeting room, Su Qingying addresses a group of officials. She informs them that the military has already been in deep communication with Fang Yi, and she expresses her firm belief that he will agree to help them. Meanwhile, in a military command center, Ji Ruoyan, Major Han Li, and other officers discuss the new intelligence. They are astounded by his rapid progress, calling him a monster for reaching the spirit creation realm so quickly. They debate how many high-tier attributes he could possibly possess, with one officer concluding it must be 3 or even more. They agree that trying to intimidate him was foolish and that their only option is to recruit him. Major Han Li asks if the High Command has decided to approach him personally. Ji Royan confirms they have, but adds that the top brass is still hesitant to humble themselves, as all previous top-tier pioneers have come from within the military's own ranks. Taking charge, Major Han Li outlines their new strategy. He orders his subordinates to find out what new weapons or equipment Fang Yi might need and to provide him with information on suitable training locations as a gesture of goodwill. He also gives a crucial final command. The viral livestream video and all the rumors spreading from it must be properly managed and controlled. The entire spiritual energy circle in the Xia Nation has now turned its attention toward Fang Yi. Both Su Qingying and Ji Royan think about his future. Su Qingying appears concerned about the immense pressure he now faces, while Ji Royan wears a slight, confident smile. Both women, leaders of their respective groups, eagerly await to see what this extraordinary young man will do next. In a quiet hospital room, a heart monitor beeps steadily. A mysterious woman with long purple hair sits by the bedside of an unseen patient, whom she calls her teacher. She speaks softly, telling the patient that the Xia Nation seems to have found a new hope. With the appearance of a person as powerful as Fang Yi, she adds, the chances of her teacher finally waking up have become a little higher. One day later, back at the apartment, Fang Yi is having breakfast and thinking about the previous day's events. He reflects on how the news of his battle in the back mountain went viral, all because a daring live streamer had managed to sneak into the restricted area for views. As he eats, he notes that the video has since been completely removed from the internet and the live streamer's account has been banned, correctly assuming it was the work of the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. His casual thoughts are suddenly interrupted as he realizes something is wrong. His cousin, Lin Yi, never came home the previous night and hasn't sent him any messages. He finds this very unusual, even if she was out on a mission. A feeling of unease grows as he tries to call her, but the call goes directly to an out-of-service message. Now genuinely worried, he knows something must be wrong and decides he has to go find her. Meanwhile, deep in a dark and misty forest, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader of her pioneer squad are lost and trapped. The leader asks Yi if she has any idea how long they've been stuck there. Yi estimates it's been about 10 hours, but she can no longer keep track. The red-haired leader, looking exhausted and bruised, apologizes greatly, blaming herself for dragging Yi into this mess. She admits she thought they were just investigating a strange phenomenon. As she speaks, she clutches her side in pain. Yi tells her to stop apologizing, insisting that it was her own lack of strength that was the problem. She urges her leader to stay alert and save what little energy they have left. As she tries to stay strong, her thoughts drift to the overwhelmingly powerful master she witnessed, wishing she had even a fraction of his power to save them. Their desperate conversation is cut short as a massive, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes and a menacing, spiky form appears in the fog directly behind them. The shadowy monster lunges from the fog, its claws aimed at the red-haired leader. Reacting with incredible speed, Lin Yi shoves her companion out of the way, shouting a warning. She then unleashes a blast of bright blue spiritual energy from her hand, creating a sharp blade of light that cleanly cuts off the attacking creature's head. As they get to their feet, more of these shadowy, zombie-like figures come out of the fog. Yi realizes with horror that these must be the reanimated bodies of other people who were trapped and died in this place. After defeating one of the creatures, which dissolves into a puddle of black mist, Yi explains that the main monster is just playing with them, turning its victims into these strange puppets. The red-haired leader adds that their attacks have no real effect on the mist itself, and their spiritual energy is being drained quickly, all while the real enemy stays hidden. They soon realize they are trapped in some kind of illusion created by the monster, a swirling gray space where the creature seems unbeatable. It is a waiting game. The monster is just letting them get tired. A bead of sweat rolls down the leader's face as the seriousness of their hopeless situation sinks in. Suddenly, the sky above them tears open to reveal a single, massive, blood-red eye staring down at them. The leader screams Yi's name in terror. The eye is a gross, pulsating ball of flesh that begins to bubble and multiply, splitting into numerous smaller, slimy eyeballs. Angry and desperate, the red-haired leader lashes out, furiously chopping at the flying eyeballs and destroying several of them in a frenzy. Yi, however, senses a change in the creature's energy and warns her leader not to be careless, realizing that their enemy is finally losing its patience. The main eye then unleashes a powerful, concentrated blast of red energy. Yi manages to put up a crystal barrier just in time, but the force of the impact is huge. The barrier shatters, and Yi finds herself alone, surrounded by dozens of the glowing red eyes in the heavy darkness. She feels her hope fade, wondering if this is how she is going to die. Trapped in the monster's dark domain, Lin Yi is slowly being eaten by shadowy tendrils. She can no longer hear her leader's voice and realizes they have both been swallowed by the darkness. A wave of regret washes over her as she apologizes to herself for being overconfident, admitting she was wrong to think they could handle such a dangerous mission alone. As she accepts her fate, her mind wanders to the future she will never see, wondering what the world will be like after the full spiritual energy revival. With a final thought of despair, she laments that she will never see the magnificent era to come as she reaches out a hand, sinking into the abyss of glowing red eyes. Tears stream down her face as she closes her eyes, ready for the end. Just as all hope seems lost, a massive explosion of brilliant blue light erupts, tearing the darkness apart. A figure bursts through the shadows, radiating an immense aura of crackling blue energy. It is Fang Yi, his eyes glowing with power. He remarks to himself that he almost didn't make it in time. Yi stares in utter shock and disbelief, tears still fresh on her cheeks, as she recognizes her rescuer and gasps his name, identifying him as her cousin. With a powerful blast of divine thunder, Fang Yi completely shatters the monster's shadowy domain. He lands gracefully in the now clear forest, his hand still sparking with leftover electricity. He has saved both his cousin and her unconscious leader. Yi can only stare, her world turned upside down by the stunning revelation that her seemingly ordinary and lazy cousin is, in fact, an incredibly powerful pioneer. The battle is not over yet. The true form of the anomaly, a grotesque, multi-eyed, fleshy orb, appears from the shadows behind Fang Yi. Yi snaps out of her shock and desperately shouts a warning, telling him that the creature's main body is behind him. Fang Yi, however, is not worried. His hand ignites with the golden red energy of Skyfire as a confident smirk spreads across his face. He sees this as the perfect opportunity to test the effect of his new power on a dark attribute creature. He leaps into action, unleashing his Crimson Flame Blade technique. The attack, now strengthened by the inextinguishable power of Skyfire, completely engulfs the monster in a raging fire. The creature lets out a final, agonizing shriek as it is burned by the divine flames. In the aftermath, the red-haired leader slowly regains consciousness. She finds herself and Yi sitting safely on the ground, surrounded by a protective circle of fire. Confused and terrified, she asks Yi if they have died and been dragged to hell along with the monster. Yi, now much calmer, reassures her leader, telling her to look closely and that they are still alive. Still trying to process what has happened, the leader repeats Yi's words in disbelief before asking who saved them. Fang Yi casually walks towards his cousin and her leader, a small smile on his face as the protective flames die down. He tells them the problem is solved and, noticing the time, remarks that they must not have had breakfast yet. The red-haired leader stares at him, her eyes widening in sudden, dawning recognition. She springs to her feet, her expression one of pure excitement and awe. She points at Fang Yi, confirming that he is the one who saved them before in Yanghuo Town from the monstrous death vine. Fang Yi looks slightly surprised, thinking to himself that he was recognized so easily. Lin Yi is completely stunned by this new revelation. She asks her leader if she's saying that the powerful fire attribute master who saved them from the vine was also her cousin. The leader turns to Yi, equally shocked by the connection, and asks how this supermaster could possibly be her cousin, reminding Yi that she had described him as a completely ordinary person. Fang Yi can only scratch the back of his head with an awkward smile. The leader, still buzzing with excitement, grabs Yi's shoulders. She reminds her that this is the same savior who defeated the Desolation Vine with a single, incredible slash. Yi's mind races, trying to connect the dots. She realizes her cousin is indeed the high-level fire user, but she is still confused, as she just witnessed him use an incredibly pure and powerful thunder attribute to destroy the monster's dark mist. Her thoughts spiral as she fully grasps the implications. The immense power of both his fire and thunder abilities means he is a super genius with dual high-grade attributes. Then, another, even more shocking realization hits her as she remembers the immense spiritual disturbance in her neighborhood, the one that signaled a breakthrough to the legendary spirit creation realm. She wonders if that incredible display of power was also her cousin's doing. Tired of the confusion, Fang Yi cuts in and confirms that yes, it was all him. He then changes the subject, asking them about the dark attribute anomaly. He says that they should have known this type of creature was not to be taken lightly, and asks why only the two of them came and where the rest of their teammates were. The red-haired leader explains that their other teammates were unavailable. One was sick and grounded at home, while another was on a more difficult mission, clarifying that their squad doesn't always operate as a full unit. Yi Yi then admits it was her own fault, confessing that she had become reckless after her recent breakthrough and wrongly believed she could handle the mission alone. Fang Yi listens, his expression thoughtful. He recalls the infighting he witnessed within their team before. He notes that the leader, who had been openly critical of her teammates, is now defending them to an outsider. He sees her loyalty, and he knows his smart cousin has likely sensed the team's instability as well. With his identity now revealed to two people he feels he can trust, he makes a proposition. He turns to his cousin and her friend and asks if they would like to form a team with him. Both women are stunned into silence for a moment before the red-haired leader erupts with joy. She clasps her hands together, overjoyed at the prospect of teaming up with such a powerful master and exclaiming that she is incredibly lucky to benefit from Yi Yi's connection. Yi Yi, however, is having a more profound realization. She understands that a pioneer as powerful as her cousin must have known her secret all along and had been quietly watching over her. The thought that on this difficult and lonely path of cultivation, she has a reliable and powerful family member helping her without asking for anything in return brings her an overwhelming sense of happiness and relief. A single tear of gratitude rolls down her cheek. Wiping it away, she flashes a bright, happy smile and a peace sign at her cousin, thanking him greatly and promising to make him 2 extra eggs for dinner. Just then, Yi Yi's phone buzzes with a notification. She announces that Sister Jiaolan, the mysterious and powerful member of their pioneer group, has just posted a new mission. The message is an alert for a high-risk collection task in a place called the Extreme Dark Zone, which is explicitly stated to be related to the dark attribute. Jiaolan's message ends with a stern warning for everyone to think very carefully before signing up. Fang Yi asks if they know about this zone. Yi Yi explains that it is a border area that is strictly forbidden by the Xia nation. The dark attribute energy there is so overwhelmingly powerful that most pioneers make it a point to avoid the area entirely. She adds that most of the strange anomalies that have been appearing in their city are actually energy leakages from this forbidden zone. Because of the extreme danger, even the government has been unable to explore it deeply, as past attempts have resulted in severe accidents. Intrigued, Fang Yi suggests they should give it a try and asks Yi Yi to message Jiaolan for more specific details about the mission's content. Yi Yi replies that it's useless, as Jiaolan is famously mysterious and rarely says more than a few words at a time. Fang Yi considers this information. He deduces that for Jiaolan to be able to issue a mission in a top-secret government-controlled area, she must either be an incredibly bold rogue going against the authorities, or she holds a high-ranking position within the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. He concludes that the latter is far more likely. Despite her doubts, Yi Yi, using her online handle Feng Heiju, sends a message to Jiaolan, stating her interest in signing up and asking for more details. To both her and the red-haired leader's surprise, Jiaolan replies with uncharacteristic detail. The mission is to collect something called a shizai flower. She warns that while the rewards for this mission are much higher than usual, all the dangers within the extreme dark zone are related to the dark attribute, and the risk level is far greater than anything they have encountered before. She explicitly advises all pioneers to form teams before attempting the mission. The two women are stunned by how thorough her response is, as it's completely out of character for her. A moment later, another, even more direct message from Jiaolan arrives. She warns that the mission could involve an S-level anomaly and that the death rate is extremely high, urging them to reconsider. Then, she adds a final, thinly veiled piece of advice. If you have a strong and reliable pioneer to team up with, it's not too late to sign up. Elsewhere, the mysterious purple-haired woman from the hospital, who is revealed to be Jiaolan, walks down a corridor flanked by guards. She looks at her phone and thinks to herself that she's done all she can. It is now up to that person to decide if they are willing to accept the challenge. Back in the park, Fang Yi smirks, having completely understood the subtext. He tells Yi Yi that Jiaolan's message isn't just a warning, it's a direct and personal invitation. He translates the hidden meaning, "I know who you are. I know a pioneer of your caliber would be interested, and I'm daring you to come." Fang Yi realizes with certainty that this entire mission posting was aimed directly at him. Looking out at a vision of the dark and desolate landscape of the extreme dark zone, he finds the prospect interesting and decides he will indeed be making a trip there. Lin Yiyi, using her online name Feng Heju, officially accepts the mission, telling Jiaolan that her team has 3 people. The scene changes to a hospital waiting area, where Jiaolan is walking with 2 female helpers. One of them is worried about the small size of the team that just signed up. Jiaolan, however, is calm and confident. She says that if he is a pioneer that the Xia nation can truly trust, he will come. The helper asks more, worrying about what will happen to the other pioneers if he doesn't show up. Jiaolan simply replies that if he doesn't come, then it means their fates were not meant to be. As they walk, a smirk appears on Jiaolan's lips. She asks her helpers if they really believe the purpose of a mission to collect the Shizai flower is to send powerful pioneers to their deaths. She explains that the true goal of this incredibly dangerous task is the exact opposite of what it seems. A vision reveals what the flower is. It blooms from a dark, evil pool, fed by the bodies and souls of fallen pioneers. Jiaolan says that getting this flower is a necessary step to strengthen the nation, as it is the only way to save even more pioneers in the long run. The reason for this mission, she explains, is to protect both the future main strength of the Xia nation, represented by the new generation of pioneers like Fang Yi and his team, who are shown traveling to the mission on a subway, and to revive the top-tier fighting force that has already died in battle. They arrive at the hospital room of her teacher, the comatose elderly man. Holding his hand, she repeats their goal. They must get more Shizai flowers at any cost. She reveals his identity and the great importance of their mission. Her teacher is the only pioneer in the entire Xia nation to have reached the legendary Jinggang realm, and the Shizai flower is the only thing that can wake him from his coma. Jiaolan explains the huge strategic value of such a person. After the full spiritual revival, a Jinggang realm powerhouse is like a modern-day nuclear weapon, making him the nation's greatest asset in talks with other countries. From her point of view, sacrificing a few pioneers or even entire squads is a worthy price to pay for his return. Her helper, however, gets concerned for Jiaolan's own well-being, telling her that while the mission is important, her health is too. The comment causes a dark reaction. Jiaolan's face darkens as she repeats the words, "My health is important." She suddenly explodes with rage and sadness, shouting that her life is indeed important, but only because it was a gift, paid for by the lives of her fallen comrades who died to save her. She clutches her head, hit with a sudden intense pain, a physical sign of her trauma. After a moment, she calms down and apologizes for her outburst. One of her helpers asks if her headache is acting up again. Jiaolan dismisses their concern, saying it's not yet time for her medicine. A vision of her former happy team flashes in her mind, and she looks away with a sad, tired expression, murmuring that it's all in the past. The story flashes back to a traumatic memory from Jiaolan's past. In a dark, empty landscape, a voice screams for the sword-wielding squad to leave immediately. A younger Jiaolan kneels among the bodies of her fallen comrades as her dying captain tells her the mission to get the Shizai flower is now in her hands. As she trembles in despair, thinking of her teacher and her country, she realizes the extreme dark zone is a truly unforgiving place. She screams in protest, refusing to leave her captain. In his final moments, the captain places his hand on hers, transferring his spiritual energy to her. He tells her he hopes their powers will be of use to her and pleads with her to make it back alive. Back in the present, Jiaolan stands in the hospital, thinking about that tragic day. She reveals the bitter irony of her team's sacrifice. They gave her their power, but they didn't know that a Shizai flower is useless if it is touched by blood or not picked perfectly whole, meaning their mission failed even as they saved her life. Later, after a long journey, Fang Yi's new team arrives at the empty outskirts of the extreme dark zone. The red-haired leader complains about the long walk. She asks why they don't just fly, given their power. Yi explains that even for pioneers, flying for a long time is not possible until one's spiritual energy is overwhelmingly large. Fang Yi remains silent, his glowing red eyes focused on their destination. They finally arrive at a massive, heavily guarded checkpoint that marks the entrance to the zone. Beyond rows of tank traps and fencing, they see a shimmering blue energy barrier. Fang Yi confirms that this must be the extreme dark zone. Even from a distance and through the multiple barriers, he can feel the deeply unpleasant aura of the dark attribute coming through. Yi and her leader are clearly disturbed by the heavy energy, with the leader saying that it's 1,000 times more terrifying than the monster they fought before. Fang Yi simply tells them to stay calm. He then points out that they are not the only ones who have answered the call. A large, diverse crowd of other pioneers has already gathered at the checkpoint, waiting for the mission to begin. Yi guesses that the pioneers are not just here for the big reward. She explains that the dark attribute is known to be very difficult to deal with, ruthless, and naturally hostile to humans. However, with the increasing number of violent dark attribute monsters appearing in the cities, pioneers have realized they can no longer afford to ignore the source of the problem. Many have come here to face the threat directly and find a way to fight back. The red-haired leader agrees with her logic, and Fang Yi looks on with a slight smile, impressed by his cousin's sharp mind. The scene shows the various wild pioneers, each with unique gear and styles, all waiting for the gates to open. As they wait, Fang Yi explains his reason for taking on such a dangerous mission. He says that he has already faced dark attribute monsters twice before. The first was the mutated rabbit, which was more like some kind of gross, rat-like beast. The second was the serpent and its rat-like partner, Candle Knight, a smart pair that worked together to lure and trap pioneers, a mission that nearly wiped out an entire squad from the Spiritual Energy Association. He explains that the most important detail, as his cousin Yiji correctly pointed out, is that these creatures seem to be cleverly and purposely bypassing the military defenses at the city's borders. He suspects they are using some unknown method to get into urban areas, and these incidents have happened so often that they can no longer be ignored. The situation has become so bad that if they don't face the source, the cities will eventually be overrun. Therefore, he concludes, they have no choice but to go to the extreme dark zone. At the checkpoint, a military officer watches as Su Qingying briefs a group of pioneers before the energy barrier. She stands with a grim and serious expression, ready for the dangerous mission ahead. Her focus is broken when she spots a familiar group approaching. She is completely shocked to see Fang Yi walking up with Lin Yi and the red-haired leader. Her green-haired subordinate, Zhang Xiaoya, is equally surprised and calls out to her, but Su Qingying is frozen, covering her mouth in a panic. She silently prays that the great master won't notice her in the crowd, but her hopes are crushed when Fang Yi looks directly at her, a questioning look on his face as he calls out her name, identifying her as Captain Su. Resigned, Su Jingying walks over with her cloaked squad members, having already received military information about Fang Yi's team. The red-haired leader, always mischievous, sizes up the beautiful silver-haired girl and asks Fang Yi if this is Yi Yi's sister-in-law, a teasing term for a potential girlfriend. The suggestion sends both Yi Yi and Su Qingying into a panic. Su Qingying blushes and waves her arms, exclaiming what a huge misunderstanding it is. Fang Yi calmly clarifies that she is not, explaining that she is Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Association who helps him out with miscellaneous tasks. This explanation, however, only seems to make Su Qingying more flustered, as she finds the description even more annoying than the romantic idea. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud, arrogant voice. An imposing older man in heavy red armor with two other armored pioneers steps forward and calls them a bunch of shameless brats. He complains loudly that the new generation of pioneers is younger and more disrespectful, not even greeting their elders. He scolds them for talking casually in such a dangerous place. He finishes with a sarcastic comment, saying he hopes they can all rely on each other inside the extreme dark zone. The red-haired leader gets angry, but Yi Yi holds her back, trying to calm the situation. Fang Yi calmly steps between them, signaling for his teammate to calm down. Not intimidated, the red-haired leader points a finger at the arrogant man, telling him to mind his own business and warning him that it's anyone's guess who will be scared to death inside. The man's expression turns into an angry glare. Just then, the sound of an approaching vehicle breaks the tension. The man smirks, seeing that their car has arrived. A large armored transport with police lights pulls up, and its back doors open. The mysterious Jiaolan steps out, and her presence immediately gets the attention of every pioneer there. The crowd gasps, recognizing the infamous Sister Jiaolan. She walks forward with an air of authority, with her guards on either side as the pioneers murmur in awe, wondering who she is to deserve such a grand entrance. Fang Yi watches her approach and figures out her purpose. She is the one who will open the gate for them. Jiaolan stands before the massive, crackling blue energy barrier. She raises her hand, gathering a swirl of pure energy until a glowing blue symbol forms in her palm. With a powerful push, she shoves the symbol forward, and the huge energy barrier tears open, revealing a dark path into the forbidden zone. With the gate now open, the S-Class mission has officially begun. With the huge energy barrier torn open, Jiaolan stood before the dark portal, with red and black energy whipping around her. She announced that the pioneers could now enter but gave them one last, important warning. The Shizai flowers they were sent to get had to be perfectly whole and must not be touched by human blood. She said that if the flowers didn't meet these rules, there would be no reward, and with that, she told them to start. The large group of pioneers began to walk into the scary portal. As they walked, a member of the arrogant pioneers group grumbled to his leader, complaining that Jiaolan was sending them to their deaths without going in herself. The arrogant pioneer's teammate told him to be quiet, reminding him that if they died, the government would pay a lot of money to their families. As Fang Yi's group watched the others enter, Su Qingying analyzed the strength of the various teams for him. She identified the arrogant pioneer as a one-star spirit creation realm cultivator, the same level as Fang Yi. She also noted that there were several other powerful people who were hiding their auras, making them hard to judge, while the rest were solid pioneers at the 1-star or 3-star Ghost Axe realm. She concluded that the teams were all about equal in strength. Fang Yi was surprised to hear that the arrogant man was also at the spirit creation realm, as he hadn't sensed a high level of spiritual energy from him. He thought to himself that the mission must be very difficult to have attracted so many elite teams. Back outside, one of Jiaolan's helpers gave her a final report from a tablet. She confirmed that a total of 37-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, 7 1-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, and 3 1-star Spirit Creation Pioneers had entered. The mission involved monsters ranging from B level to S level in danger. Jiaolan calmly told her helper to get the monitoring equipment ready, assuring her that she was prepared. Inside the portal, the pioneers found themselves in a deserted, dark, and misty place filled with dead trees. As Fang Yi's group stepped into the extreme dark zone, they were immediately surrounded by shadowy black tendrils of energy. Fang Yi warned everyone to stay close, explaining that the overwhelming dark attribute in the area would block their vision and that they could easily get separated and lost. His warning was followed by the red-haired leader suddenly kneeling over, feeling sick. She apologized, saying she couldn't stop herself from throwing up. Su Qingying calmly went to her side and told her it was a normal reaction. She explained that the terrible smell was a mix of rotting bodies and brain fluid, a scent that most people couldn't handle. She then pointed to another group of pioneers in the distance who were also on the ground, vomiting from the bad air, showing that even those of similar strength were affected. Su Qingying continued to explain that the dark attribute was a natural counter to pioneers, acting as a form of pollution that weakened them. She also warned that the monsters in this zone were extremely active. Fang Yi listened closely as she explained the known threats. She explained the official monster classifications. B-level monsters were a threat to pioneers of the same level. A-level monsters were powerful enough to attract spirit creation realm cultivators, like the extreme dark zone itself. And S-level monsters were disaster-class threats, powerful enough to challenge even those at the legendary Jinggong realm. However, she added a final grim warning. The dark attribute in this zone acted as a power-up for the creatures. A monster that would normally be a B-level threat would be at least an A-level threat inside this zone. The red-haired leader expressed her surprise at this new information. Lin Yiyi, worried, asked Su Qingying if she and her team were unaffected by the pollution. Su Qingying chuckled, explaining that she was not affected because she and her team were used to dealing with similar monsters and were not bothered by the smell. She also revealed that she had recently broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and was working hard to evolve her water attribute into an ice attribute. Lin Yi then spoke up, addressing Su Qingying. She noted that since they were both at the same level, she wondered if she also felt her spiritual energy being heavily suppressed, even more so than during her previous missions. Su Qingying confirmed her suspicion, adding a grim warning that many high-level masters, including 1-star spirit creation military elites, had died in this zone, so they needed to be extremely careful. As they went deeper into the deserted landscape, Su Qingying took the lead. She saw that they could no longer see the group ahead of them and urged her team to move a little faster. She then gave an important instruction. They should all speak less to save their physical strength and concentrate their spiritual energy to prevent the heavy dark mist from taking advantage of any weakness. As he walked, Fang Yi thought about his own condition. He was surprised that he didn't feel the same severe discomfort as the others. He concluded that it was likely because his enhanced yang and thunder attributes naturally pushed back the dark attribute, or perhaps his spiritual power had simply become stronger after his breakthrough to the spirit creation realm. Elsewhere in the zone, the arrogant pioneer and his team were in a fierce battle. With a powerful slash of his glowing green sword, the leader easily cut off the head of a monstrous beast. He laughed arrogantly, mocking the zone's dangers. His teammates cheered him on as he declared that they would be the ones to get the Shizai flower, vowing to show the younger generation what true strength looked like. Back with Fang Yi's group, Lin Yi was still struggling with nausea, making small gagging sounds. Fang Yi noticed her distress and thought to himself that despite her power, she was still just a child. He gently placed a hand on her back, sending a comforting wave of spiritual energy through her. The effect was immediate. Lin Yi felt the nausea and the chilling cold vanish, replaced by a comforting warmth like the winter sun. She marveled at the incredible power of the spirit creation realm. She commented on the comforting warmth of what she believed to be a rare, high-grade fire attribute. She thought about how her own wood attribute slowly absorbs energy and how Su Qingying had mentioned her own water attribute turning into the rare ice attribute. Fang Yi corrected her, clarifying that it wasn't a fire attribute, but the yang attribute. He apologized for not explaining it to her before, and casually revealed that he was the one responsible for both the incident at the North Gate and the fire on the playground at Qingcheng University. The red-haired leader was shocked by this confession. She asked in disbelief if he was admitting to having 3 different high-grade attributes. Fang Yi explained that the 2 fire-related events were not the same, noting there were small but important differences between the Yang and Skyfire attributes. Inwardly, Fang Yi thought about his 4th power, the Desolation attribute. He decided to keep it a secret, believing it was always wise to have a hidden advantage. Outwardly, he gave a vague confirmation to his team's amazed questions. The red-haired leader, shivering from the heavy cold, nervously approached Fang Yi. She explained that she had not yet reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and couldn't sense attributes very well, but she knew his Yang attribute could help her. Promising to behave, she shyly asked if he could warm her up as well. Fang Yi agreed to warm her for the day and placed a hand on her shoulder, sending a comforting wave of energy through her that made her yelp in surprise. As she breathed out a visible puff of warm air, sighing in relief, Zhang Xiaoya and the other member of Su Qingying's squad looked on in confusion. Seeing how well it worked, Fang Yi kindly offered the same to Su Qingying's team. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingying admitted that the warmth felt nice, and her 2 enthusiastic subordinates eagerly accepted the offer. With a series of quick pats, Fang Yi shared his protective yang energy with the 3 women, who all expressed their surprise and gratitude for the comforting warmth. Their brief moment of comfort was shattered by the sound of heavy, clawed footsteps crunching on the dead ground nearby. Fang Yi's expression instantly hardened as his senses picked up the threat, and he warned the group that a monster was approaching. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy wolf-like creature lunged from the mist. Su Qingying reacted instantly, leaping forward and creating a long blade of blue energy to stop the attack. The beast landed with a thud directly behind the terrified red-haired leader, causing Fang Yi to shout a warning to her. The monster, surrounded by a menacing purple and black aura, let out a furious roar and charged. Su Qingying identified it as a dangerous A-level monster. Declaring that she would handle it, she stepped forward and unleashed a powerful blast of sharp ice energy from her hand, which hit the creature directly. To their surprise, the monster vanished into nothingness upon impact. Su Qingying stood ready, an ice crystal forming in her hand, as Lin Yi wondered aloud if it had disappeared. However, Fang Yi saw the truth behind the attack. His sharp eyes pierced through the mist, revealing that the monster had been a distraction. The real threat was a massive horde of zombie-like figures with glowing red eyes, walking silently toward them. He shouted a desperate warning for everyone to watch their feet, but it was too late. The ground beneath them erupted in a mass of shadowy hands and tendrils, trapping the entire group as the zombie horde closed in from all sides. Surrounded by the grabbing zombie horde, Fang Yi calmly told his companions to get back as he drew his sword. His eyes lit up with a brilliant, fiery light, and he unleashed a massive, explosive wave of pure fire. The entire horde was instantly burned by the inferno, their shadowy forms dissolving into the flames as they shrieked in pain. Standing among the dying embers, Fang Yi casually twirled his sword, announcing that they were safe for the moment. He explained that despite the illusion of a large crowd, there had only been 2 monsters controlling the puppets. Su Qingying was shocked, realizing that the monsters in this zone had already evolved to the point where they could mimic human language. Fang Yi grimly suggested that it was likely because they had eaten many people and learned from their victims. The group was stunned by the power they had just seen. Su Qingying noted that the extreme dark zone was so dangerous that it had made even the weakest of these creatures into A-level threats, making them impossible for anyone below the spirit creation realm to fight head-on. In a separate location, the mysterious Jiao Lan watched the event unfold. She was impressed, realizing that Fang Yi had destroyed 2 A-level phantom beasts with a single strike. She admitted to herself that even she would have needed to fight them for several rounds to win. Understanding the new level of danger, Lin Yiyi declared that if what Su Qingying said was true, it was more important than ever for them to stick together. She warned that the monsters could disguise themselves and attack when they let their guard down, and she urged the red-haired leader to get up from the ground. The red-haired leader, however, was still shaken, not by the monsters, but by the overwhelming power of Fang Yi's attack. She complained about the terrifyingly heavy aura, which she found more suffocating than the zombies, feeling that even a slight touch from his flames would have killed her. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound echoed through the deserted landscape. Lin Yi asked if the others could hear what sounded like ocean waves. The ground began to shake violently, causing the entire group to stumble and lose their balance. In the distance, they saw other pioneer teams fleeing in absolute terror. One man desperately shouted at his comrade to stop fighting and run, screaming that the approaching threat was pure evil and that they were seeing ghosts. Fang Yi, Su Qingying, and Lin Yiyi watched with grim expressions as the chaos unfolded. Before them, a massive, swirling vortex of pure dark energy, filled with countless monstrous forms and glowing red eyes, swept across the landscape, consuming everything in its path. The arrogant pioneer and his team were caught in the middle of the disaster, which was identified as the legendary Dark Tide. As the terrifying dark tide swept across the land, eating pioneers who screamed for help, the arrogant pioneer scoffed. He dismissed the threat, proudly declaring that if the regular troops couldn't handle it, it didn't mean he couldn't. With a defiant roar, he summoned a huge barrier of green energy with his sword, proclaiming that everything inside the zone was his to take. He then charged recklessly into the heart of the swirling red and black storm. His confidence was instantly broken. The moment he entered the tide, he was covered by its suffocating dark tendrils. He realized with horror that the monsters inside were far more powerful than he could have ever imagined, far beyond A level or even S level. Full of terror, he knew he couldn't let himself be caught, but it was already too late. He and many other pioneers were swallowed by the overwhelming darkness, their screams echoing as they were pulled into the deep. From a safe distance, Fang Yi's group watched the horrifying sight. The red-haired leader, shaken, wondered if the others were all dead and if they had any chance of escaping. Lin Yiyi asked Su Qingying to explain what the dark tide was. Su Qingying grimly described it as the ultimate form of the dark attribute, a tide of pure corruption that ate everything in its path, including other monsters. She was confused and terrified, explaining that their mission was supposed to have been planned to avoid the Day of the Tide, and she feared that all the pioneers who had gone ahead were now gone. Lin Yi remembered hearing about the dark tide on pioneer forums, where it was described as a force that could destroy an entire city. Terrified, she urged her cousin to retreat while they still had time. Fang Yi, however, stayed calm. He told everyone not to panic and created a large protective barrier of golden energy, crackling with blue lightning, around the whole group. He explained that this spiritual shield was a natural counter to the dark attribute and told them that, if they needed to, they could combine their powers to keep the barrier up and survive the tide's impact. Su Qingying was shocked by his plan, asking what he was going to do. She warned him that the dark tide was a concentrated state of the dark attribute and that their combined power couldn't possibly stop it, reminding him that the powerful spirit creation pioneer had just been swallowed whole. Fang Yi was not bothered. With his sword erupting in golden flames and his other hand sparking with blue lightning, he confidently declared that he would go and destroy it. Before anyone could react, he leaped forward, becoming a streak of pure fire and lightning that shot directly toward the massive wave of darkness. His teammates could only watch in stunned disbelief, with Su Qingying wondering if he really meant to destroy the dark tide itself. He plunged into the heart of the storm, his light cutting a path through the swirling chaos. Inside the eye of the tide, Fang Yi floated calmly, completely unharmed inside a protective golden aura as the monstrous dark energy swirled around him. He looked at the small, flame-like wisps of red energy inside the storm and smirked, confirming a suspicion he had. Floating in the heart of the dark tide, Fang Yi was surrounded by a gross horde of countless monsters, their multi-eyed forms twisting in the darkness. He analyzed the true nature of the threat, realizing that these were not just A-level monsters being controlled by the dark energy. Instead, they were upgraded composites, fused and evolved versions of countless smaller monsters. He understood that the tide was a living incubator, constantly evolving its creatures from B level to A level and then to S level. The whole event, he concluded, was at least an SSS level threat, which explained why it could so easily eat even powerful spirit creation realm pioneers. A monster lunged at Fang Yi. His eyes blazed with golden fire, and with a single powerful slash of his flaming sword, he unleashed his crimson flame blade technique, easily destroying the A-level composite beast. He thought about his incredible growth. The combination of his new Spirit Creation Realm power and his Skyfire-enhanced sword allowed him to instantly kill a creature that would have previously been a tough fight. As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed something familiar. It was the arrogant pioneer, still alive, but being consumed by the tide's dark energy. The man was still conscious, struggling against the corruption that was taking over him. Fang Yi saw that since the man was still responsive, his spiritual energy hadn't been completely drained. He figured that even if his spiritual foundation wasn't as solid as his own, being a true Spirit Creation Realm pioneer gave him a small chance of survival. Deciding to act, Fang Yi gathered his divine thunder power. He unleashed a massive blast of purifying lightning, striking the dark mass that held the arrogant pioneer. The man was thrown clear of the tide, landing hard on the ground, unconscious but free from the corruption. Standing over his fallen rival with his sword still burning, Fang Yi noted that the man could be saved, but just barely. His victory didn't last long. The dark energy around him began to twist and come together, and the monsters he had just destroyed began to reform before his eyes. He watched as a massive, multi-eyed creature regenerated from the darkness, realizing with grim certainty that the tide could infinitely reproduce its minions. He wondered if this terrifying regenerative power was the special characteristic of monsters that were above S level. Facing the endlessly regenerating horde, Fang Yi decided on a new, much riskier plan. With a confident smirk, he proposed to try something different. He deliberately dropped his protective spiritual energy aura, leaving himself completely exposed to the full, overwhelming power of the dark tide. The moment he was unprotected, his system activated, detecting the extreme dark attribute. However, it quickly reported a failure. The attribute's power was too special and could not be taken at this time. Fang Yi was disappointed but not entirely surprised. He realized that even after reaching the Spirit Creation Realm, the dark attribute was still beyond his reach, confirming that it was fundamentally different and more complex than any other power he had faced. With his options running out, a determined smile appeared on his face. He concluded that since he could neither destroy the tide nor absorb its power, he would have to find another way to deal with it. As the monsters closed in again, he briefly regretted not bringing his little white flower, the Desolation Flower, knowing its life-draining power would have been a perfect counter. He wondered what other options he had left. Then, his eyes widened with a sudden realization. He knew he had a ready-made solution right in front of him. Outside the tide, the rest of the team watched from the safety of their golden barrier. The red-haired leader, still shaken, asked Su Qingying if she had ever seen such a situation before, but Su Qingying could only admit that she hadn't. Suddenly, the chaotic, swirling energy of the dark tide grew unnervingly still, pressing silently against their protective shield. The strange calm only increased the tension. Lin Yi was terrified, admitting that even when they faced the monstrous Desolation Vine, she hadn't felt so anxious. She was consumed with worry for her cousin, fearing the worst. Su Qingying tried to reassure her, pointing out that his protective barrier was still active, just flickering. She took Yi's hands, telling her they should focus their own spiritual energy to help strengthen the shield. She added with grim logic that if a pioneer as powerful as Fang Yi were to fall, their own fates would be sealed anyway. Su Xingying continued to boost their morale, reminding them that Fang Yi was a Spirit Creation Realm cultivator who used several powerful attributes, and she suspected his true strength was even greater than they knew. She told them that it was not up to pioneers at their level to worry about rescuing someone so far beyond them. Her surprisingly humorous and confident words managed to calm Lin Yi, who thanked her. Su Gingying simply smiled, admitting that her own teammates often said she was too serious, and asked if Yi felt a little better. Their tense weight was shattered as a massive column of pure fire erupted from within the dark tide, pushing back the oppressive darkness. From the heart of the inferno, Fang Yi unleashed his ultimate technique, the 9 Dragons, Skyfire Sealing Art. He rose from the flames, his body glowing with a mixture of blue and golden energy. Outside, his teammates watched in absolute awe. The red-haired leader excitedly pointed him out to a stunned Lin Yi, while Su Qingying stared in disbelief at the sheer scale of the power on display. The technique appeared as 9 colossal, fiery dragons that swirled and danced, their combined light completely overwhelming the dark tide. Elsewhere, the mysterious Jiaolan, who had been monitoring the mission, was thrown off balance by the immense spiritual pressure. She recognized the power as the legendary Skyfire attribute and the technique as a powerful seal. She watched in utter disbelief as the 9 dragons came together, compressing the entire, city-destroying dark tide into a single, unstable orb of fiery energy, questioning if he had truly managed to seal the entire event. But Fang Yi was not finished. Having contained the tide, he gathered his divine thunder power in his hands, unleashing it in a massive vortex of crackling blue energy that swirled around the sealed fiery sphere. With a powerful roar, he invoked the name of his combined technique, the 9 Dragons' Edict. The 2 immense powers of fire and thunder crashed together, creating a massive explosion that shook the very foundations of the extreme dark zone. With a final, decisive command to seal, Fang Yi brought his hands together, forcing the chaotic energy to collapse in on itself. The vortex of fire and lightning compressed into a smaller, more stable sphere, finally settling into a small, brightly glowing orb of perfectly contained, pulsating power. After Fang Yi's incredible display of power, the arrogant pioneer lies unconscious on the ground. Fang Yi thinks that, for now, they are safe, and that he has unexpectedly rescued someone, wondering what he should do with him. Lin Yi runs to her cousin, very relieved that he is okay. Su Qingying, standing by the fallen pioneer, offers to have her team take care of the unconscious man. Later, Su Qingying approaches Fang Yi, asking why he does not seem happy after successfully sealing such a high-level dark attribute. In her mind, however, she is completely amazed, thinking that he truly kept his word to destroy the dark tide and that he is a truly incredible person. Fang Yi explains to the group that they must move quickly. He says that the seal he used is only temporary and that the overwhelming dark attribute energy in the area is still strong. They must hurry to find the Shizai flower before the seal wears off. Su Qingying understands and confirms that her team will take the man back to the association for treatment while her teammates carry the unconscious pioneer on their shoulders. The group stops at a cliff, looking out over the empty landscape. Su Qingying realizes that none of the other pioneers who went ahead made it out, sadly concluding that they were all eaten by the dark attribute, as not a single trace of them remains. The red-haired leader mourns how people who were alive just moments ago have completely vanished. Fang Yi, for his part, thinks that maybe he is cold-blooded, but he feels relieved that he didn't have to watch them die. As they approach a scary dark pool, Fang Yi takes command. He tells Lin Yi and the others to go ahead with Su Qingying's team, explaining that this pool is now the most dangerous thing and it's better for him to stay behind to protect them. The group agrees and moves forward. When he is left alone, standing on a rocky ledge, a system window appears before Fang Yi, telling him that it has detected a new, strong fluctuation of the dark attribute. Immediately, a powerful vortex of purple and black energy erupts from the ground around him. The system confirms that the detection was successful and announces that it is activating its ultimate computing power to begin writing a new technique. Fang Yi is lifted into the air, his arms outstretched, as huge pillars of pure dark energy rise around him. The system declares that the writing process has been successful, and Fang Yi's eyes snap open, now glowing with a menacing purple light, filled with the essence of the power he has just mastered. A system window confirms his new acquisition. He has obtained the Dark Attribute Technique, the Limitless Dark World. The system explains that this ability allows him to create a sealed space of dark mist, inside which spiritual energy is massively weakened. Fang Yi thinks about his new power, recognizing the dark world as a special domain he can control. He understands the huge strategic advantage this gives him. The corrosive effect of his new power will drain his enemies' spiritual energy and slow their ability to refill it. He imagines himself rising over a sea of desperate hands. He realizes that if he combines this new weakening effect with his other powerful attributes, he will become even more formidable, confidently concluding that he could destroy even a monster stranger and more powerful than the dark tide itself if it were to appear again. As the last of the purple energy settles, Su Qingying, still in disbelief, asks Fang Yi if he feels the dark mist reforming around them. Her eyes widen in shock as she fully processes the immense spiritual fluctuation she is sensing. She stares as Fang Yi is surrounded by the leftover energy, wondering how he could possibly be having another breakthrough without any of the usual big signs like a change in heaven and earth. The realization then hits her with stunning force. He hadn't just sealed the S-class dark tide, he had absorbed its power. She finds the very idea ridiculous and unbelievable. In the early days of the spiritual revival, all pioneers knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying power, born from the collective negative emotions and deep-seated evil of all living things. Because of this, absorbing its power is strictly forbidden by the government. A flashback shows a failed official experiment where researchers tried to purify the dark attribute but paid a painful price, leading to it being classified as a uniquely dangerous monster. The power of these dark monsters can range from D to S-class, but even the weakest can overwhelm early pioneers, let alone the absolute S-class threat of the dark tide, which could eat even spirit creation realm cultivators with ease. Another flashback reveals the fate of a 3-star Ghost Axe pioneer who, before the ban, tried to absorb the energy from a mere sea-level monster. He was driven mad by the backlash, suffering from skin decay and a mental collapse, and remains in a psychiatric hospital to this day. Back in the present, the chaotic dark energy goes down, receding back into Fang Yi as he lets out a quiet breath. He calmly calls out into the empty, misty landscape, stating that whoever has been watching them for a long time can come out now. His red eyes scan the area with a sharp, knowing gaze. From the mist, Jiaolan emerges. She confirms that if she is not mistaken, Fang Yi was the one who single-handedly sealed the dark tide. Su Qingying is stunned by her sudden appearance, gasping her name in disbelief. Jiaolan floats down, landing before Fang Yi and asking what he was just doing, specifically questioning if he was absorbing the dark attribute. Fang Yi calmly confirms that he was. The directed mission sends another wave of shock through Su Qingying. In a swift and shocking motion, Jiaolan draws a pistol and aims it directly at Fang Yi's head. The red-haired leader shouts Jiaolan's name, demanding to know what she is doing, while she and a terrified Lin Yi can only watch in confusion and fear. Su Qingying immediately leaps into action, placing herself between Jiaolan and Fang Yi and blocking the gun with her arm. She confronts Jiaolan fiercely, reminding her that if she recalls correctly, Fang Yi is the military's highest priority recruitment target. She then challenges Jiaolan, pointing out that the association had also wanted to recruit him before the military intercepted him, and demands to know the meaning of this hostile action. Ignoring Su Qingying's defense, Fang Yi calmly places a hand on her shoulder and addresses Jiaolan directly. He finds it strange, asking if their mission wasn't to find the Shizai flower. He points out that while she seems eager to complete the mission, she also appears very unhappy that they did not die there. Jiaolan remains silent, her expression unreadable as she continues to aim her weapon, the light glinting off the barrel. The red-haired leader, however, is not so calm. She erupts in anger, shouting at Jiaolan. She reminds her that their squad had always trusted her, and she furiously questions why Jiaolan didn't step in when they were facing the dark tide. She declares that without Fang Yi, they would have been doomed, pointing out that Yi is still just a child. She accuses Jiaolan of simply standing by and watching, only to now threaten the very person who saved them. Jiaolan suddenly lowers her weapon, a smirk playing on her lips. She dismisses the entire confrontation as a joke, remarking that Fang Yi seems to be very well liked by his teammates. She then congratulates him, announcing that he has passed the test. The sudden change leaves the red-haired leader and Su Qingying completely confused by her words. Fang Yi, however, understands immediately. He asks if her true purpose was to test him. Jiaolan confirms his suspicion, explaining that because of his incredible talent and strength, she didn't want to rely on cold, impersonal data. Instead, she wanted to see for herself what kind of person he truly was. She then turns to address the red-haired leader's earlier accusation. She explains that she didn't step in because pioneers must follow the harsh rules of this new world. She states that this is their shared fate, a life where fortune and disaster can change in an instant. However, she tells them they are lucky to have a trustworthy and powerful person protecting them. She asks if they have noticed that no other monsters have dared to attack them since the tide was defeated, explaining that the creatures are terrified of the power Fang Yi displayed. Fang Yi looks on with a grim expression, agreeing with her assessment. He adds that the dark tide itself follows the same principle. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. With the test concluded, Jiaolan offers to lead them to the Shizai flower, stating that she knows the area better than they do. As they follow, Su Qingying whispers to Fang Yi, expressing her feeling that something is mentally wrong with Jiaolan. She reveals a crucial piece of information. Jiaolan's own squad had previously encountered the dark tide, and she was the only survivor. Fang Yi processes this information, piecing together a clear picture of her psychology. He understands that her absolute obedience to her mission and the rules has made her cold and detached. He also deduces that the sacrifice of her teammates has left her with a form of post-traumatic, self-destructive tendency. Yet he realizes that another powerful belief keeps her going, and that witnessing him seal the dark tide had simply caused her to lose her composure for a moment. With a newfound understanding, Fang Yi shows a hint of a smile. He tells his teammates that they should all be considerate of this injured person. The red-haired leader asks if Jiaolan is injured. Fang Yi, observing her closely, confirms that she is. He explains to his team that her spiritual barrier is severely damaged, estimating that while she has the power of a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator, her protective aura has dropped by at least 2 levels. A visual of her crumbling spiritual energy confirms his assessment, indicating she has suffered a significant internal injury. She even stumbles slightly as she walks, a clear sign of her weakened state. Noticing their concern, Jiaolan looks back and quietly thanks them, but dismisses the issue, stating that her injury is not a problem. Led by Jiaolan, the group travels through an empty, misty landscape filled with dead trees and the bones of fallen creatures, an area identified as the chaotic burial mounds. As they walk, Fang Yi's sharp senses pick up on something amiss, and he spots the skeletal remains of a fallen pioneer half buried in the ground. Finally, Jiaolan announces they have arrived at their destination. Before them, in a small clearing, a single, beautiful shizai flower glows with a soft, ethereal purple light. As Jiaolan begins to walk towards the flower, Fang Yi watches her, sensing that something is wrong. His suspicion is confirmed as vicious, shadowy monsters with glowing red eyes erupt from the ground, surrounding the flower as if to guard it. The sudden appearance of the monsters does not stop Jiaolan. Instead, her expression becomes one of intense and unnerving obsession. She reaches out a hand, whispering that she can finally see it again, her face shadowed as if she is in a trance. Fang Yi's expression becomes serious and urgent as he realizes the immediate danger, knowing she is not in her right mind. Reacting instantly, he summons a ball of golden red flame in his hand, shouting a command to awaken her spirit. He then hurls the fireball directly towards the entranced Jiaolan, intending to snap her out of her dangerous state. The fireball flies towards Jiaolan. Snapping out of her trance at the last second, she recognizes the attack as a very rare and powerful Yang attribute. With surprising speed, she knocks the blast away with her arm, and the impact sends out a shockwave. She and Fang Yi now stand facing each other in a tense silence, as golden energy crackles around his hand. Jiaolan, now fully awake, is shaken. The sight of the flower had brought back a bad memory, and the ghostly images of her fallen friends flash in her mind as she wonders if her preparations were still not enough. Seeing that she has returned to her senses, Lin Yi and Su Qingying rush to her side. Yi asks if she is all right, while Su Qingying wisely notes that Jiaolan is being badly affected by the dark attribute, and suggests it would be safer for them to all stick together. Ignoring them, Fang Yi steps forward confidently. He states that for the shizai flower, it is enough if he goes alone, deciding to handle the situation himself. He calmly walks through the empty, misty clearing, approaching the glowing flower. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake. A massive, ugly, wolf-like monster with glowing red eyes bursts from the earth, lunging forward. Its mouth opens wide, showing a terrifying storm of smaller, screaming faces and dark red energy as it roars in hunger. Unfazed, Fang Yi summons crackling blue energy to his fingertips, saying a single word: Divine Thunder. He lets out several massive bolts of lightning that go through the monster's body. The creature roars in pain, its body filled with electricity, but it does not fall. Fang Yi watches it, realizing that this fox demon must have eaten countless other monsters to change so much, identifying it as yet another S-class threat. Knowing that the seal on the dark tide is temporary and their time is running out, he realizes he must end this quickly. Seeing the monster's amazing strength, a confident smirk appears on his face. He decides that if it won't die, he will use it as a test subject for his new power, gathering the scary purple energy of the dark attribute into his hand. With a confident look, Fang Yi unleashes his newly acquired power, the limitless dark world, on the S-class fox monster. A massive storm of swirling purple energy erupts from him, completely trapping the surprised creature. The energy hardens into a large, dark purple sphere, enclosing both Fang Yi and the monster inside its area. Inside this new reality, shadowy purple tendrils whip out from all directions, wrapping tightly around the S-class beast. The monster struggles and whimpers in pain, its massive form beginning to shrink under the immense pressure of Fang Yi's area. A system window then appears, confirming the devastating effect of his technique. Under the influence of the limitless dark world, the S-class anomaly has been forcibly downgraded by 2 full levels to a B-class threat. Standing before the now weakened creature, Fang Yi notes that the S-class anomaly must have had a very weak foundation to be downgraded so easily. With the monster now manageable, his sword ignites in a blaze of golden-red fire. He declares that the fight is over and delivers a single, massive fiery slash, completely destroying the creature in a fire. Outside the sphere, Su Qingying and Lin Yi watch the massive orb of dark energy. Su Qingying finds it strange, noting that while it is clearly a dark attribute, it feels different from what she's used to. Lin Yi agrees, confirming that she doesn't feel the usual disgusting and heavy coldness from it. Jiaolan provides the explanation. She states that this is because they are witnessing Fang Yi's personal domain, a space he created himself after mastering the dark attribute without a teacher. Jiaolan thinks about the immense importance of this achievement. She explains that creating a domain is an incredibly difficult ability. Before this moment, the only person she knew who could create a spatial domain with their spiritual power was her teacher. She guesses that, besides him, there are at most 3 other people in the entire world with this power. A painful memory flashes in her mind, showing a vision of a massive, citywide disaster. She recalls how her teacher had tried to use his own domain to stop the disaster, but had ultimately failed. Their thoughts are interrupted as the purple sphere disappears, revealing Fang Yi standing alone in the clearing. Jiaolan and Su Qingying are stunned at how quickly he finished the battle. With a casual wave and a reassuring smile, Fang Yi announces that the chaotic burial mounds should be safe from any more trouble now. With the area now secure, Fang Yi calmly walks towards the glowing shizai flower. He carefully cups his hands around the plant, gently pulling it from the ground with its roots intact to preserve it. Holding the glowing prize, he examines it for a moment, concluding that this should be enough to complete their mission. Jiaolan watches him with a tense and nervous expression as the mission reaches its critical point. Fang Yi returns to the group and presents the flower to Jiaolan, who remarks on its small size. He confirms that their mission is complete and urges them to leave immediately, explaining that the sealed dark tide is unlike other monsters and could become a problem at any moment. He adds that they also have to deal with the unconscious, arrogant pioneer and his team. Her tense mood melts away, replaced by real gratitude. Holding the glowing flower, she sincerely thanks Fang Yi, admitting that his overwhelming power was the only reason for their success. She then thanks the rest of the group and announces it is time for them to leave. As the others begin to walk away, Jiaolan pauses for a moment, looking back to thank Fang Yi one last time. She then reveals the full, critical importance of their mission. She explains that Elder Wu, the Xia Nation's only Jinggang realm pioneer, is on the brink of death, and the shizai flower is the only life-saving medicine that can save him. With a slight, grateful smile, she tells Fang Yi that he has just saved the life of the nation's most powerful protector. Fang Yi listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he processes this new, important piece of information, quietly repeating the name of the legendary Jinggang realm to himself. As the group finally emerges from the dark portal of the extreme dark zone, they are met with a sky filled with swirling red clouds. The red-haired leader throws her fists up in triumph, shouting with immense relief that they can finally see the light and have made it out alive. Lin Yi agrees, grateful to see the daylight again. Their return is met with a wave of cheers from a large crowd of officials who had been waiting anxiously. They celebrate the successful retrieval of the shizai flower, admitting they didn't quite believe it when Jiaolan had first informed them. As the team walks through the path cleared by the crowd, the red-haired leader is surprised by how many people are there. Someone in the crowd wonders aloud who the person was that actually managed to get the flower. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression becomes one of surprise as she notices something ahead of them. Parked directly in their path is a massive, heavily armored military vehicle, flanked by elite soldiers. The red-haired leader immediately recognizes the vehicle and the symbol of the legendary Star God War Zone, the most powerful and famous military force in the entire Xia Nation. A wave of realization and embarrassment washes over her as she understands that Jiaolan is a member of this elite unit, making her regret having yelled at her earlier. The Star God War Zone is ranked as the #1 military district in the nation. After the spiritual energy revival began, their unique advantages allowed them to secure the most resource-rich forbidden zones, turning them into valuable cultivation grounds. As they get closer, an official carefully hands the shizai flower, now safely stored in a glowing blue container, over to a high-ranking officer. The officer is revealed to be Major Han Lee, who takes the container with a slight, satisfied smile. In a stunning and unexpected show of respect, Major Han Lee and his entire group of soldiers snap to attention, giving Fang Yi a sharp, formal salute that visibly surprises him. Major Han Lee then turns to Jiao Lan, assuring her that he will immediately deliver the shizai flower to the hospital and that she can rest easy. Jiao Lan agrees, saying she will follow shortly. With its precious cargo secured, the armored vehicle speeds away. With the immediate crisis handled, Jiao Lan turns to face Fang Yi. He asks her directly if she is from the Star God War Zone. She confirms that she is, and adds that word of his incredible strength has already spread throughout her entire military district. With a confident and knowing look, she tells him that it won't be long before he becomes a very famous and important figure. Jiaolan continues her conversation with Fang Yi, openly admitting that she recognizes his individual strength is great enough to single-handedly overwhelm even the most elite squads in her war zone. She then makes a formal recruitment offer, pointing out his seemingly limitless potential and inviting him to join the Star God War Zone, promising him access to the best cultivation resources. She also reassures him that the rewards for this mission for his team and for Su Qingying's squad will be delivered soon. Fang Yi listens with a slight smile but seems to be considering his options. Her tone then becomes much more serious as she explains the true seriousness of their situation. She tells Fang Yi that with the world changing so rapidly, the nation's most urgent concern is the threat of dark attribute anomalies. A vision of a city being consumed by a massive, ominous cloud of purple and black energy illustrates her point. She warns that the number of these anomalies is growing at an alarming rate. She explains that the influence of these dark zones will continue to expand like a deadly tumor, capable of causing catastrophic consequences at any moment. Because of this immense danger, she says, they have no choice but to establish forbidden zones and have organizations like the Spiritual Energy Association strictly guard them. She clarifies that she is not telling him this to pressure him into joining, but because she believes that an outstanding and powerful pioneer like him has earned the right to know the truth of the world's situation. Understanding her sincerity, Fang Yi smiles and gives her his assurance. He tells her that he understands, and that if he encounters any anomalies in the future, he will not stand by and do nothing. He tells her she can rest easy on that point. Hearing his promise, Jiaolan's stern and weary expression finally softens into a genuine, relieved smile. Formally introducing herself, she says it's a pleasure to meet him and offers him a small, dark token. Fang Yi takes it, revealing a black tablet with a dragon symbol and the characters for Star God War Zone. Jiaolan explains that this token will grant him unrestricted access to any forbidden zone for his cultivation, and that the gates of the Star God War Zone itself will always be open to him. She then makes one final, important request, asking if he would like to come and see Elder Wu. Fang Yi asks if she meant the Jingang Realm Pioneer. She explains that this person is her teacher, and she thinks Fang Yi should meet him, though she says this is just a personal wish, as she would like to be his friend. Fang Yi accepts her offer and the token she gave him, putting it in his pocket. He agrees to go with her, saying it's always good to have more friends. As a gift to seal their new friendship, he holds out a hand crackling with blue lightning, telling her he has something for her. Jiaolan is confused, but Fang Yi explains that he thinks he can clean out the rest of the dark attribute poison in her body. Before she can react, he unleashes a flood of blue lightning that completely surrounds her, leaving her shocked. The energy flows through her, and she is amazed to find that the thunder attribute has a healing effect. The cold, deep pain she felt is replaced by a warm numbness, and she realizes the discomfort is completely gone. Internally, her old wounds from the dark attribute begin to heal as her body is cleansed by the energy. She feels like she is being reborn as the rare and powerful thunder attribute removes all the toxins from her body. When it's over, Fang Yi asks Jiaolan how she feels. Still surrounded by faint sparks of lightning, she confirms that she feels great and that the leftover dark energy has been completely removed. Su Jingying watches as paramedics take care of the unconscious, arrogant pioneer. Wondering if it's possible to save someone so badly injured, she turns and is surprised to see Fang Yi and Jiaolan still there, but she immediately notices that her aura seems different and her injuries appear to be gone. Jiaolan explains that Fang Yi used his rare, pure thunder attribute to completely clean the dark attribute poison from her system. Su Jingying is amazed by this, realizing that this is the true nature of our boy's power. It can be used to destroy enemies and to save people. She points at Fang Yi in amazement, who just asks her what she's looking at. A brilliant idea strikes Su Qingying, and she excitedly waves over the paramedics. She goes to Fang Yi and suggests a partnership, explaining that if they could combine his spiritual power with their advanced medical equipment, they could save many more pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. To show she is serious, she bows deeply, begging him to show his power just one more time. Fang Yi stays silent, thinking about her request. Fang Yi agrees and unleashes a controlled burst of blue lightning from his hand, asking if that is enough of a demonstration. One of the paramedics, seeing the pure energy, excitedly confirms that it seems to be working and that such a high-level thunder attribute can indeed fight the dark attribute. Jiaolan explains that when Fang Yi treated her, the power was sent directly and destroyed the corruption inside her. Su Qingying suggests that all they would need is for Fang Yi and the patient to hold hands. However, the paramedic clarifies that not every cultivator, even at the spirit creation realm, can handle such pure energy. He explains to a smiling Su Qingying that while Jiaolan's injuries were serious, they were minor compared to the other patient. He estimates that healing the arrogant pioneer would require 10 times the amount of spiritual energy. He adds that just saving the pioneer's life will be a great achievement, and a full recovery is likely impossible. Fang Yi agrees to the procedure, asking the paramedics how to transfer his spiritual energy. They lead him toward the ambulance. A paramedic tells him to place his hand into a special device and release his spiritual energy, which Fang Yi agrees to do. From a distance, Lin Yi watches, thinking about how she never imagined Jiaolan was a high-ranking member of the elite Star God War Zone. She is amazed that her cousin is so powerful that even this legendary military unit is trying to befriend him. She remembers how the normally cold Jiaolan personally asked to be her cousin's friend and even gave him her personal token. After a while, Fang Yi turns to Lin Yi and the red-haired leader, checking on them. Lin Yi confirms they are feeling fine. She then explains that she and the red-haired leader have decided to go out for more training and take on some missions by themselves. They feel they can't always depend on him and need to grow stronger on their own. Having finished transferring his energy, Fang Yi agrees with their decision, simply telling them to be careful. He watches them with a small, proud smile, thinking that his cousin has grown up. Su Jingying and her team prepare to leave. She waves goodbye, telling Fang Yi and Jiaolan they will see each other on the next mission. Jiaolan then tells Fang Yi it is time for them to go visit Elder Wu. As their ambulance drives away, Su Qingying is visibly frustrated, complaining loudly that the military's Star God War Zone has stolen such a powerful person from them. Her teammates try to calm her down. A final thought reveals the internal problems within the Spiritual Energy Association, which is described as being too chaotic, and its top elite squads unwilling to cooperate. Fang Yi and Jiaolan arrive at a large, modern hospital, which is the highest security ward of the Star God War Zone's medical base. Fang Yi asks if this is where Elder Wu is. Inside the hospital room, they stand before the bed where Elder Wu lies unconscious, surrounded by medical equipment. Fang Yi comments on the strange sight, noting how odd it is that the ultimate powerhouse of the Jinggang realm is actually a shriveled old man. Fang Yi observes the elder's condition. The old man's face and neck are covered in red veins, and he breathes through a respirator. Jiaolan explains that his condition was much worse before, saying he looked like a corpse. She adds that even after using the precious shizai flower on him, he still has not woken up. Concerned, Fang Yi wonders what could have happened to such a powerful person to leave him in this state. Jiaolan begins to tell the story of the battle that led to her teacher's coma. She describes how a huge dark attribute anomaly appeared over the capital city. To stop the anomaly from consuming the city, Elder Wu, her teacher, stepped forward to seal it all by himself. A flashback shows the rest of her squad transferring their own spiritual energy to their teacher to support him. The anomaly they faced was far beyond an S-level threat. A monstrous, dragon-like form made of dark energy loomed over the ruined city. Jiaolan continues, explaining the immense danger. If the anomaly had fully come down, it would have destroyed the capital and all the surrounding cities, plunging the entire nation into chaos. In a desperate last stand, Elder Wu used his own personal domain to seal the S-level anomaly, but the disaster was even more powerful than they expected. The overwhelming power of the dark attribute backfired on him, corrupting his body. Jiaolan concludes that if he hadn't been a master of the Jinggang realm, he would have been instantly turned to ash. Back in the present, Fang Yi looks down at the comatose hero with new respect. He acknowledges that to stop the destruction of a city, Elder Wu is truly a great pioneer. As Fang Yi looks at the comatose Elder Wu, his thoughts go to his past life. He remembers that many pioneers had sacrificed themselves so he could be the last human to survive. He realizes with a sad thought that in his original timeline, Elder Wu had probably already died by this point. A new determination fills him, and he reaches a hand towards the elder. Jiaolan, startled, shouts at him, demanding to know what he is doing to her teacher. Fang Yi calmly tells her not to worry. He explains that while the shizai flower is already working, he wants to try and remove some of the stubborn dark attribute that remains in the elder's body. He places his hand on the elder's chest, and a powerful surge of blue lightning begins to flow into the old man's body. Fang Yi explains that this will help him wake up faster. Jiaolan watches in shock, exclaiming that the power he is trying to clean came from an S-level disaster. After a moment of hesitation, she gives in, telling Fang Yi to go ahead and try. Perhaps he is the miracle they need. The room is filled with the crackling of Fang Yi's power as he pours his energy into the elder. Jiaolan warns him to be careful, explaining that the dark attribute inside her teacher is far more terrifying than the dark tide. She adds that, without the shizai flower, the elder's recovery would not have been so slow. Fang Yi, his face serious, confirms that he understands. He can feel the immense power of the darkness within the elder's body. He knows that even though the shizai flower's purifying power has weakened it, the dark energy can still exert an immense and oppressive force. Suddenly, a powerful wave of dark energy erupts from the bed, pushing both Fang Yi and Jiaolan back. Jiaolan shouts a warning, telling Fang Yi to be careful and focus his mind as the dark energy is beginning to affect him. In response, a brilliant golden aura erupts around Fang Yi as he activates his own spiritual protection. His eyes glow with a golden light, but he realizes with a start that the dark energy has pulled his consciousness into a vision of the past. He finds himself standing alone on a deserted street in a ruined city, looking up at the massive, terrifying red eye of the anomaly that had consumed the sky. Inside the mental vision, the anomaly's massive red eye looms over the ruined city and asks Fang Yi who he is. Fang Yi realizes that by touching the dark attribute left in Elder Wu's body, his spirit was pulled into this dangerous illusion. Unbothered, he confidently replies that his identity isn't important, as he is just the one who has come to eliminate it. As his hand glows with blue lightning, he concludes that this anomaly isn't as powerful as it seems. In response, the giant eye launches a massive, sharp red spike at him, catching him by surprise. Fang Yi quickly activates his golden sun breathing technique, his eyes glowing with golden power as he prepares to defend himself. He swiftly dodges the storm of red spikes that rains down from the sky. The anomaly then unleashes tendrils of strange, red and black lightning. Fang Yi notes that this strange lightning is as strong as the divine thunder he absorbed on Yuhuang Mountain. The anomaly reveals its true form, shifting into a huge swarm of countless insect-like creatures made of pure dark attribute energy, swirling around a central red eye. Fang Yi recognizes that each of these creatures is as strong as the monsters from the dark tide, and he understands there are tens of millions of them. The entire swarm then comes down on him like a terrifying vortex. In response to the huge threat, Fang Yi summons his flaming sword. Facing the monstrous swarm, he declares that his only option is to wipe out these pests. With a determined shout, he charges forward and unleashes a massive, fiery slash that cuts a bright path through the heart of the swarm. His powerful attack successfully cuts the central eye of the creature in two. He analyzes the threat, identifying it as an S-level collective anomaly. However, he guesses that its power has been greatly weakened. Maybe because it's an illusion, or because of the purifying effects of the shizai flower that was already used on Elder Wu. The two halves of the swarm fall to the ruined city below, exploding on impact. Fang Yi lands on a rooftop, looking over the remains. He guesses its current power is around A level, and reflects with awe that this is the city-destroying disaster Elder Wu faced alone. Fang Yi realizes the threat is even greater than he first thought. Gathering dark, swirling energy in his hand, he unleashes his own dark attribute technique, the limitless dark world. A massive vortex of pure darkness erupts from him and begins to absorb the insect-like anomaly. The creature is shocked, realizing its opponent is not human. With a confident smirk, Fang Yi simply replies, "Guess so." He shouts a command to open, and his dark vortex fully absorbs the rest of the S-level anomaly. As the last of its energy fades, a final warning message echoes through the void: "We will be back soon." Fang Yi floats inside a sphere of his own dark energy, thinking the final message must have been a piece of the anomaly's consciousness. He considers the warning use of the word "we" and wonders if this means other similar disasters are waiting to appear. As the illusionary world roars and begins to fall apart around him, he decides it's best to leave and think about it later. His consciousness returns to the real world with a jolt. He immediately reaches into Elder Wu's body and begins to pull out the corrupting dark attribute energy. A mass of dark purple energy, crackling with his own blue lightning, is pulled from the Elder's chest. To contain the dangerous substance, Fang Yi uses his Nine Dragons Skyfire sealing art, trapping the energy inside a sphere of red, fiery chains. Holding the sealed orb, he explains to a stunned Jiaolan that this is the dark attribute remnant left in Elder Wu's body. He concludes that this must be the last piece of the city-destroying anomaly. He explains that while the sealed orb of dark energy is still powerful, its influence has been greatly reduced thanks to the Shizai flower and Elder Wu's own seal. He praises the Elder, noting that he is truly the nation's #1 pioneer for using his own body to hold back the dark power. He knows anyone else would have died many times. As Jiolan looks at her teacher, she sees the red veins on his face have faded and his breathing seems more peaceful. She tells Fang Yi that he has truly saved the Elder's life. Fang Yi, however, humbly says that it wasn't all his own ability. He explains that without the Shizai flower weakening the corruption first, he wouldn't have been able to remove the stubborn dark attribute. Jiaolan agrees, saying that while the flower saved the Elder's life, Fang Yi's power has now given him a chance for a full recovery. With a final surge of power, Fang Yi clenches his fist and completely crushes the sealed orb of dark energy, turning it to dust. He announces that the remnant is now completely useless. He then tells Jiaolan he has one more thing to tell her. He reveals that in the mental illusion, the remnant of the dark attribute anomaly warned him that it would return. He concludes that they must always be prepared, as they can't let an old man who has just recovered from a serious illness fight on the front lines again. Jiaolan confirms that she knows, as she has heard the rumor before. When Fang Yi asks her what she means, she explains that the monitoring departments of the military and the association collect data on spiritual energy changes. She reveals a rumor based on this data. With the current power of the Xia nation, they might not survive the first year after the full spiritual energy revival. Of course, she adds, no one believed it. Fang Yi remarks that monitoring spiritual energy changes sounds very official. Jiaolan then asks if he also believes the rumor could be true. A shadow crosses Fang Yi's face as he wonders if his own rebirth has somehow changed the future. He recalls that in his original timeline, he lived for 3 years after the spiritual energy revival, and by that time, the entire planet had been nearly destroyed. Coming back to the present, he puts a comforting hand on Jiaolan's shoulder, telling her not to overthink things and that Elder Wu should wake up soon. He looks at her with a serious expression and makes a solemn promise. If the disaster does return, he will stand with them and fight. He knows that the final battle against the great disaster will come, sooner or later. He declares with fierce determination that this time, he will change everything. Later that night, Fang Yi is back at his apartment. He sits meditating on his couch, surrounded by the swirling energy of his new dark attribute. He thinks about his recent battles, feeling that after his 2 fights with S-level anomalies, he is close to breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. However, he knows the full spiritual energy revival is coming fast, and even with his new dark attribute, his current strength is not nearly enough. He thinks about the terrifying power of the anomaly he faced in the mental illusion, realizing that even when it was weakened, its true power was immense. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices the potted plant he had left on his table, the obedient little white flower. He speaks to the glowing flower, telling it that it's not easy to carry around and admitting it was his mistake for not bringing it with him on his last mission. Smiling, he picks up the plant, which seems to brighten up, and tells it that he regrets not giving it a chance to level up. He then decides to take it out for a walk. Fang Yi heads to the back mountain, his private training ground. As he walks along the moonlit path, he notes how skilled the association's plant research department must be. He observes that in the short time since the area was last damaged, the forest has already begun to recover, a sign of nature's improved self-healing in this new era. He finds a good spot in the woods and kneels down, taking the flower from its pot to plant it in the rich soil. He makes a mental note to thank Su Qingying and her team for securing this place for him. As he prepares to plant it, he holds the flower and gently warns his new companion to take it easy and only absorb a little at a time, reminding it that if it becomes too greedy, not not even all the forests on the planet would be enough to feed it. Once in the soil, the obedient little white flower immediately takes root. A massive vortex of green, life-draining energy erupts from the plant, spreading quickly through the forest and absorbing the life of all the nearby trees. After a few moments, Fang Yi stands with his arms crossed in the now dead and empty section of the woods, deciding that the flower has absorbed enough for now. With a satisfied smile, he gently pulls the brightly glowing flower from the ground, roots and all, and tells his companion it's time for them to find a new place to feed. He holds the plant, which seems to bloom with new energy, and wonders where it might rank among all the evolved plant-type spirits. He concludes that with its powerful desolation attribute, it must be at least an A-level threat. As he walks along a dark ridge, he notices the deep silence of the forest and realizes that all the animals that once lived there must have fled in terror from the flower's power. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a loud, ferocious howl that echoes through the night. Fang Yi's expression hardens as he recognizes the sound as the howl of a wolf. On a nearby cliff, against a blood-red moon, a pack of monstrous wolves with glowing red eyes gathers, their forms shifting and growing. Fang Yi realizes with alarm that the wolf pack is in the middle of a dangerous evolution. Standing before the pack of monstrous wolves, Fang Yi identifies the huge creature on the cliff as the Wolf King, noting its evolution is almost complete. With a loud howl, the Wolf King finishes its transformation, its body now glowing with a menacing green energy. Fang Yi, holding his potted flower, is surprised by the immense spiritual power coming from the creature, realizing with alarm that it is about to become an A-level anomaly. The newly evolved wolf pack quickly surrounds him, cutting off any escape. Fang Yi figures out that the Wolf King has evolved a new, powerful poison attribute from its original wood attribute, a change likely caused by absorbing the dark attribute energy in the area. Despite the danger, Fang Yi remains calm, dismissing the threat as only A-level in strength. He takes his obedient little white flower out of its pot, telling it that it's time for them to solve the problem. He kneels and plants the flower in the ground, thinking that while the anomaly is only A-level, the large number of wolves is a problem. More importantly, the city is just down the mountain, and letting them get there would cause a major disaster. As the Wolf King lunges to attack, Fang Yi tells his flower to begin, and a brilliant green energy starts to flow from the plant. He decides to test the flower's power, curious to see how much damage it can do on its own. A massive beam of green, life-draining energy shoots into the night sky, visible from far down the mountain where another group of pioneers is watching. This new squad observes the scene with concern. One of the men notes that the Wolf King has successfully evolved and is incredibly strong. He asks about the contamination level, and a cloaked figure replies that it has reached 90. The man and his companion are stunned by the dangerously high reading. The squad's blonde-haired leader grows tense, realizing the danger is still increasing. He identifies the Wolf King's wood attribute as being at least at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, maybe even reaching the Spirit Creation realm, while the rest of the pack is also powerful. He worries that his team doesn't have enough people to handle the threat, admitting that even he has only recently broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Suddenly, the leader notices the massive beam of green energy and the clear presence of the dark attribute. He now understands why the contamination level is so high. He shouts in alarm, explaining to his team that the Wolf King has evolved dual attributes, something he knows is extremely rare among anomalies. The contamination reading on the squad leader's watch suddenly spikes to 100. The leader grits his teeth, knowing they must stop the wolf pack's evolution before the area below is lost. He recognizes that the beasts, already cruel, will only become more terrifying with their new power. He decides to call the Spiritual Energy Association for backup. Just then, the ground begins to shake violently. One of his men asks if it's an earthquake, but the leader knows the wolf's evolution shouldn't cause such a tremor. He realizes with growing fear that another, different anomaly has appeared. His watch confirms his fear as the contamination reading skyrockets to an impossible 1,000. The pioneers look on in terror as a massive eruption of green desolation energy bursts from the mountaintop. The green-haired pioneer recognizes the power of desolation, wondering in disbelief why it would appear here. As the life-draining energy rushes toward them, the squad panics. One man cries out, asking if this is the giant vine from the sky that had disappeared, sad that there was no warning. The squad leader shouts for his team to retreat and get all nearby residents evacuated immediately. However, just as quickly as it appeared, the huge wave of desolation energy seems to stop. One of the men calls out to the leader, noting that the energy has stopped advancing. The squad watches as the massive vortex of green power pulls back, sinking back into the mountain. They wonder if the danger has passed. One asks if they should still report it, while another questions if they should go up the mountain. On the mountaintop where Fang Yi planted his flower, the ground is covered in a network of thick green roots. These roots sprout dozens of glowing white flowers, which then erupt in a massive burst of green energy, blooming into a huge, radiant flower-like structure. The energy then transforms into a sea of white petals that covers the entire area. The Wolf King howls in fury as the seemingly harmless petals turn into a deadly weapon, forming a sharp blade that slices through the air. Fang Yi stands calmly among the swirling petals and explains the terrifying nature of his flower's power. The sea of spiritual flowers will endlessly grow back and multiply, absorbing and purifying the enemy until nothing is left. Fang Yi stands on his flower's massive root system. As the wolf pack begins to fall to its power, he taunts the Wolf King, asking how its pack members will do without the same spiritual protection he has. The smaller wolves are quickly trapped by vines covered in white flowers, their life energy rapidly drained until only their skeletons remain, collapsing into dust. Having absorbed the life force of the entire pack, the flower and its petals turn a deep, menacing red. In a last, desperate attempt, the Wolf King gathers its energy and fires a powerful green blast from its mouth. The red flower, however, easily forms a protective barrier, absorbing the full force of the attack. Hidden among the swirling red petals and vines, Fang Yi tells the beast that its attack is useless. He explains that the desolation attribute of his spiritual flower has already taken root deep within the mountain itself. The sea of flowers, he says, draws its power from the mountain and uses it on the mountain, creating an endless cycle of power. The Wolf King, now smart after its evolution, seems to understand its hopeless situation, but still refuses to give up. It identifies the main red flower as the source of the power and charges directly at it. Fang Yi watches with a small smile, mockingly asking his little flower what it will do now that it has been discovered. In response, the central red flower grows to an immense size and lunges forward to meet the charging Wolf King. It opens its massive petals and traps the beast within its grasp. The Wolf King howls in agony as its life force is drained away by the powerful desolation attribute. The massive red flower continues to absorb the Wolf King, its green energy being eaten by the desolation attribute. Fang Yi watches with a serious expression, surprised that his flower is allowing the dark attribute to invade it. The Wolf King is completely consumed by the flower's pulsating red petals. Fang Yi is amazed by this development, marveling at the formidable power of the desolation attribute. He realizes that he never expected the flower to be able to create its own technique without his direct input after he implanted the attribute. As the giant flower shrinks back down, he understands the terrifying nature of its new ability. Once an enemy is trapped within the sea of flowers, there is no escape. The flower then spits out the clean, bleached skeleton of the Wolf King. Fang Yi concludes that even if the spiritual flowers are destroyed, they can endlessly grow back and use their desolation power to reduce any enemy to bones. Standing before the massive red flower, which is now surrounded by a field of smaller red flowers, he decides to give this new technique a name, the Endless Spiritual Sea. A system window appears, confirming his creation and announcing that the spiritual flower has successfully written the desolation attribute technique, Endless Spiritual Sea. Having finished its battle, the flower's petals close up, glowing brightly from within. Fang Yi looks on, a bit tired from the battle, as a single red petal gently brushes his cheek. The flower then erupts with a massive surge of energy, and Fang Yi realizes with surprise that his little flower is also about to evolve. In a high-tech control room, alarms blare as an analyst reports an A-level anomaly. He explains they are detecting two different spiritual powers in the same area. Just as the Wolf King was evolving and creating a dark attribute, a separate and powerful desolation attribute appeared. The Association Superior, listening with Su Qingying, demands to know the location. A technician points to a map, explaining it was an area Su Qingying's team was previously in charge of. The Superior questions this, asking if the destroyer squad wasn't already sent to deal with the wolf pack. His question is cut short by a call from the squad on the ground. The squad leader reports that a powerful wave of desolation energy appeared and wiped out the A-level wolf pack. However, he adds that the desolation power moved back into the mountain, where a large number of unusual flower anomalies have since appeared. The pioneers stand before the mountain, which is now glowing red from a sea of flowers, unable to get closer. The Association Superior and the squad leader continue their talk. The leader warns that if this new, unknown anomaly were to erupt, it would be far worse than the celestial vine. He requests support, admitting that even with all the pioneers there, they likely couldn't handle an unexpected event. The superior agrees and decides to send 2 elite teams. Su Jingying, however, has another idea. She looks at her superior with a knowing expression, stating she has a feeling that the source of the desolation power is Fang Yi. She interrupts the call, pointing out that Fang Yi's home is in the area and confidently declaring that he will protect everyone. As she speaks, a vision shows Fang Yi floating in a fiery aura above the city. Back on the mountain, the landscape is now covered in a sea of red flowers. Fang Yi stands before his obedient little white flower, which has grown to a massive size. He observes that, just as he suspected, after eating the Wolf King, the flower is about to evolve a second attribute. The giant red flower blooms, its center now glowing with a brilliant golden light. Fang Yi is surprised, noting that the flower's new power is a fire attribute. He touches the massive plant, remarking on how its evolution method, simply swallowing enemies, is an incredibly easy way to gain power. After its evolution, the massive flower shrinks back to its original handheld size, its petals now a deep red. A system window appears, confirming the spiritual flower has completed its evolution. It is now classified as an A-level anomaly named the Desolate Fire Spirit Flower and has dual desolation and fire attributes. The notification adds that the flower has a strong desire to eat spiritual energy and can be placed in the limitless dark world to be nurtured. Fang Yi reads the notification, confused by the mention of the limitless dark world. A new idea strikes him. He realizes he can place the flower inside his personal dark domain. He understands that the domain contains a large amount of dark attribute anomalies and a good environment. He thinks that if the spiritual flower eats the energy inside, it could even evolve a third dark attribute. Just as he holds the orb of his dark domain, a massive storm begins to gather in the sky. His eyes glow with golden light as he realizes he is about to have another breakthrough, this time to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He sits down to cultivate, and a massive pillar of golden divine energy comes down from the heavens, surrounding him. As he meditates, he feels his power becoming easier to control, the spiritual energy of the world merging with his body as if they were one. Elsewhere in the mountains, a muscular man with spiky hair senses the immense energy of the breakthrough. He follows the light and is amazed to find the source of the power. He is thrilled, recognizing the legendary Heavenly Fire Blade and realizing he has found a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator. Watching a video of Fang Yi's previous battle, the man is surrounded by his own fiery aura. He declares that he will crush this new fire attribute pioneer to prove to everyone that he is number 1. Back at his cultivation spot, Fang Yi's sharp senses pick up a new presence. He shouts out, asking who is there. The mysterious man launches a massive fireball at him, questioning if he is a fire attribute pioneer. Unfazed, Fang Yi gathers his dark energy and easily absorbs the powerful attack with his own vortex. He smiles, satisfied that he has finally lured out this hidden enemy. Fang Yi recalls that he had sensed the man hiding nearby for a while, not even trying to hide his spiritual energy. He identifies the newcomer as a wild pioneer, someone not with any organization who loves to challenge others, who has just broken through to the spirit creation realm. The muscular man, now fully revealed and surrounded by a powerful, fiery aura, lands before Fang Yi. He comments that Fang Yi is interesting and that he can feel a strong spiritual pressure from him. He then introduces himself as Jiang Lu and aggressively asks how Fang Yi managed to hide from his fiery attack earlier. Fang Yi remains silent, observing his new opponent. With a confident grin, Jiang Lu says he forgot to introduce himself properly. He declares that his name is Jiang Lu and that Fang Yi will remember it soon enough. With that, he charges forward, his body covered in flames, ready to attack. In response, Fang Yi calmly raises a hand, pointing 2 fingers toward the sky, and simply says the words, "Divine Thunder." A massive bolt of brilliant blue lightning comes down from the heavens, aimed directly at the charging Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu is caught completely by surprise, wondering what this new power is. The divine thunder strikes him head-on with immense force. He lets out a pained cough, smoke coming from his mouth after the powerful impact. He struggles to his feet, his body covered in crackling blue electricity and scorch marks. He wonders what just happened, questioning how his opponent could use a thunder attribute when he was supposed to be a fire pioneer. He grits his teeth, his body still shaking from the powerful electrical shock. Fang Yi stands over the defeated Jiang Lu, who is on his hands and knees, completely unable to move. Fang Yi grabs him by the hair and brutally smashes his head into the ground, causing the rock to shatter. With crackling blue lightning still surrounding him, Fang Yi mockingly asks his opponent to repeat his name, saying he didn't hear it the first time. Jianglu can only stare in silent shock, his face pressed against the broken ground. Jianglu is filled with disbelief, wondering how he could have been so easily defeated. He had just reached the one-star spirit creation realm and had always been the fastest cultivator he knew. He couldn't understand how he lost, especially when he hadn't even had a chance to use his ultimate move. His mind flashes back to a time when he was celebrated by his peers, his rare and powerful fire attribute making him a true powerhouse. He had believed that everyone would eventually have to submit to him. A small, dismissive sound escapes Fang Yi's lips as he sends another surge of electricity through Jianglu's body, causing him to scream in pain. Jianglu wonders how his opponent can have a thunder attribute when he was supposed to be a fire user. Fang Yi, his eye glowing with blue energy, looks down with disappointment, remarking that he had expected his opponent to be much stronger. With a condescending smile, Fang Yi mocks the younger generation's overconfidence as he pins Jianglu to the ground with his electrical power. Jianglu grits his teeth in pain and frustration, his mind racing. He realizes that even though his opponent is clearly at the two-star spirit creation realm, his spiritual pressure feels as if it is much higher than his own, by at least 2 entire realms. A final, terrifying realization hits him. It feels like a difference of 3 full realms. Convinced he is about to die, Jianglu thinks to himself that his end has come, and that he, the great Jianglu, is truly going to die here. Terrified on the ground, Jianglu begs Fang Yi not to kill him. With a cold, silent look, Fang Yi lets him go. He warns him that a pioneer's power shouldn't be used lightly against others, and suggests that if he has so much free time, he should focus on clearing up some of the new anomalies. After a final, dismissive look, Fang Yi walks away, leaving a confused Jianglu on the ground. Jianglu watches him leave, wondering about Fang Yi's great spiritual power and whether the gap between them is because Fang Yi is a genius or because he himself is too weak. Later, in a luxury apartment, a sad Jianglu enters a room where 2 men are waiting for him. One of the men welcomes him back and comments on his new hairstyle, while the other, a red-haired man, immediately scolds him, saying he had warned him not to pick fights. The red-haired man continues to scold him, telling Jianglu that his aggressive attitude is too dangerous, especially since the spiritual energy revival hasn't officially started yet, and that it will only bring him trouble. To his friend's surprise, instead of getting angry, Jianglu collapses onto the sofa, completely defeated. Confused by his strange behavior, one of the men asks what happened and if he is still the same fight-ready Jianglu they know. The red-haired man asks Jianglu what happened, reminding him that he had gone to challenge the Heavenly Fireblade user. Still sad, Jianglu quietly admits that it was over in an instant. His other friend grabs him, demanding that he speak clearly. With tears on his face, Jianglu breaks down and confesses that he was the one who was defeated instantly. His friends are in total disbelief. Jianglu, in a frantic state, wishes he had realized something was wrong and backed down, which would have saved him from this shame. The seated man expresses his confusion, questioning how the Heavenly Fireblade could be so strong when Jianglu himself is a rare genius who broke through to the spirit creation realm in just a few months. Jianglu then remembers the fight, recalling how his best technique, the meteor flame, was shattered in a single moment by his opponent's powerful thunder attack. His friends try to make sense of the defeat. The seated man wonders if Jianglu simply fought the wrong person, arguing that with his pure firepower and his spirit creation realm level, it's almost impossible for anyone to beat him so easily. The red-haired man suggests that maybe this person wasn't a pioneer at all, and that their first guess about his strength was wrong. Jianglu furiously rejects their ideas, screaming that he couldn't have been mistaken and that the location was definitely his opponent's territory. He insists they wouldn't understand because they didn't experience it. He describes the man as a monster, recalling the terrifyingly powerful thunder that felt like it was going to make his head explode. Both of his friends are shocked into silence as Jianglu declares that his gut feeling tells him it was the right person. He explains his horrifying conclusion. His opponent is a top-tier pioneer with both fire and thunder powers, and his thunder power is somehow many times stronger than Jianglu's own fire. He believes the man was hiding his true strength, which he guesses must be at least at the 3-star spirit creation realm. His friends are stunned by this. The red-haired man thinks about how impossible a 2-star wild pioneer at that level should be, concluding that if Jianglu is right, this person will become a nightmare for all other pioneers. After a moment, Jiang Lu looks up with new determination and asks his friends if he should try to become his opponent's apprentice, leaving them completely speechless. While meditating in his apartment, Feng Yi is surrounded by a swirling golden aura. He finds it strange that the feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough to the two-star spirit creation realm has suddenly disappeared. He opens his glowing, fiery eyes, deciding that the problem isn't with him, but must be because of some outside factor. He realizes that the spiritual energy in the air has become unstable, making it impossible for him to gather it and advance. This confirms his fears. Remembering the secret government monitoring of spiritual energy and the rumors of a coming disaster, he wonders if something truly terrible is about to happen. Looking out at the city, he sees a massive electrical storm brewing, confirming his suspicion. The full spiritual energy revival is beginning early, right here in his city. He immediately tries to call Jiaolan to find out what the military knows, but the call won't go through. He worries that they might have been forced to go silent, which would be the worst-case scenario. Just then, his phone rings with a call from Su Qingying. He answers to the sound of static as a panicked Su Qingying tells him the situation has changed and asks for his help. As Feng Yi asks if the bad signal is due to monsters appearing in the city, a monstrous, bat-like creature with glowing red eyes suddenly slams into his window, cracking the glass. Through the static, Su Qingying confirms the problem is huge and that she is in the city. With a final crash, the creature wreathed in dark energy shatters the window and charges toward the still-seated Feng Yi. Unimpressed, he calmly remarks that the creature is overestimating its own strength. Reacting instantly, Feng Yi summons a blade of pure blue electrical energy from his hand. He leaps into the air and throws it at the charging beast, piercing it completely and destroying it in a flash of light. The noise brings Lin Yi rushing from her room, shouting a warning to her cousin about the bat-like monster that has just appeared. She stops, staring in shock at the destroyed window and her cousin, who stands calmly amidst leftover lightning. She asks him what's wrong. Looking through the shattered window, Feng Yi explains that while monsters usually appear randomly, it's worrying that they are now appearing directly in their home, and more than one. He believes the situation is still under control for now. They both look out at the massive electrical storm over the city, and Feng Yi says this could be the start of a major disaster. He finds the situation very unusual, noting that a two-star Ghost Axe realm monster would typically hide in the dark rather than boldly attack a pioneer's home in the middle of the city. Realizing a difficult fight is coming, he tells Lin Yi to contact every pioneer she knows and have them gather at the apartment. She agrees without hesitation. Feng Yi then steps onto the ledge of the broken window, telling his cousin that since she is about to have her own breakthrough, he is trusting her with the safety of their home. He tells her to guard the window while he is gone. Elsewhere, across the chaotic city, Su Qingying and her squad are on a rooftop, their communications already being affected by the intense storm. One of her teammates, Zhang Xiaoya, wonders if their equipment is just broken. Su Qingying grimly states that if a true disaster happens, they will have to handle it on their own. They look up at a massive, swirling vortex in the sky, and Su Qingying hopes it's just a false alarm. Acting as captain, she gets on her communicator, checking patrol statuses and ordering all units to stay on high alert. Her command is cut short as she, Zhang Xiaoya, and the other member of the group look up with expressions of pure shock and terror. A massive swarm of the dark, bat-like monsters begins to descend from the vortex, and a warning is shouted that a group of anomalies has appeared, signaling the start of an invasion. Across the city, a red alert warns of the biggest rainstorm in 50 years, telling all citizens to stay indoors. The streets are filled with fear and confusion as people look at the dark sky, wondering if it's the end of the world. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu and his red-haired friend are speeding through the wet streets on their motorcycles. The friend yells to Jiang Lu that the situation feels wrong and asks if they should stay or go, but Jiang Lu is silent and grim. Suddenly, a monstrous bat-like creature in dark red energy dives at them from the sky. Jiang Lu reacts with anger, shouting that the creature is looking for death as he summons a fireball. He launches a powerful fire blast at the monster, while his friend wonders why it would attack them, since they usually avoid pioneers as strong as Jiang Lu. To their shock, the creature comes out of the flames with a screech, completely unharmed. Zhang Lu realizes with panic that it's not that the creature wasn't burned, but that it revived instantly. Overwhelmed by the power of the monsters in this city, he decides they need to go home right away. The scene flashes back to several hours earlier, in a high-tech control room at the Spiritual Energy Association. Su Qingying and her superior are in a meeting where an official suggests they need their best people to communicate with Feng Yi. Just as the superior turns to speak with Su Qingying, an alarm interrupts them. A special warning appears on the main screen, announcing that an A-level anomaly will arrive in the city center within 24 hours, and that many bat-like anomalies are already gathering in the suburbs. The association superior questions if it's really an A-level anomaly, and a worried Su Qingying declares they must send a team immediately and that she will go too. The scene returns to the present, where the leader of the destroyer squad looks up in terror at a giant version of the bat monster coming down on him. He frantically yells into his communicator, correcting the report and warning that the anomaly isn't A-level, it's S-level. The creature's huge, shadowy form grows, its glowing red eyes watching as it prepares to destroy everything. The scene shifts to a quiet military district with empty, futuristic hallways. Outside, however, a fierce battle is raging. A massive swarm of glowing red bat-like anomalies attacks a military warship, which fires a huge blast of energy in defense. In the heart of the swarm, Jiaolan fights hard, her body a whirlwind, as she uses powerful purple energy whips to slice through waves of the dark creatures. Jiaolan pauses, watching the endless stream of monsters. She knows her unique ability lets her shape and strengthen her spiritual power, but the number of dark attribute bats keeps growing. It feels like they are trying to stop her and her soldiers from doing something important. Just then, a young blonde man, crackling with yellow lightning, lands beside her. He smiles, complimenting her on her power. He then explains their bad situation. The entire military district is being held by only a few high-level officers. He asks for her orders. Jiaolan tells him that their communications are being jammed, making it impossible to contact anyone outside. She assumes the other military districts are facing the same problem. Facing a sky turning black with the swarm, Jiaolan makes a hard decision. She shouts her commands, ordering 2 squads to stay and defend the restricted zone no matter what. She declares that everyone else will follow her to break through the enemy lines and try to connect with other military forces. With her command given, she, the blonde lightning user, and their soldiers jump into the battle, ready to fight for their freedom. As they fly towards the city, Jiaolan has a horrifying realization. Looking at the city, now completely covered by the blood-red swarm, she understands their real goal. The anomaly's ultimate target was never the military zone. It was the entire city. In the pouring rain, citizens scramble for cover. At a bus stop, the live streamer Malala and a man wait, but she is excited instead of scared. She tells the man that the strange, heavy rain is a perfect chance for a popular stream. With a determined smile, she says that sometimes you have to take risks for amazing footage. Her excitement quickly turns to horror. In the next moment, a shadowy bat-like monster lunges from the darkness and eats the man as Malala watches, screaming. The air fills with chaos as a massive swarm of these creatures descends on the street. Malala runs for her life, hearing the terrified shouts that the bats are drinking their blood. One of the creatures catches up and attacks her, and she screams, believing her end has come. Just as the monster is about to strike, a bright blue blade of energy slices through the air, killing the creature and saving her. A figure surrounded by blue lightning lands gracefully behind her. The rescuer is Su Qingying, who stands with 2 of her cloaked squad members. She offers a hand to the terrified Malala, telling her that her teammates will take her home safely. As the 2 squad members help the shaken girl, one warns Su Qingying that the number of sea-level bat anomalies is growing, and they seem to be evolving. With a furious look, Su Qingying says that if they know the creatures evolve by eating humans, then they must hurry and get all civilians to a safe place. She then gives her final order, telling her team to meet her back at this spot later, as it is the area with the most anomalies. Her teammates agree as they lead Malala away, leaving Su Qingying alone to face the growing blood-red swarm. High above the city, Fang Yi leaps and lands on a rooftop, facing a huge, multi-eyed version of the bat anomaly. Looking at the endless swarm below, he is surprised that the whole group has already evolved, their power approaching the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. In response to the great threat, he summons a bright, blazing sword of golden fire. With a single, powerful swing, he sends a massive wave of flames that cuts through the swarm, burning a huge number of the creatures instantly. However, as he watches, his eye glows red, and he realizes this fight is not over. He understands this anomaly is different. The bat swarm seems unkillable, constantly healing and multiplying, making them impossible to destroy with simple attacks. He sees that swarms of these dark attribute creatures have appeared in every crowded area of the city. It feels like countless identical disaster zones have appeared at once, and he knows finding the association members in the chaos will take too much time. Looking out at the city, now covered in a swirling dark mist, he concludes that he has no choice but to deal with the swarms one by one. Deciding on a new strategy, Fang Yi raises his hand and uses his ultimate technique, the limitless dark world. A massive, swirling vortex of dark green energy erupts from him, and he declares that the anomalies will become food for his spiritual flower. As his vortex begins to absorb the swarm, he thinks of his allies. A vision of the pioneers he gathered at his home appears in his mind: Lin Yiyi, Su Qingying, Zhang Xiaoya, and others. He knows he must act quickly. He believes that with his cousin's ability and the protection of the other pioneers, his home should be safe for now. But he also understands that if the disaster gets worse, the nightmare will become real, and survival will become nearly impossible for everyone. 10 minutes later, Su Qingying is still fighting on a rooftop, surrounded by the endless swarm of bat anomalies. She grits her teeth in frustration, realizing that no matter how many she destroys, they just keep coming. Her spiritual power is recovering too slowly, and she worries that she will soon be completely out of energy. She also briefly thinks about her two teammates, hoping they are safe while escorting the civilian. A sudden, terrified scream for help makes her look at the sky. She sees a massive, dense ball of the red anomalies gathering, forming a single, terrifying creature. Realizing the danger is getting worse, she leaps up the side of a building. She knows that if the anomalies keep getting stronger, they will soon reach the spirit creation realm. With her team spread thin saving people, they don't have enough power to handle this new threat, especially now that the creatures have started attacking buildings. She fires several powerful blasts of blue energy at the bats, trying to break through. However, the huge number of creatures is too much, and they overwhelm her, knocking her from the sky. As she falls, she has a horrifying realization. Looking at the massive, swirling vortex of dark energy and lightning above, she understands the swarm's true purpose. An anomaly king is about to be born. The city is falling into ruin, overwhelmed by the massive swarm of shadowy, bat-like creatures under a heavy downpour. The disaster is so immense that it seems no one, not even the military or the Spiritual Energy Association, can stop the city's destruction. In the middle of the chaos, pioneers fight desperately. Reports come in that pioneer teams are sacrificing themselves or being destroyed. Su Qingying fights alone, her protective barrier holding back the endless horde, as a new alert classifies the S-level anomaly as an anomaly king. In the association's command center, the situation is grim. Officials receive reports of catastrophic casualties. The number and regeneration speed of the creatures are overwhelming their defenses, and it's too late to call for reinforcements from other regions. A subordinate reports that the city is completely surrounded by a massive black fog, cutting off any chance of rescue. They realize with horror that they have become an isolated city. Facing the city's final moments, the association superior stands with his men, declaring that as pioneers, they will stand and fall with the city. He vows that the monsters will have to step over their dead bodies. With grim resolve, he gives a final order to send a last code to headquarters. If they cannot stop the disaster, headquarters must immediately launch a destruction strike to prevent the dark attribute from spreading. Meanwhile, Su Jingying's fight continues. Her protective barrier begins to crack under the constant attack of the swarm, and she feels her spiritual power is almost gone. Gathering her last strength, she concentrates her energy and unleashes a final, massive blast at the swirling vortex of monsters. However, her attack is easily deflected. The evolved creature, now more visible, lets out a terrifying shriek as it reveals its true power, which Su Qingying is shocked to realize is at the level of a 3-star spirit creation realm. The creature attacks her barrier, shattering it completely. Defeated, Su Qingying grits her teeth in despair, her spiritual energy nearly gone. The creature's power shatters Su Qingying's protective barrier. Defeated and injured, she falls through the air as the massive creature descends upon her. Realizing this is the end, she gathers her last energy for a final, desperate attack. Just as she's about to attack, a streak of brilliant fire flashes past her, exploding and stopping the monster. Through the fading light, Su Qingying is shocked to see Fang Yi standing before her, his sword still blazing. He turns to face the threat, his eyes glowing with great power, one fiery orange, the other electric blue. He declares his power is divine thunder and charges forward, channeling both fire and lightning into his blade. He meets the creature head-on and with a single, devastating swing, slices the massive creature completely in half. The two halves of the monster erupt in a series of fiery explosions that light up the dark city sky. After the battle, Fang Yi and Su Qingying land on a rain-slicked road. He calmly apologizes for taking so long to find her, explaining there were too many identical swarms of monsters. Still weak, Su Qingying warns him to be careful, as the creatures can revive. As she speaks, the scattered remains of the monster begin to reform in the sky. Fang Yi simply looks up, stating that he already knows this. Facing the regenerating swarm, Fang Yi tells Su Qingying not to worry, as he always finishes what he starts. He gathers a huge amount of purple dark attribute energy into his hand and unleashes his limitless dark world, a powerful vortex to absorb the enemy, declaring he always keeps his word. Watching this incredible display, Su Qingying is filled with new hope, realizing she had forgotten the city still has a peerless pioneer like Fang Yi. The massive purple vortex spreads across the street, pulling in the entire swarm of bat-like creatures. With a single command, Fang Yi causes the vortex to shrink, squeezing the countless monsters into a single, stable orb of pure dark energy. He turns to Su Qingying and asks if she is all right. She thanks him for saving her and says she is fine, having medicine that can help her recover. Noticing her injuries, Fang Yi's expression is serious. He places a hand on her shoulder, and a surge of blue lightning immediately covers her, causing her to cry out in surprise. He explains he has cleansed the dark attribute from her system and tells her to bandage the wound. Su Qingying is amazed by his powerful thunder attribute, noting her wound's pain has lessened and it's healing faster than the association's advanced medicine. Meanwhile, in the association's command center, an operator shouts in excitement that the number of monster groups seems to be decreasing. However, one of the superiors grimly corrects him. He explains that all rescue pioneer teams have been attacked and have lost contact. The number of monsters outside the city is not decreasing at all. He concludes that the swarms in the city are gathering because the anomaly king is about to appear. He thinks sadly about wanting to see his parents, but knows it is now impossible, deciding all he can do is perform his final duties. As they both watch the massive green vortex in the sky, Fang Yi asks Su Qingying if she has any solid information on what they are facing. She explains it is a Super S-class anomaly that plans to feed on the entire city, with a power level as high as the monster that the Star God Warzone had to seal. With a grim expression, she tells him that such an event is called a cataclysm, and the swarms of monsters are just a warning of the true disaster to come. She says that within the swarm, a terrifyingly powerful spirit is being born, and if it succeeds, the entire city will be destroyed. Su Qingying then shares what the association has learned. While monsters of the same type often eat each other to evolve, dark attribute anomalies are different. A fully evolved one, called the Anomaly King, has a power that forces all other anomalies of its type to obey it. She turns to Fang Yi with a worried look. While his power is incredible, she points out he hasn't reached the legendary Jinggang realm. She reminds him that the nation's strongest pioneer was left bedridden after sealing a similar disaster. Pleading with him, she says they can't afford to lose another genius and urges him to escape, break through the monster's blockade, and tell the military to abandon the city. Fang Yi interrupts her desperate plea with a gentle tap on her head, playfully asking if she has forgotten everything she learned in school. His expression then turns firm as he declares that this city is his home, and he will pay any price to protect it. Su Qingying is left speechless by his determination. Without another word, he walks away and leaps to a high rooftop, standing before the massive green vortex from which the Anomaly King is emerging. Surrounded by a brilliant golden aura, he grimly notes that it seems the city is being offered as a sacrifice for this king's birth, and he activates his golden sun power. He turns back to Su Qingying, who has followed him, and asks to borrow her wrist device, explaining that he needs it to detect anomalies and contact the association. She hands it over. With the device in one hand and his blazing sword in the other, Fang Yi declares that he must go up there and destroy the creature before it can fully form. He stands ready as the monstrous Anomaly King continues to emerge from the swirling vortex high above the city. Back in the association's command center, the tense mood is broken when an operator shouts that they've reconnected with a lost pioneer's signal. It's Captain Su. The operators are shocked to see her tracker moving at an incredible speed, flying directly toward the center of the storm, the most dangerous area. They yell at her to come back, knowing that going in alone is a suicide mission. An official grabs a communicator and desperately tries to reach her, ordering her to stop immediately and wait for backup from headquarters and the military. On the rooftop, Fang Yi holds Su Qingying's wrist device, which crackles with static. Having finally figured out how to use it, he speaks into the communicator, asking if they can hear him. The official on the other end is stunned, demanding to know who he is and where Su Qingying is. Fang Yi ignores the questions and takes charge, telling the official that he needs everyone in the command center to work with him because he is going to destroy the Anomaly King at the center of the storm. As Fang Yi flies towards the massive vortex, he continues his demand, telling the speechless official that if they don't want the city to be destroyed, they will cooperate. He demands that all their communication equipment and information be used to help him. After a moment of shocked silence, the official makes a decision. He furiously orders everyone to stop what they are doing and immediately connect with the unknown pioneer. He commands his teams to use all available satellite radar to give him information and assigns an operator to be his main contact. The operator immediately begins his report, explaining that satellite images show a huge number of anomalies surrounding the king, swirling like a typhoon. He suggests that the number of anomalies on the northern route is lower, offering it as a possible way in, and recommends an approach from the southeast to avoid the thickest swarms. As the information comes in, Fang Yi continues to fly into the storm. Suddenly, the operator shouts a warning. Fang Yi has been spotted by two powerful anomalies, ranked A and S, both estimated to possess the strength of the two-star spirit creation realm. He desperately urges Fang Yi to get away. The official watches the monitors grimly, knowing that it is too late to retreat. At that moment, a massive shockwave hits the command center, throwing the staff into chaos as they scream in panic. High in the sky, Fang Yi effortlessly cuts one of the powerful bat-like anomalies in half with his flaming sword. His eyes burn with fiery energy as he calmly asks, and then, in the command center, the operators are in stunned disbelief. The main official exclaims that the anomaly's source has disappeared, realizing with shock that the pioneer killed a dark attribute S-level anomaly in one hit. His subordinate excitedly confirms that it must be the legendary pioneer known as the Tyrant. The entire command center erupts in cheers, happy that they have been saved. Meanwhile, Fang Yi analyzes the situation. He understands that after enchanting his sword, its flames can now counter the dark attribute, greatly slowing down the anomaly's regeneration. However, as the creature he just defeated begins to reform from the dark energy, he realizes his current power isn't quite enough to stop their regeneration completely. He concludes that if he had broken through to the next level earlier, one hit would have been enough. Realizing he needs a different plan, Fang Yi clenches his fists, gathering both his fire and thunder energy. Deciding that speed and frequent attacks are the only solution, he unleashes a flurry of fast slashes that cut the reforming monster to pieces, though he notes with annoyance that their endless numbers are a problem. Suddenly, a strange, swirling green orb of energy appears in the sky, catching the attention of the dark creatures, which begin to fly down towards it. On the ground, a group of cloaked pioneers watches in confusion. One of them wonders what is happening as the bat-like creatures have suddenly stopped their attack. The association superior, who is with them, grimly states that this is not good. He knows there is only one reason the swarms would stop. They are being called back by the Anomaly King, which means its arrival is getting closer. The remaining military and pioneer forces watch as the swarms gather into a massive, blood-red cloud over the city, understanding that their only chance is to stop the swarms before they can be fully recalled. Outside the surrounded city, the battle continues. Jiaolan, from a high point, unleashes a powerful blast of energy into the swarms of dark creatures. Her subordinate, the blonde lightning user, approaches her with a grim report. He asks how much longer it will be until they can enter the city, and Jiaolan replies that their instruments estimate it will take at least another half hour. The subordinate despairs, knowing that in half an hour, the Anomaly King will have fully hatched and the city will be lost. Jiaolan can only watch the huge blood-red swarm, explaining that they have no choice, as the number of creatures is more than 10 times what they first thought, a threat equal to 10 S-class anomalies. Even with the military's powerful weapons, they can't completely eliminate the endlessly regenerating creatures. Jiaolan worries that if they fail, the nearby cities will also be consumed by the dark attribute. She asks if they still don't have enough people to break through the blockade. Her subordinate replies that they are completely outnumbered, complaining that some pioneers are just watching from a distance, not realizing the danger will eventually reach them too. Suddenly, Jiaolan's expression changes as she notices something in the sky. Her subordinate asks what she sees. They both watch as the swarms of bat-like creatures within the city begin to come together, flying towards the area where the Anomaly King is being born. At that moment, a bright point of golden light erupts from the very center of the massive vortex. The subordinate recognizes the energy, asking in disbelief if the bright flame could be Fang Yi. He turns to her, questioningly saying her name. With a new, confident smile, Jiaolan simply replies that it is nothing. She then takes command, shouting to all her forces to increase their firepower and push forward without worrying about their supplies. She declares that they must enter the city because the Star God Warzone will not abandon any city. As her forces advance, a single fiery figure rises into the heart of the storm, a beacon of hope against the darkness. Jiaolan and a stunned Su Qingying can only stare at the immense sea of flames he has created. From the safety of a shattered apartment window, Lin Yiyi excitedly recognizes her cousin's blade technique, while the red-haired leader looks on in amazement. High above the city, the remaining swarms of bat-like creatures converge on Fang Yi, trying to stop him. Unimpressed by their numbers, he notes that they have all come to stop him. With a determined look, he declares that this is exactly what he wants and swings his massive, blazing sword. The attack creates a colossal fire explosion that radiates through the sky, cutting a huge path through the endless horde of dark creatures. As his eyes burn with intense fiery energy, Fang Yi has a sudden realization. He feels the sensation of being on the verge of a breakthrough returning, the same feeling that had disappeared earlier. He understands that despite the thin spiritual energy in the air, he has found the conditions to break through again. With a confident smile, he decides to speed up the process. He raises a hand and calls forth a swirling vortex of purple energy, unleashing his limitless dark world, which opens like a massive dark eye in the sky, with him as a shining star at its center. Reaching out his hand, he calls for his spiritual flower to emerge. A glowing red orb appears, with cracks spreading across its surface. From within it, the massive red, desolate fire spirit flower emerges, crackling with dark energy. It immediately begins to attack the swarms, draining their life force as Fang Yi commands it to absorb them and help him achieve his breakthrough. The newly summoned desolate fire spirit flower immediately starts to act. The red flower erupts with great power, sending out a lot of dark tendrils toward the swarm of bat-like creatures. The tendrils pierce through the monsters easily, and the flower begins to eat them, using their dark energy to help Fang Yi's breakthrough. Once the swarms are gone, Fang Yi lands gently in the middle of the now huge red flower. From there, he watches the big green and red vortex in the sky where the Anomaly King is still forming. With his eyes glowing red, he thinks that although the giant creature is visible, it feels strangely unreal, like a reflection in water. However, a confident smirk appears on his face as he realizes he can sense the creature's core. He can hear its heartbeat, a dull, powerful sound like war drums. Fang Yi understands that the king's power can bring out the deepest and most evil desires in people, making it a serious threat. His eyes glow with an intense red light as he realizes the king is holding back, hiding itself, maybe because its evolution isn't complete yet. Standing on his flower, Fang Yi asks it if it has found the king's exact location. The flower seems to confirm that it has, sending the location to the device on Fang Yi's wrist. The device glows with a red light, shooting a beam into the sky that shows the Anomaly King's core inside the swirling vortex. With the target found, Fang Yi's eyes begin to glow with golden energy as he uses his golden sun breathing technique at full power. A huge explosion of pure golden energy shoots out from him, going toward the heavens like a rising sun, aiming to destroy the dark creatures for good. Far below in the ruined city, Zhang Lu and his friends watch the sky in total disbelief. They wonder what kind of power can create such a bright light, thinking it must be a fire attribute. However, one of them realizes that a normal fire attribute can't be so strong or fight the dark attribute so well. They come to the only possible conclusion: it has to be a high-tier yang attribute, the natural enemy of the dark power. Meanwhile, inside the association's command center, the tense mood is broken by shouts of joy. An operator reports that the number of monsters is dropping fast and the containment field is shrinking. Staring at the monitors in disbelief, the officials can hardly believe the situation has turned around so suddenly. Outside the trapped city, a military convoy is forced to stop. A subordinate reports to Jiaolan that all the swarms blocking their path are going back to the city, as if they get a new command. From where she is, Jiaolan watches the massive golden light of Fang Yi's power shining over the city, realizing that he must be attacking the Anomaly King's core. Her blonde subordinate joins her, confirming that the incredible power belongs to the Tyrant, and recognizing it as the purest form of the Yang attribute. Jiaolan, however, says she's worried about him facing such a powerful enemy alone. Her subordinate, feeling urgent, declares that they must enter the city immediately to help, but Jiaolan stops him, her eyes on the sky as she shouts for him to look. Her expression is one of pure shock. Inside the massive vortex, a strange, green, spiky ball like a giant virus has appeared. Jiaolan realizes with horror that the Anomaly King is starting to hatch early. Down in the streets, other pioneers also see this scary development. One man stares at the pulsating green mass, identifying it as the source of all evil. Filled with anger and sadness for their fallen friends, he and the other pioneers promise to kill every last monster. Meanwhile, inside a damaged building, Lin Yi, the red-haired leader, and another pioneer watch the crisis. Yi insists that they can't just wait to be killed. They must do something to help her cousin, understanding that the birth of the Anomaly King will require the whole city as a sacrifice. Elsewhere, Su Qingying uses her powers to heal an injured pioneer, showing the desperate fight happening all over. Lin Yi rallies the other pioneers in the building. She reminds them that the very creatures trying to stop her cousin are the same ones that have hurt their families and friends. As she speaks, an idea suddenly comes to her. She remembers the massive flower her cousin has summoned, the one that eats the swarms of bats. She realizes its power is just like the desolation attribute of the ghost vine they have seen before. This leads her to a stunning conclusion. Her cousin also has the power of the desolation attribute. With this new understanding, Lin Yi suggests a bold plan. She tells everyone that they will transfer all of their spiritual power into the network of vines created by her cousin's flower, feeding it their energy to make it stronger for the final battle. The other pioneers agree without hesitation, raising their hands and sending their combined power toward the flower. From the ground, the Association Superior notices the streams of blue energy flying toward the sky. At first, he wonders if other pioneers are gathering their power to attack the monster directly, but he quickly dismisses the idea, knowing they aren't strong enough to hit it from so far away. He then understands their real plan. They are sending their spiritual energy to the plant that Fang Yi has summoned. Inspired by their bravery, the superior declares that he too will help. He lets out a powerful surge of his own blue energy, sending it toward the sky. All around the city, the remaining pioneers follow his lead. They focus their wills and send out their spiritual power, creating a massive wave of energy that flies toward the heavens to help in the fight. Su Qingying, while helping an injured pioneer, suddenly senses the huge shift in power. Looking up, she sees Fang Yi's spiritual flower, now glowing with the combined energy of every pioneer in the city. Realizing this is humanity's last stand, she gathers her own remaining power and sends it to join the others, supercharging the flower for a final powerful strike against the Anomaly King's core. The monster lets out a final pained scream as the attack hits its target, followed by Fang Yi delivering a quick, decisive slash that cuts through its body. After the huge battle, Fang Yi floats in the air, wiping blood from his face. A voice from the communicator urgently warns him that all the bat swarms from outside the city are now coming to his position. The numbers are huge. Tens of thousands of B-level, A-level, and even S-level monsters are rushing toward him, a seemingly endless wave of red and black. Unbothered, Fang Yi looks up at the pulsating green cocoon of the Anomaly King and says that no matter how many minions it sends, he will destroy them all. He taunts the creature, asking if it is hatching early because it is afraid of him. Provoked, the Anomaly King finally begins to emerge. A monstrous, shadowy green claw tears through the cocoon, and its full form begins to take shape. With his hand covered in golden flames, Fang Yi watches with a serious expression as his true enemy reveals itself. The fully formed Anomaly King, a terrifying beast with a single, menacing green eye, lets out a final horrifying scream, ready for the final battle. The fully formed Anomaly King swirls in the sky, a terrifying vortex of dark green energy and shadow, with a glowing green orb of power at its center. Its immense power immediately shakes the city. The ground cracks and splits as a violent earthquake rocks the streets, sending the remaining pioneers running. They cry out in despair, realizing that the king can destroy them all just by appearing. From outside the city, Jiaolan and her subordinate watch with grim expressions, their hopes resting only on Fang Yi. Deep within the city's ruins, Su Qingying also looks toward the sky, her face a mix of worry and hope as she silently prays for him to succeed. From the safety of the apartment building, Lin Yi clenches her fists, her expression fierce and determined, sharing the same desperate wish. Floating high above, surrounded by a bright golden light, Fang Yi faces the monster. He speaks to the creature, identifying it as the king of the dark anomalies and the cause of the city's suffering. As his own spiritual flower blazes with fiery energy around him, he explains that he grew up in this city and loves his life here, making his reason for fighting clear. In response, the Anomaly King lets out a furious, deafening scream. With a final, determined look from his burning red eyes, Fang Yi gives his final message, telling the monster that for the sake of his home, it has to die. Their two immense powers collide in a massive explosion of red, green, and golden light, the fate of the entire city hanging in the balance. The huge clash between Fang Yi and the Anomaly King creates a massive, blinding explosion that lights up the sky. When the light fades, Fang Yi is floating in a strange, dark void, facing the single, giant green eye of the Anomaly King. The creature stares at him, its voice echoing in his mind as it mocks him for daring to challenge it when he is only at the one-star spirit creation realm. Before Fang Yi can react, the Anomaly King opens its huge, shadowy mouth, creating a powerful vortex. Fang Yi senses the danger right away, but cannot stop the force that begins to suck him in. As he is pulled into the monster's mouth, he realizes the Anomaly King is different from any other creature he has faced. Even after being hurt by his full power attack, it is still strong enough to swallow him whole. He lands inside the monster's gross interior, a cave of pink flesh and thick, slimy purple digestive fluids. He knows the liquid is not only very corrosive, but also has a huge amount of the dark attribute. He thinks any normal pioneer would be dissolved instantly. He finds it strange that such an evolved and smart creature would make the mistake of swallowing him alive. With a determined look, he realizes the monster has made a deadly mistake. He wonders if it is not afraid of an attack from the inside, knowing a creature's interior is always its weakest point. To test his idea, he gathers fire in his hand and slams his fist into the fleshy floor. The inner walls of the beast sizzle and burn. Fang Yi checks the situation, noting that while the corrosive liquid weakens his powers, he can still do a lot of damage. He decides that as long as his attacks work, he can solve this problem. With new confidence, he calls his desolate fire spirit flower to help him. He is surprised to realize that the Anomaly King's attack has not only eaten him, but has also pulled his spiritual flower inside with him. This is lucky, as the flower is now supercharged, having absorbed the dark energy of the bat swarms and the spiritual power of all the pioneers in the city. However, as he holds the bright red flower, he notices it seems to hesitate. He asks it what is wrong, wondering if it dislikes the Anomaly King's dark attribute. To his surprise, the Desolation attribute flower, which usually feeds on dark energy, seems to be pushed away by the Anomaly King's unique power. Fang Yi finds this unexpected, as his original plan is to use the flower's life-draining ability to empty the monster from the inside. Realizing he has to change his plan, he holds the flower in one hand and once again slams his other fist into the fleshy walls of the monster's stomach. After the battle, the Anomaly King's form dissolves, but it immediately begins to reform in the sky, swirling into a huge vortex as it calls back all the remaining bat-like swarms. On the ground, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader watch in confusion and fear. The leader asks what is happening, but Yi can only say she doesn't know, her main worry being where her cousin is. Elsewhere, Su Qingying bravely leads the evacuation of civilians, telling them to move in an orderly way and promising the pioneers will do everything to protect them. When asked where Fang Yi is, she explains with a look of pure panic that he is still fighting the Anomaly King from inside its body. The military, led by Jiaolan, arrives with a large force. An officer reports that the swarms and the Anomaly King are attacking the city randomly and orders a quick evacuation to reduce casualties. Jiaolan stands on a military vehicle, giving firm commands to her soldiers, but she cannot help but look at the terrifying creature in the sky with a look of dread. The Anomaly King begins to absorb all the swarms, pulling them into its swirling form to get its power back. Inside the monster's stomach, Fang Yi is shocked by this, realizing the creature is far from beaten. As the monster begins to digest him, its powerful corrosive energy coming down on him, he feels his own power dissolving and his body being broken down. He notices the dark energy fading from around him and closes his eyes for a moment. When he opens them again, he is no longer inside the monster. He finds himself standing alone in the ruins of a completely destroyed city, with broken skyscrapers around him under a dark, threatening sky, leaving him to wonder where he is and what has just happened. In the ruined cityscape of the illusion, Fang Yi stands with a grim look. Behind him, a huge, shadowy beast with glowing red eyes begins to come out of the darkness. The monstrous creature immediately lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch down at Fang Yi. Fang Yi focuses his senses and realizes with concern that his spiritual power is gone. The beast continues its attack, bringing its huge fist down towards him once more. Leaping away with amazing agility, Fang Yi narrowly dodges the attack as the impact shatters the ground. He lands safely on a piece of rubble and realizes something important. He notes that even without his spiritual power, his body still feels strong from his training. He now understands the situation. This is an illusion created by the Anomaly King to trick him into thinking he has returned to his past life before he became a pioneer. The beast tries to crush him with a huge stomp, but Fang Yi once again leaps out of the way, dodging the attack. As he lands, he comes to a critical conclusion. The Anomaly King is not powerful enough to completely take his strength. Its power is not actually greater than his own. He understands that his abilities are not truly gone. Now, he just needs to figure out how to break through this mental block. He figures that every illusion must have a flaw, and that this flaw will be the Anomaly King's own weakness, which it will accidentally show. Just as he is planning, the beast moves with blinding speed, trapping him in its huge hand. The monster brings him close to its snarling face, its voice echoing as it tells the foolish human that once he enters this place, he will never be able to leave. Held in the monstrous beast's hand, Fang Yi's situation seems hopeless. However, a confident smirk appears on his lips as he realizes he has found the key to breaking the illusion. The Anomaly King's fake form begins to merge with his own, showing him a mocking, monstrous smile. The creature then opens its huge jaws, declaring that it is all over and that this is the unavoidable fate of him and all of humanity. To break his spirit, it shows him a horrifying vision of his defeated friends, Jiaolan, Su Qingying, and the others, lying lifeless, reinforcing its belief that humans are nothing more than food for its evolution. Pretending to be defeated, Fang Yi remains silent for a moment, before looking up with a small, defiant smile. He calmly asks if that is truly what the monster believes. In that instant, Fang Yi unleashes his true power. His body explodes in a brilliant golden surge of energy as he declares that the monster is nothing but a puppet. He explains that the monster does not seem to understand the truth of his existence. Golden shapes of countless people appear around him as he reveals he has been reborn for the sole purpose of protecting his home and everyone he cares about. The huge golden light completely covers the shadowy beast, causing a massive explosion that shatters the illusion from within. A wave of pure fire sweeps through the mental space, its power reflecting in a single blazing eye. Now free from the illusion and back in the real world, Fang Yi's form has changed. His hair blazes like fire, and his body crackles with blue lightning as he calls upon his system to get to work. Floating in the stormy sky, he is surrounded by a huge handshape of pure golden energy, fully prepared to end the fight. Just then, a system window appears before him, confirming that he has met the requirements for a breakthrough and asking if he wishes to advance to the 2-star spirit creation realm. With his power surging, Fang Yi accepts his breakthrough to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He declares himself the king of anomalies and charges forward in an explosion of golden energy. Fang Yi realizes that, thanks to the Anomaly King, he has reached a new understanding. Channeling his immense power, he delivers a devastating slash. In his new form, with golden flame-like hair and blue lightning crackling around him, he declares his rebirth is meant to change the world's fate and that he is the chosen avenger. Back in the real world, the Anomaly King laughs, mocking Fang Yi for being only a 2-star cultivator. Unfazed, Fang Yi leaps into action, preparing for the monster's next attack. He agilely dodges a powerful blow from the shadowy creature. The Anomaly King looms over him, its dark form filling the sky, telling him he can't escape and will become its food. However, the monster's expression changes to confusion, not understanding what is happening. In contrast, Fang Yi shows a confident smirk, knowing his plan is working. Suddenly, blue thunder energy erupts from within the Anomaly King. The monster writhes in pain, yelling at the stinking human for causing it pain and wondering what this strange body is. With his power at its peak, Fang Yi prepares his final move, declaring that he will seal the monster. He calls on his technique, the 9 Dragons Skyfire, to purge all evil. From his fiery aura, 9 huge fire dragons emerge and converge on the Anomaly King's core. The monster screams, realizing the power is far greater than a 1-star cultivator's. The attack ends in a massive explosion of light that fills the city sky. The pioneers on the ground watch in awe as Fang Yi eliminates the anomaly. The Anomaly King lets out a final scream of pain as its essence is destroyed by Fang Yi's power. The last of the Anomaly King's power disappears from the sky, leaving a clear blue day. High above, a massive vortex of purple energy, the last of the dark attribute, is absorbed. Fang Yi, his form back to normal but still holding his blazing sword, stands as the swirling purple energy is drawn into a sphere before him. He looks on with a calm, serious expression, his eyes glowing red. He creates his limitless dark world, a vortex that pulls in all the leftover chaotic energy from the battle. On the streets, surviving pioneers and soldiers look up at the peaceful sky in disbelief. One of them wonders if the nightmare is finally over, while another confirms the battle has ended. Atop a military vehicle, Zhao Lan is met with a massive cheer from the survivors. They celebrate that the city has been saved and they have survived. As dawn breaks, Zhao Lan's blonde subordinate asks if she is going to find Fang Yi. She looks toward the rising sun with a gentle smile, explaining they have their own duties now. She explains their job is to help people's lives return to normal and restore the city. Below them, the survivors embrace, cry, and cheer in the morning light. Miles away, the Spiritual Energy Association's staff celebrates. They are overjoyed they helped stop the Anomaly King, feeling like they've woken from a bad dream. They stand by a window, reflecting. They are relieved Fang Yi appeared and defeated the king, thinking that without him, they would have carried the shame of the city's fall. Elsewhere, Su Qingying and the association superior watch as paramedics carry injured pioneers. Su Qingying asks if the pioneers are still alive. The superior places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, confirming their medical centers were not destroyed and they can be treated. Su Qingying knows that without Fang Yi, they would have no chance to be treated. She wonders about his true identity and incredible power, always doing what others think is impossible. The superior agrees, saying the event they all saw makes it clear Fang Yi has reached the 2-star spirit creation realm. He is sure headquarters will act now, and someone else will try to contact him first. Su Qingying thinks about how much Fang Yi has grown. She once thought she could compete with him, but now he has completely surpassed her. She concludes he is a top genius in the entire Xia nation. The superior recalls the golden light and fire dragons that sealed the anomaly, an event everyone saw. He knows it will spark a lot of discussion and decides they must act quickly. A confused Su Qingying asks what he means. The superior suggests a new title for Fang Yi, the Sealer, thinking it's a fitting name. After the great battle, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader rush through the ruined streets, with Yi calling for her friend to wait. Panicked, Yi asks where her cousin could be, while the red-haired leader tries to calm her. Suddenly, Yi notices something in the distance. Her expression changes to relief, and with tears in her eyes, she joyfully calls out her cousin's name. She has found Fang Yi, who stands calmly in the rubble, holding his sword. Fang Yi asks why they came to look for him. Yi rushes to him, asking if he is all right after the battle. She tells him she knew he would need them, but Fang Yi is silent, looking exhausted. He finally tells her he is fine and says she did a good job. He then puts his arms around both his cousin and the red-haired leader for support. Internally, he thinks about how hard the fight was, admitting he used all the energy from his recent breakthrough for the final attack. He feels a little embarrassed that they are worrying about him. Overhearing this, Lin Yi suddenly notices something. She exclaims in shock, asking if he really broke through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. She is amazed by his fast advancement and incredible talent, while the red-haired leader is also stunned that the big shot has broken through again. Meanwhile, news of the battle has spread. Online forums are filled with talk about the man who saved the city, the pioneer they now call the Sealer. People wonder who this mysterious person is, asking if he's a god for beating the Anomaly King with one slash when the association and military couldn't. They guess he might be part of a hidden organization, a secret weapon of the Xia nation. Elsewhere, Zhang Lu's red-haired friend points at a computer screen, sure that the person in the video is the one who defeated Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu watches the footage, filled with excitement. He declares he is honored to have lost to someone so powerful. He leaps from his chair, announcing he's going to find this man and ask to become his student. His friend, however, advises against it, suggesting that many people will be looking for him right now. The scene shifts to the great Xia capital city. In a dark, secret room, shadowy figures gather around a glowing table to discuss recent events. One man, smoking casually, says he's disappointed he didn't get to see the military and the association destroy each other in the disaster. Another member suggests they find a pawn or assassin to deal with this new powerful figure. But a mysterious woman with long, sharp fingernails dismisses the idea. She says such a simple approach isn't worthy of the so-called chosen one and savior of the world. She holds up a photo of Fang Yi, scornfully noting his new title, the Sealer. With a swift motion, she pierces the photo at Fang Yi's neck with a sharp nail, tearing it. She calmly says there's no need to rush, as the photo in her hand bursts into a purple flame. She declares that anyone who stands in their way will be destroyed. As she speaks, the purple flames form the shape of menacing eyes, making their threat clear. While Fang Yi and Lin Yi are resting in their apartment after the intense battle, they are startled by a knock at the door. Fang Yi opens it to find Su Qingying and the association's superior. Su Qingying is holding several large gift boxes, and the superior expresses his sincere thanks on behalf of the Spiritual Energy Association. He explains that they made a grave mistake during the S-class anomaly invasion, and it was only thanks to Fang Yi that they avoided terrible consequences. Su Qingying excitedly thinks of him as a big shot. Fang Yi tells them it's no problem and invites them inside. After Fang Yi serves them water, the group sits down at the table, with Lin Yi also joining them. The association superior thinks to himself that the association should get a better home for Fang Yi. He then gets to the point, explaining that the association has another matter to discuss. He reveals that they plan to publicly promote the title of the Sealer. Intrigued, Fang Yi asks him to explain. The superior projects a map showing powerful pioneers who have appeared in every major city, explaining that they are well-known figures. He contrasts this with the recent S-class anomaly, which he calls the most terrifying disaster yet. He explains that they want to use the name the Sealer to establish their city, Tai, as a key strategic city. Fang Yi listens to their proposal. The superior clarifies that after the disaster, they have decided that their city needs a powerful pioneer leader. Su Qingying adds that in the future, anomalies will become more frequent, and they can't risk their city being nearly abandoned again. When Fang Yi questions the term abandoned city, Su Qingying explains that without him, everyone in the city would have died. Fang Yi tells his cousin that he understands now, admitting his knowledge of the world is still lacking, but reassures her that they don't need to be so negative. He realizes that by focusing only on his own training, he has ignored the city's broader development. Looking out at the city, he understands that while Tai was a major city before, its importance doesn't match the top-tier cities. He recalls that among over 100 cities, the top 3 are Dushen, Tian, and Kang, with other major centers also being important. He concludes that this recent disaster is also an opportunity for Tai City to become more important. The superior confirms this, explaining that cities are now judged based on the number and strength of their pioneers, with higher-rated cities getting more resources. He concludes that everyone needs a symbol of hope. He proposes that the association will protect Fang Yi's identity while creating a mysterious public image for the Sealer, letting others build his legend. Fang Yi agrees, understanding that some mystery is smarter than full exposure. Lin Yi agrees, adding that human imagination can sometimes be more threatening than reality. Fang Yi calmly says he has no problem with the association's plan, as it helps him and the people he cares about, and he hopes for a good partnership. He extends his hand to seal the deal, which surprises both the association superior and Su Qingying. Fang Yi and the superior shake hands, finalizing their new partnership. The superior officially welcomes him, calling him by his new title, the Sealer. In the following days, with the full cooperation of the association and the military, Tai City begins to recover quickly. The reconstruction of the city and the rescue of the injured go on in an orderly way. The great disaster has helped speed up the creation of a new order across the world. The scene then shifts to the modern headquarters of the Spiritual Association in Dushan City, where news of Fang Yi's actions has already arrived. Officials wonder if the Sealer is the pioneer who solved the S-class anomaly in Tai. Inside an office, several men discuss the reports. One notes that Fang Yi is the most prominent among the newest pioneers, with another adding that his high-grade Yang attribute makes him a chosen one and a natural enemy to the dark attribute. An official, pointing at a monitor showing footage of Fang Yi, reveals that the data indicates he has more than just one high-grade attribute. He reminds them of the viral Skyfire Slash video, which showed a high-grade fire attribute, and the military's codename for him, the Tyrant, which came from his high-grade Thunder attribute. His colleagues are stunned, but the man with glasses insists there is something even more incredible about him. Their discussion is interrupted by a woman with wavy blue hair and glasses, who asks if they are talking about the Sealer. She confidently asks to see the data they have on him. The men immediately recognize her and comply, pulling up his file on the main screen. As she studies the information, she thinks that with more pioneers emerging, and with someone like Fang Yi taking the lead, there will inevitably be many who will challenge his authority. Her glasses gleam with a determined light as she admits that even she wants to see his power for herself, thinking that she and the Sealer will probably meet very soon. The scene shifts to a modern library in Kong City, where people are quietly reading. Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, is sitting at a desk working on her laptop when a young man nervously approaches her. With a blush, the man stutters as he tries to ask for her contact information, but Chu Qingli coldly interrupts him. She tells him that this is a library and he is disturbing others. Dejected, the young man walks away while Chu Qingli returns to her work. Internally, Chu Qingli dismisses the man as boring, thinking how people like him are completely unaware of the massive changes happening in the world. She reflects on her own recent transformation, recalling that after an exam, she unexpectedly awakened her spiritual power and became a one-star Ghost Realm pioneer. She knows that becoming a pioneer is an incredibly rare thing and that she is one of the chosen few. She smiles, believing this new power is why she was able to escape the recent disaster that struck Tai Tai City. She scoffs at the idea of ordinary people trying to fight against anomalies. Her thoughts then drift to certain inferior guys, wondering what they could do in this dangerous new era. A flashback reminds her of Fang Yi telling another girl that he and Chu Qingli were just classmates. Chu Qingli grimaces, convinced that the old Fang Yi would have been quickly killed by the monsters during the invasion. She questions how she could have ever seen a similarity between a useless man like him and the incredibly talented Sealer. On her laptop, she looks at an article about the Sealer, thinking that he is 10,000 times better than her ex-boyfriend. With a confident expression, she decides that only a strong and handsome pioneer like him is worthy of being her partner. Meanwhile, Fang Yi is looking at a real estate brochure. He and his cousin Lin Yi, both dressed in stylish new outfits, stand ready for a day out. Fang Yi announces that they will be taking a break from training to find a new house. Lin Yi playfully asks if they are really not going to train, but Fang Yi explains that they need to balance their training with rest. He mentions that the association's suggestion to improve their living standard was a good one. Yi realizes the idea came from Su Qingying, who had told her their living conditions needed an upgrade and that she would go house hunting with them. Yi is thrilled, amazed that Captain Su has such resources, and was casually offering to give them 2 high-end houses. As Fang Yi and Lin Yi are enjoying their day off house hunting, a strange, bad-smelling green vapor begins to float around them. Yi asks her cousin if he can smell the stench, and Fang Yi agrees, comparing it to the smell of a sewer. His expression suddenly hardens as he realizes the smell is not an accident and that someone is following them. Both he and Lin Yi quickly turn around. From the green haze, a group of 3 menacing-looking men emerges. Their leader, a large, muscular, bald man with a heavy metal pipe, mockingly identifies Fang Yi as the Sealer and taunts them for only noticing him after they had already walked into his trap. The leader dismisses Fang Yi as a hyped-up pretty boy with no real strength, while one of his companions releases more of the strange gas. Another scoffs that Tai Tai City must be full of trash to have chosen a young kid like him as their captain. The men charge forward, demanding that Fang Yi hand over all the benefits he has received from the city. Lin Yi leaps into action, firing a powerful blast of blue energy from her hands. The attacker with the axe easily jumps over her attack. He then powers up his massive weapon with his own spiritual power. As he brings the glowing axe down, Lin Yi creates a protective barrier, grunting from the force of the blow. Meanwhile, the bald leader attacks Fang Yi with his metal pipe. Lin Yi shouts a warning, telling her cousin to be careful as these men also have spiritual power. However, Fang Yi effortlessly catches the weapon with his bare hand, stopping the attack completely. The bald leader stares in shock, unable to believe his powerful strike was caught so easily. With a look of complete contempt, Fang Yi's hand ignites in a brilliant burst of fire. He questions what kind of stinking fish and rotten shrimp would dare to rob him in the middle of the street.